But yeah, you'd think like, oh, it's such an early one that of course Rags and Wolf wouldn't be able to turn up. It's like that wasn't how this happened, but sure.
Well, it was originally going to be like what 6 hours before originally to accommodate them too.
Well, yeah, it was 2 time frame options, but I couldn't make one of them because there was a baby in my house.
Yeah,
Can't be waking them up. Those things need sleep. But
those things.
Yeah, those disgusting creatures that attach themselves to better humans.
I think I saw something on Twitter the other day where someone unironically tried to say that unborn children are parasites.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
they probably fit some kind of definition, but I mean,
well, come on, like, what are you doing?
Well, yeah, I'd just be like, okay, what's your point? Like,
oh, my sweet parasites.
I love politics, guys.
Yeah, it's settle down.
So dead.
We'll start it properly. Yeah.
Watch the deleted Captain Marvel scene. Has everyone here seen that?
I have not.
I suppose we could. Let's see if we can get that through YouTube. I don't know. What is it called? Like Captain Marvel violently beats man.
Oh yes, please.
Captain Marvel. It's not deleted though, right? Or I don't know if it's considered deleted. Apparently, some people saw it in the cinema. It was like
no, they didn't. It was a deleted scene.
Right.
Yeah, it's a deleted
I saw people
scene.
saying, yeah, it was. They're calling it the extended scene. The extended cut.
Because Elizabeth said I was wrong for saying it wasn't in the film, and then I was like, oh, are they getting confused? They think I'm talking about, like, the scene as a whole? Because I was like, no, I fucking made a video on it. I remember that scene, but not that particular way it went.
Well, I gotta imagine that, the editor, while they were putting it together, they turned around and looked at their supervisor and said, hey, so can we, not put this in the movie?
Did you see, by the way, so I think it was Tim Pool on Twitter said that, like, she's a straight-up villain. And someone linked Indiana Jones shooting the guy who's, like, brandishing the sword, and he's like, oh, yeah, because, heroes never do anything that's unethical. It's like, what do you mean it's fucking threatened to kill him? Like, what?
I saw
and they
someone
linked it to Terminator.
Oh, yeah, of course, because that makes it
that
instantly good.
Yeah, a cyborg that's designed for killing.
And he's even more sympathetic.
On par morally, yeah.
I saw someone in the comments, I think they said something along the lines of, because someone's saying this is nuts that a hero would do this, and someone said, oh yeah, but remember when Spider-Man let the bad guy get away? It's like, yeah, and then remember how his uncle died?
His uncle died. It wasn't a preferable choice. Yeah, alright, we'll open with just, so me and Fringy and RobotHead have all seen this, right? Is it Alex who hasn't?
Correct, I think.
Alright. Well, we'll have to watch it bit by bit, but this is the same scene from the film, it's just that a few things have changed. If you remember, the original one is that he turns up, he's like, hey babe, smile. I don't even think he says babe. Does he say anything like... fuck, he just says smile, and that, of course, is the most horrible thing you can do. So, she steals his stuff when he goes into the shop. That's all that happens. But in this version... Which is kind of funny, by the way, because a lot of people didn't see this movie. Like, so this is a clip they've seen now alone, and now they're just like, Jesus, what else does she do? Like, what kind of monster is this character?
How about a smile for me, huh?
Yeah, apparently he's from EastEnders as well. I saw people on Twitter saying that's where this actor is from, as well as Pacific Rim, or something like that.
He looks like the main guy's brother, actually, now that you say that.
But I thought, what bizarre two things to link him. EastEnders, which is like really low-brow fucking soap opera in Britain, versus Pacific Rim. It's like, okay.
Guillermo del Toro.
I'm offering to help you.
Yeah, people are saying it's Rob Kaczynski in chat.
Least you could do is give me a smile.
How about a handshake?
Yeah, see, actually, I don't know if you guys saw this, but I didn't know the context that this clip goes, but I was like, oh, that's kind of better than the way it goes in the film, even, sort of, but then... Even shakes the hand, seems to be like...
The Dawn.
Wow.
Did you say they call me the Dawn?
I think so. I think that's meant to be a joke.
It's such a cool name.
I'm not laughing.
He has a much bigger hand than she does, is what I just noticed.
Yeah, well, she's stronger than him, and she has electrocuting powers. And I thought that what they were going to do here was that he wouldn't let go of her hand, and then she had to electrocute her, which would make more sense. Like, he's trying to, like, grab her up or whatever, but no, she just straight
You're
up...
gonna give me your jacket, your helmet, and your motorcycle, and in return, I'm gonna let you keep your hand.
Now, Alex, you must know that reference.
Yeah. I'm not. Fuck off.
What, no smile?
Ah, men beat the fuck out. Yeah, that's it. And so the scene is kind of changed from the original.
So why did they go? Well, I don't know why they changed it. Why didn't they include that? I don't know.
Well, I mean, as Friggy just pointed out, I was like, when you're in the editing phase, you're probably like, I don't know if this is sympathetic. Like, this is a bit much.
Also, like, what if he was armed? Like, and he just shot you in the face? Like,
Well,
that might happen.
he wouldn't have done shit if he did it to her, right?
Well...
I can't remember, actually.
It's just like, this is why you don't create overpowered hero.
Well, if you remember, did the bullets work on her pre-realizing she's a god?
Well, what changes between the beginning of the movie? Remember, she fell out of the ship and crashed through the blockbuster ceiling, and there were no cuts or bruises. So we got to assume that if you drove a train into her, the train would crash and like explode.
Yeah.
Well, she hasn't remembered that, you know, she's kick-ass. Yeah, but yeah, she's still immortal or whatever, close enough.
Like 6 hours ago, she fell out of the sky.
Yeah. So yeah.
Kilometer.
She could probably take a 9mm, yeah.
Certainly once she becomes OP, nothing is going to be able to beat her at that point. Not even good old Thanos, even though he does get a punch on her. And I'm sure everyone was really... Fucking, do you remember my reaction to that in the cinema morale?
Yeah. Just a pimp slap. Get off.
What did I say? I was like, oh, thank God. Genuinely, I think a lot of people had their reactions. They're like, please don't let her do this. Thanos.
I was quite nervous. I was like, oh, jeez. Like, don't rob this from Tony.
Don't you take our glove. Don't you do it.
But didn't you have that feeling every time she came on screen in that film? It was just like, I'd tense
yes.
up. Just like, how are they going to fuck this up? And then she'd disappear again. You'd be like, oh, thank fuck.
Yeah, no, when she said I have to go for a few months, I was like, ooh.
No, just heard the end when she smashes through the ships, through the spaceship, and it's like, da, 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 da. I was like, oh, fuck off, no.
When she said I have to go for a few months, it was like she was looking straight at the camera, just reassuring everyone. It was the weirdest thing.
Like, I'm going to be too busy to be here, okay? It looks at the camera like, fuck you guys. Even though all of it was done before her movie, right? So
yes,
it's like the Russos knew that everyone would hate her.
Well, it might have just been that they're like, we got nothing to work with here, so like, why even keep her around? We don't know what her movie's going to be.
What do you mean, Fringy? She's the new leader of the Avengers.
It's funny you say that. I'm now starting to think that it is going to be Spider-Man, which makes me very happy.
Yeah, I have no. Until we get
feels.
Captain Marvel 2, I have no idea what the fuck they're doing with her. She needs a movie where she gets to actually meet all of these heroes and talk to them.
There's a lot of things though. Like, you gotta. I mean, where do you go from taking on an entire space armada yourself, like in 2 minutes? Where do you go that isn't just completely depower the character permanently?
And
because here's what like they're probably just going to depower it, and then at the end of the movie, it's like, oh, I figured it out, guys. Now I'm good. It's like, cool. So we're back where we started.
I could picture something as generic as that. Like the beginning of the movie, she gets zapped with a laser, and she's like, oh no, I can't do all of the things I normally do. Oh no. And then she has
at least we've
just to learn she's more than just her power. She's more than just her power, guys. More.
It's not like that's ever been done before in any superhero story.
Yeah, well, at least like with like the time machine, you could say, oh yeah, it's destroyed now, so we can't rebuild it, and now Tony's dead. We can't. Nobody else can figure out how to build another one, and then that ends the plot line.
That's still pretty dodgy.
I know it's still shit.
Especially when you got Professor Hulk and Hank Pym are alive.
Yeah. Well, Tony had the he corrected the spelling mistake in the equation, and only he remembers it, and like everyone else is.
Nobody wrote it down. They're like, hey, she write it down.
They have like a full. 10 minutes to say all these things. They have a character go, what about this? You go, no, that doesn't work because of this reason. Okay, what about this? No, that doesn't work because of this. Okay.
Well, you like put a magnet on your fridge, just like, all right, here's the formula, don't lose it. And then it like falls under the fridge. Oh shit, where is it?
Well, I got a feeling that there's not going to be any more time travel malarkey ever again in the MCU, and if it does, then why?
We need we need at least a throwaway line to say like, I don't know. You could bring down the what are the things called? The guys with the giant heads. Fringy, you might know that.
The Sentinels,
Overwatchers, or whatever is it?
I think that. Oh wait.
I know who you're talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
The guys with like cloaks that have giant heads. Someone in chat's right now. They turned up in Guardians of the Galaxy 2 for a few seconds.
I'm mixing them up with the ones from DC Comics.
Watchers, somebody said.
Oh, are they just Watchers? Okay, so yeah,
Watchmen.
you get characters like that come down to Earth and they're like, do not ever use the time thing ever again or we will destroy you. Like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Go, okay. Like, solve your problems in other ways from now on.
Or maybe, I don't know, you just have like... But what happens when you got Fantastic Four and you got like Reed Richards, who's also meant to be like one of the most intelligent... What about Shuri? Is she going to figure it out?
No, they're all not allowed to. There you go. Throwaway line. Not allowed to. Stop it.
What? There's like a law that says, hey guys, no, don't do that.
Dude, they'll have like a scene where a scientist on a screen is like, the quantum physicalation is actually damaged. There's a crack in the universe. If we do it again, it'll open wider, and something's come through. It's Galactus. Oh my god.
Some bullshit.
Some bullshit.
Like.
Yeah.
Look at that. It was comic books, It doesn't have to make sense. But yeah, I guess that's that's the intro done. Whatever.
That's that scene.
There's enough people here to be like, hello, this is EFAP number 36, special guest RobotHead. How do you do, sir?
I'm well, thank you.
You make videos, do you not?
I do. I do.
Yeah, there you go.
And I should make more of them.
That's true.
Get more out.
I was
Yes.
gonna say, you're one of the lucky few who's actually had their videos showcased on EFAP, and we just laughed along with it. We didn't actually say this is terrible.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty rare, doesn't it?
It is
not too
very
many.
rare because we're assholes. And for those wondering, Wolf is still on vacation, and Rags is, I'm guessing, either asleep or dealing with current issues, but I haven't been able to contact or, well, hear from him. So if he does turn up, he'd probably want to jump in, and that might happen. But for now, we have Fringy replacing Rags, and with us back since... What was the last time you came on here, Al? Was it episode, like, 7?
It's been a while.
It's been a long time. Welcome
I'll check
back.
the wiki.
How do you do?
I'm good.
How do you both
Oh
do?
yeah, you got a wiki. I just remembered you got a wiki.
We have... Oh yeah, are you talking about the website or the actual wiki?
I didn't know. Okay, all right.
No,
now
on
it's
the
expanded.
website.
The
I
website.
can't find
Oh
it
yeah,
now.
you can find like guest listings on the website to see. But yes, we're here today with stuff and things to talk about. Plenty of videos to cover too. It's all going to be fantastic. The top of the day though, gotta mention it. Game of Thrones ended, and I know that there's people in my fan base right now like, hey, where's the coverage for the other episodes? They're on the way. Writing the script for episode 5 has been extremely difficult because there's not much that isn't wrong with episode 5. It's gonna be a long one, and then episode 6 is a disaster because it's the last one, which means every plot thread that isn't concluded or just left on the floor, do I mention that in the last episode? I don't know, because there's a lot.
It'll be a long video.
Yes, terrifyingly long, but entertaining, hopefully, because this is the only thing we've got left. Oh yeah, so I actually mentioned on a stream the other day. By the other day, I literally mean like, I don't know, 30 hours ago, that I was watching, like, I got family visiting who all like Game of Thrones, and they were like, oh, the new season's done, is it? And I was like, and they're like, we can all watch it, we'll watch it all in a row over 2 nights. And I was like, and watched episode 1 and 2, and they're like, this is going great. And I was like, yeah, it is, it's pretty good. And they watched episode 3, and they were like, it was funny, when Aya kills the Night King, they were all like, okay. Oh, that wiped out all of them. Okay. Oh wow, so that's done then. And like, even my sister's boyfriend was like, "Ooh, so that's it for that." was like, well, you got 3 episodes left, you know? And then, yeah, by the time we'd watched the 6th one, everyone hated it. Everybody in the room was just done with it. They were like, no, and several people said they've killed the entire series. Very interesting to watch it all happen in real time and just to try and probe questions out of people, because even stuff like Varys dying, my family were like, seems weird that Varys would be killed. He's like super smart. Like, yeah, well, not quite. So yeah, you know, and the public is still not happy. The petition's up to 1.6 million signages, I believe, and just a general bad taste in everyone's mouth about this series. With plenty more videos to come.
Should I start it? When people haven't watched it, they're like, should I start it? From the start, it's like, no, don't bother.
Yeah.
That's how much damage it done. It's not even worth watching the start.
Yeah, I've kind of accepted that I'll never watch it again.
I'll be watching it again, but specifically for a season overview, so I want to go be reminded of all the painful lines to collect about how all the characters have been ruined. You know when Jamie says I never cared about the innocent, legit, because I was sitting next to my sister's boyfriend, and he just went, what? I was like, just don't think about it, it's too painful. Yeah, they released a the documentary, like, making of, which a lot of people are talking about right now. I haven't watched all of it yet, but there is a part that's very interesting. I was telling Alex about it today, but the actor for Varys, Conleth Hill, they're going through his death scene, and Daenerys, like, obviously, I think he says something, like, one line, and then she's about to read out her whole bit before she burns him. And, like, the actor, once he's read out his line, he just closes his script and throws it across the table and just, like, pouts, basically.
Oh, wow.
And, like, they skip forward, and he's just got his arm over someone else. He looks very upset. They're like, it's okay. Like, just about it. And this is the thing.
Jeez.
If the show was amazing, I think people would be like, oh, he's upset because his character's dead. But the thing is, you're just like, is he upset because it's just shit writing?
Yeah, he's just, that's it. That's how I go. This is my scene.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like, what I hear is that the reason why Emilia Clarke maybe is upset with this season is, like, people are going to remember Daenerys as the person who burnt down an entire city filled with innocent people.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, that's kind of sucks,
Yeah,
eh?
you'll remember their last act much more than you will all of the others, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, I believe that I'm paraphrasing, but I believe she was quoted in saying that she called her, like, mother and sisters when she read his script for the first time, and she asked them, like, how do they see Daenerys? Like questions that are really odd, but you can totally see why she would ask them that. It's like,
right.
Basically, how much am I about to disappoint everyone? Like, this is gonna be fun.
Oh, jeez, that's sad.
It is sad, and this is the thing now. You've got a quote from near enough all the actors in some way, shape, or form that are derogatory towards the writers, even if it's in, like, a playful way. Outside of, like, the person who plays Sansa Stark, she's been vehemently against fans who are disappointed, which I find very amusing. Like, the idea that...
Well, she said they worked hard, so...
Yeah, but she's totally misunderstood.
You're not allowed to say anything because they went to work.
Look, she just knows that in a few months' time, when the X-Men film comes out, she's going to have to go over this all over again with X-Men fans. So she's fucking just like, we worked hard, give us a break.
Can we even... But I mean, like, yes, it's going to be the end of the Fox X-Men era, but I mean...
Is it? Oh, yeah.
That's what it is, but what's gonna... Could she possibly... What I'm trying to say is, like, I doubt they're gonna be able to ruin anything there. Like, they're pretty... Well,
it's a bit different, right? Yeah, like, there's already enough bad X-Men movies that it's like, whatever.
They've never had built-up potential and paid it off in the next film. So...
yeah, I mean, I guess so, but I guess the thing is, because I sort of have a fondness for some of those movies, and they're sort of hyping this one up as like, this is what it's all been leading to. This is our end game, and it's like,
no, that the universe has been a fucking shit show from the start.
The thing is, like, we know that this was meant to be the start of a new trilogy of X-Men movies, and then when Disney bought them, it's like, wrap it up, guys. You know, just wrap it up.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, Logan would probably be the more fitting end because it's seeing out the two main characters of the whole series.
I mean, in Logan, isn't it like the majority of the mutants are dead?
Yeah, basically all of them are dead.
You'd think that would be the natural end.
Well, yeah, because it ends with the passing of the torch to the New Mutants, you know? And it's also just a fitting end for all the characters in it.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Professor X and Wolverine, they were the two biggest favorites, probably, outside of Magneto. From the X-Men.
Yeah, but
Fox
that's the big thing, isn't it, right? Like, the main ones that everybody likes are Magneto, Professor X, and Wolverine, and Deadpool, I guess.
Yeah.
But he's more of an ancillary character. But otherwise, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like, what do they aim to achieve with this? They're like, oh, we fucked up Dark Phoenix that other time, but we'll get it right. And when you don't, and you get it wrong, which is likely, then what? It's like, oh, sorry.
What's everyone's take on the X-Men movies from Fox as a whole?
Wildly inconsistent.
Yeah.
Like, wildly inconsistent. Some of the best and worst superhero movies come from that series.
Well, for someone that doesn't follow it closely, it's a confusing series to try and jump in and watch bits. You just don't have any idea what's going on. Like the Marvel films, you can watch any of them on their own, but those X-Men films, I never know what the hell's going on.
Well, do you guys like the idea that they were going to be doing the Origins like series, but the first one flopped so hard that they just like moved on?
Yeah, that was the impression I got from the naming rights. Like, oh, you're going to do X-Men Origins Magneto or something. I was just like, that movie, man.
Because X-Men Origins Wolverine came out before First Class, right? Just so I know my timeline.
Yeah, it was 1, 2, Last Stand, Wolverine, then First Class, then The Wolverine, Days of Future Past, Apocalypse.
So the idea probably was like, we'll do individual films for all of them. We'll make loads of money. And it was like, no, just do one film for the origin of like early X-Men young days. First Class, just do it. It's like,
well, I like First Class. Like, I actually like that one. I'd say that's one of the better ones.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to say like they were clearly gonna go for like an origin movie for everybody individually, and then they were like, fuck it, just cram them all into one movie because like, the Origins Wolverine thing nearly tagged everything.
The thing is though, it's like they did their origin movie First Class, which I would say of the ones like that have come after that in the main line, they're like the only ones that they don't. Like, it's been 30 years since First Class, but they all look the same age. It's like, this is meant to be the 90s now, and you all look the same as you did in the 60s.
Well, do you remember I can't remember if I told you, but we covered a video in EFAP 10 from Vox, where they said, they were like, criticizing the MCU for its continuity. And they said, like, not everyone can be as good as the X-Men franchise, which has the best continuity out of any comic book movie franchise. And I was like, oh my god, its continuity is like the worst out of anyone's.
Yeah, like, I don't think I've seen many examples of... Because, like, is Logan in the same continuity as the X-Men movies?
Who the
that
fuck
doesn't
knows?
seem possible. Well, that's what
I was going to ask that, because that film's so good, but just seems so completely separate from everything else.
Well, I think that's probably why it worked.
Sure. Yeah, I wasn't even sure where it was meant to fit, but, you know, who cares? They don't care, so why should I?
Well, you got X-Men 1, 2, 3 is definitely a thing. X-Men Days of Future Past definitely feels as though it's the future parts of them are the future of the first trilogy. And then the past parts are the continuity from First Class. So it's like... Yeah,
but First Class is the same continuity as the idea is that from Days of Future Past all the way up... from First Class all the way through X-Men Origins Wolverine, X-Men 1, 2, 3, then Days of Future Past, and then then it splits...
Then Apocalypse.
From the 70s. Yeah, then Apocalypse is now in the revised timeline or something. But it doesn't work because Wolverine, comes back to the. You remember at the end of Days of Future Past when you got Beast there and you got like Jean Grey and you got Cyclops and they're all like it's the same.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be the same as Apocalypse. Like there's no way. So I don't understand. I don't.
Well, this is the thing. So
I feel so bad being confused now.
And if the MCU absorb the mutants and do something great with them, that'll be great. Let's hope they do. Let's hope the MCU isn't done, with making stuff that's entertaining.
No, I think with them, there's so much to pull from. Like Fantastic Four, you got Doctor Doom and everything that comes with that.
I think we have to basically just say the wheel building's fucked in the MCU from now on, though, because there's so many things to keep track of in terms of, like, technology, abilities, and powers, and unless you have a really small-scale story, like, I think that they could easily have a Daredevil film, for example, or,
yes,
something like that. It's
and,
like,
and so they should! So they should!
Everybody's going to start this shit.
I mean, I'm pro Daredevil. I like Daredevil. I like Punisher and Ghost Rider. Get them all in there, but they're in the, or at least Ghost Rider's in the Shield TV show, isn't he? Which is
yes, he is.
Very tightly. Like, I think they're still like 50, because I know that Kevin Feige's been asked about the continuity of the new TV shows that are coming out for Disney, and he was saying like they're intimately tied to the movies, like 100%, as opposed to what they've been doing as previously with like the Daredevil and Iron Fist and all that other stuff being in the universe, but also could not be if you were to just leave them alone, because it's nothing that, you know, the movies
well, the thing is there are like references, because they reference the New York stuff from Avengers in all the shows, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But then it gets a bit weird because like there's an episode of Luke Cage, and just a heads up, guys, like if you haven't seen him, you don't need to watch any of the other ones except for Daredevil. But like there's a part in it where they're talking to each other, and Luke Cage is like, man, I can't believe that you fought a dragon. Like, I can't believe that. And I'm just like, really? You live in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and you can't believe that there are dragons? Like, really?
Whoa, how much had happened up to that point?
This is like I'm pretty sure this is like at least 2015.
I was just going to say, is it post the alien invasion of New York?
Yes, it is post New York, yes.
Alright, yeah, I could be like, so the dragon, did that come from space? Or you never know with this shit. But yeah, MCU.
Oh, and they have the raft as well, by the way. They reference the raft.
Do they go there, or do they just say it?
There's a character who's meant to get sent to the raft because she's dangerous. So yes, that means it's post Civil War.
Fuck, we got Far From Home's coming soon now, right?
Yeah, a month.
Oh, we gotta go see that. I gotta go see King of Monsters as well. Al, that's out in like tomorrow or whatever.
Is it?
Yeah, apparently. So we'll be able to see that soon. I'm looking forward to that. Charles Dance versus Godzilla. Why not?
Yeah, well. Yeah, we can see about going.
Though I saw a trailer. And there was like a character that said something like, there are 14 of them now. I was like, 14? Jesus. You have 14 monsters in your movie? Like, alright. I don't know if that's maybe... Because, like, the first movie only had 2 of the same monster and Godzilla. And a lot of people were like, you know, a bit limited there. But then this one apparently is going fucking all out. Having everything.
I'm keen for that, man. Like, it looks really cool.
Yeah, well, I hope it's good. That's basically it.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Rags is here, but it looks like he was unaware that this... Maybe I gave him the wrong time zone. I'll have to check now. But we'll get him in. We haven't started anything yet, so it's alright. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Damn. Let me have a look quick.
I'm so tired. I almost fell over peeing.
Oh no.
There's an opening line.
Which is hard when you have 4 legs.
Well, your human is the one that would...
No, I pee for myself. Weirdo.
What the fuck? But yeah, hello Rags, how'd you do? Rags, RobotHead, why don't you say hello to each other?
Hello to each other.
Hello, Mr. Rags. Or is it Rag?
It's Rags.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Rag is... I was just checking. I said 5 a.m. your time. I said that to you. Bastard.
I don't know why I thought 6.
It's okay.
The light is barely creeping through the window shades.
Fuck, these days I barely get to see darkness, and I say that as like I'm some kind of edgy child, but like I
barely get to see the darkness.
It's like 10 p.m. and I'm like, oh, it's finally starting to dim outside. Yeah, that's the link you need, and I suppose since you're here now, we may as well get on to the first video, because why not? We've been talking about, well, interestingly, the first video is one that can work for all of us. All of us have seen Captain Marvel, have we not?
We've seen her what?
Seen her abuse men. That's the video
I've
we
seen
were
her
just getting
abuse
done with.
men. I've seen her abuse Skrull. I've seen her abuse
The art of acting.
Creole people. I've seen her abuse logic and reason. I've seen her abuse so much right now.
If you want to join in the link, Rags, we'll be putting on
Watch together.
Oh yes. This
I
the premise of
this
this video,
is-
I guess, is that I don't know actually. I guess I should let it speak for itself. The thumbnail's not very flattering. But who cares? It's like it looks really bad art. But hey, like a clip art sort of. I'll post it in Discord so you guys know what I'm talking about. See what I mean about the font?
Oh,
It's like
yeah,
it's really ugly.
yes.
That's- Holy crap! What is this like 2002? Like Jesus!
Like this
Yeah,
is something
it's
that
really
my mother
Oh.
would make on a PowerPoint.
Thank you for the reminder, chat, or at least Traj. I forgot to do just before we get started. RobotHead, who do you think will be the most inconsistent character of episode 9, or in other words, the one written so incorrectly compared to who they are?
Oh, I've wanted to answer this. I was going to have a think about it before, in case you brought it up. There's people we can't pick, isn't there?
Yeah, you can't pick Kylo, because that's the obvious choice. You can't pick Lando, because we fucking forgot Lando was in the film, and he's obviously going to get destroyed. And the last one you can't pick is Palpatine, because we also didn't
Hey! Since Solo came out, does the Millennium Falcon count as a character now?
Oh.
You could put a dick in it, so yeah.
Mhm.
I think maybe Hux, because he changed so much between the first two. That I reckon they'll try and take him back to how he was in Force Awakens.
Well,
So yeah, I think he might be the most inconsistent.
the only other person voted for Hux was Rags, so you're in good company.
What? He voted for Hux?
He did.
Yay! Blood Brothers!
Nobody's voted for Leia, BB-8, or C-3PO yet. Someone will get there one day.
Leia's dead.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Do you think
What?
that you're safe from beyond the grave, Rags?
That would be
Listen,
inconsistent.
So I don't think that they will have the time to fuck up her character that much with the footage they're going to get. I think they're going to keep it really short and sweet with her character, so they're not going to have the sheer screen time. The laws of the temporal universe will save dead Leia from being misused.
All right.
Not even Disney. All the money. Hey, MooLer. All the money in the world can't buy you a second of time.
That's not true. If you bought the Infinity Gauntlet, then you'd be able to do all kinds of shit.
I don't think it's for sale.
That's your opinion. You don't know that.
But what you could do is you could use all of your money to build a jet ski that is so fast, right, on the ocean that you slow, like for you, time slows down because your jet ski is so fast.
So is everybody in the watch together? I can see 4 names right now, which means we're missing somebody.
Oh wait, let me load.
Yeah, of course.
Hold up.
Fucking drunk
Watch.
high Rags over here.
I like this early morning Rags.
What?
I don't think we've ever done an I was about to say EFAGs, EFRAGs, thanks, brain. EFAP this early. I can't remember the last time we ever did one like
No,
this. So.
we did.
Did it with Shad.
Shadiversity?
We did
Yeah, 'cause
3
it's
in
also
the morning.
Australian.
I was going to say,
But-
Shaz was earlier than this.
Yeah, but Shad's was so early that
It was
it
almost
wasn't
late.
even like morning. It was like, yeah, it was late, and it was so early, it was late, so I didn't even, I drove a long way to get here for that. I was just sleeping.
I have clicked the video and nothing's happening on my screen. Is it working for you guys?
It's playing for me.
Fucking... This happened last time we were doing this.
Oh, it's gone to an...
Pause it if you guys can, because I can't even see
Yeah,
it.
I paused it on 7 seconds.
7 seconds.
Okay, it looks like it's loading now.
Oh, Brie.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Brie laughs.
Alright,
That
well,
fucking
let's
A.
go with no context other than the title. The title is Another White Guy Reviews Captain Marvel, okay?
Oh,
That'd be
thank
great.
God.
Stripers and
I do
hookers.
not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about a wrinkle in
he's got a
time.
Mac.
It wasn't made for him.
Oh, Brie Larson, wait until you get a load of me.
Ow.
Okay.
Fuck.
Balancing, my friend.
Yeah.
Because you know why this happens, by the way? I genuinely think this is a thing. When you're in Vegas and you get, well, whatever program you've got, when you see the waveforms, sometimes you'll be like, gotta get the waveforms to look the same, and that's balancing. It's like, it's more complicated than that.
You just listen to it.
Yeah, I know, like, it sounds condescending. Just fucking listen to it.
It's easy. You see, we're so wrapped up. We're so wrapped up in our technology and our modern world systems that what we don't remember is that we have these holes on the sides of our head called ear holes.
Why the fuck is it skipping around?
Sorry. I got my Discord shortcut does the same. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
You gremlin. I mean that in a good way. Carry on, Rags.
You won't swap.
Alright, fine. Point proven.
Why some quotes?
I don't know. It's the title, I guess.
Yeah, just have it be. That's just the title.
See, now I gotta
You
push
think at the
I gotta
beginning-
push the video all the way back up to full because this stupid music was too loud.
You think that at the beginning of Avengers Endgame they put it in quotes like Avengers with quotes on it? It's like no, they are. No, they are.
Alright, have
they're
you
called.
guys not watched Always Sunny? Do you not know that this is a reference to Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I know the music is, but
yeah, that's how it's exactly the formatting. Like that's just how they do it on the show. I just
quotes?
assumed you guys knew that. Yeah, that's just how they do it.
I don't watch the television programs, but why does it work here? What connection is it to?
I don't know. It's just a joke. It's just a reference.
Oh, he looks
Yeah,
like he
that-
takes puberty blockers.
I'm about to record my video on the hit
Oh, God.
masterpiece film Blockers starring John Cena.
Honey,
Okay.
Rachel. Those are your daughters.
And then I forgot that I hadn't even seen Captain Marvel yet. There have been so many dudes on YouTube.
yeah. Guess where he's from, accent-wise. What would you guys guess?
Oh my god.
Well, UK somewhere, I'd imagine.
UK? I thought he was
Um,
Australian.
I think
maybe, yeah.
give me a little bit more time.
All right,
He's not Australian.
All right, let's.
Wait a minute. I
He's
don't
from
think I
he's from
recognize this channel.
Boston.
Wait, sorry, what?
He's from Boston.
What was Friggy saying?
I recognize this person. I think I saw them make a video. Let me double check. Yeah. I've seen this guy's channel before, actually. Now that you pointed it out,
What have you seen him before in?
he made a video on Daredevil where he correctly said that season 3 is a direct, like, retelling of Born Again. And it's just like, yeah, that's wrong. I don't know what to say to you about that. Like,
Well, there you go.
Isn't
Friggy
he like
already
a
hates
little
him.
channel? Doesn't he have a tiny little channel?
I don't know. I haven't actually checked out his channel. I just I've been sent this video.
no, he's Australian. I just found it on Twitter.
I knew
No,
it.
he's from Boston.
Yeah, he did say.
No,
he was from Boston.
I bet he's from Israel.
Someone said that in chat. What if he's a Martian? You don't know.
He could be a Martian. He could be a Martian Jew. Could be an
What?
Israeli Jew.
Didn't know Martians had Jews. That's cool.
Jews could be from anywhere. Ukrainian Jew. Could be. Who knows where
Cosmic
it came from?
Jew.
You know, after the thing happened, they all spread out again. You know, who knows where he went?
You know.
Making big buckaroos
Attaboy.
off of this movie. And
Yeah,
I kind
he's
of feel
Australian. I didn't
inferior
listen
for
to
not doing.
Wait, sorry. You
Yeah.
said big buckaroos?
He said he feels inferior. That's
Oh,
his.
yes.
That's his
There have been
Jewish
so many
heritage.
dudes on
He
YouTube
feels
making
inferior,
big
but he's not.
There's so many
He's
dudes
super
making
smart.
big buckaroos. Interesting.
No, these days it's
So if you get views, you're making big buckaroos. I guess that's the translation. What if people just wanted to
Well-
see the video?
Or what if people made their review on a Fallout video, and I guess their music now gets claimed, and it used to not get claimed before, so they didn't make a fucking cent on it. What about then, that white guy Jew man? What about that?
I don't think he cares.
We don't make shit.
Heroes off of this movie. And I kind of feel inferior for not doing the same thing. So I kind of waited to see this movie for a very long time because when it came out, there was a big wave of, negativity or positivity on Twitter and YouTube.
There's a big wave of negativity or positivity.
Wave of the possible things that they
like two tsunamis from different ends of the world.
Yeah, he felt like it was
like two waves on opposite ends of the Sea of Galilee.
Well, I mean, it would be
slowly
like
but
saying,
surely smash into each other in the middle.
It was a real interesting day. The sun rose and set. Oh, wow.
Well, that's what it is. I guess he felt they were talking about it too much, just in general. That's his point.
It was just like when Jesus went out onto his boat with his fishermen apostles, and he calmed the stormy seas. And he got out and he walked around and said, "Look at what the fuck I can do. I'm Jesus."
You think
and
you're
they
still
were like,
sleeping?
"Yeah." No, it's the story.
I was never told that one, but it sounds.
Yeah. He goes out and I don't know. I think one of them falls off the boat, and he gets in the water and he pulls them. Yeah, he goes out and he walks on the water, then he reaches down, which is, so I guess his feet, he could still like walk on the water, but he could also reach down into the water. So it's very selective. Like he could do both, because if you couldn't put your hand through the water because you're walking on it, you couldn't help your homeboy. You'd have to like reach up.
Oh, Nero said he's a friend of Houston Productions. Houston Productions doesn't like me. A lot of people don't like me though, so it's fine.
Positivity on Twitter and YouTube, and I didn't really want to get caught up in it. I wanted to see the film on my own.
I'm sick of people saying these takes. Man, everybody was being irrational, not me.
I was the only sane one. All of you are sinners.
I saw the crowds. They were of one mind. I was of my own. You're all individuals. I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm not.
God. Yeah, no. The idea that it's like, I gotta get seated on my own, can't let other opinions like sully mine. Like, oh, alright. Go for it.
The film and
maybe you should do that all the time. Why is that not your default position? Most of the time I let the crowd sway me, but sometimes.
Not everyone talks about all films. There you go.
Yeah, I don't review movies professionally, but casually in my spare time. I dabble, I do a little bit of the critiquing.
You do
of
that podcast with that
cinema.
asshole dude who says you can't have feelings or whatever, right? And that wolf guy?
Yeah, RobotHead says we can't have feelings.
I guess that makes sense.
Robots don't understand complicated organic processes that we have to go through.
I don't get influenced by anybody.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be pretty cool, dude. You are the robot in my analogy that I made to Just Right.
Yes.
Here he is, guys, revealed in the flesh.
He needs to shave that.
Metal.
No, tangent. He needs to shave his mustache.
He doesn't have one.
Yes, he does. Look, he does.
Lies.
It's just terrible.
Oh, you're talking about.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, what did you think I meant when I said his mustache?
You meant robot head. That's what we were talking about.
No, robot head. No, he's a robot head. Robot heads don't grow hair.
Like that was why I said what I said.
Unless they're a super crazy magic robot with does like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator. He grows hair apparently.
It goes grey.
That's true.
Yeah,
I guess they do try and explain that. It can regrow all of this, whatever.
I wanted to see the film on my own. I wanted to see the film and judge the film based on its own merits. I didn't want to be influenced by anyone's opinion,
so stunning and
positively or negatively. So like a good person, I went to the cinemas and actually paid for a ticket to see Captain Marvel.
I paid for a ticket.
What a good person.
I'm morally good. I pay for my ticket.
I paid for a
like an
ticket
asshole.
too. I wish I didn't though.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like, what? You're morally whatever.
I wish I wasn't so morally virtuous. That film, I feel like I was robbed.
I don't think
I want my money back.
He's going to say he didn't want to do this video next.
You should have begun the video with a sigh.
Yes.
Not a video.
It's not easy being morally virtuous.
No, I should begin the next delve that way with a sigh. I didn't want to make this video. Even though this guy didn't say it, it's inspired.
He's probably like, I got $20 to throw around. I'm a high roller. Oh, I guess he's from he's from Israel, so he uses shekels. He doesn't use dollars. So that's like 35 shekels.
Shekels?
No, shekels.
Because I'm all about that legal life. And you know what?
I think
Man,
I think that was supposed to be a joke.
So
but
good.
Yeah, it made us laugh for different reasons.
The comedic tone is on point. Maybe you should have saved that money and spent it on acting lessons.
Rags, everyone can act, okay? It's subjective.
Well, maybe that's true. Maybe he's acting like an incompetent line delivery man.
Yeah, there you go. You haven't got all the backstory that explains this delivery.
All about
deep lore
life. And you know what? I was thoroughly impressed.
He put it on the screen.
Thoroughly impressed. Imagine, first off, it's like two jokes in one, because one, it's on the screen, and two, imagine being thoroughly impressed by Captain Marvel. So it's like double joke power.
Oh, I didn't find it. I was thoroughly impressed.
Because people, when they watch Get Out, they're like, come on, nobody puts random words on the screen for no reason. They totally do.
I was impressed. I don't know about thoroughly, but I was impressed.
What do you know about thoroughly? You look back on it. You lied.
He lied to us.
He's already backtracking.
I can't believe you put it on the screen and everything, and it might not even be true.
He's already moved the goalposts.
How disappointmentating.
I was impressed. I don't know.
How does Captain Marvel aim her arm blasts?
Okay, so put your arm in front of you and then close one eye, and you can you can aim.
You can eyeball it a little bit. Like you could sort of use your knuckle as like a front sight post, but how do you line it up?
Well, it's funny you say that as well, because Iron Man has the navigation tracking systems and stuff that they actually make a point to damage in the movies, to make it so that he can't be as effective.
Yeah, he's got to eyeball it.
Yeah, so he has to eyeball it.
Right.
I was going to say, but then Captain Marvel's just constantly eyeballing it, apparently.
Yeah, she just can't miss. She can't miss. She always hits everything.
In fact, there's a moment, I think, early on where she uses it and falls backwards or something. Like, whoa!
That doesn't have anything to do with her aim.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying she's not got good control of it fully at first. She's not 110% perfect.
She hasn't ascended to godhood quite at the beginning of the movie.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Jukeboxes and other people's property.
Yeah. Once you steal a few bikes, you essentially become godlike. I think that's the message of the movie. Was that it? Did I miss it? I think that was it.
Yeah, that was the theme. Yeah.
I don't know about thoroughly, but I was impressed. Whether it was the actual filmmaking, the acting, the special effects, I thought Captain Marvel was a lot better than I was led to believe. But before we get to my perspective of the film, I want to take a look at some of the criticisms that other people like myself, white dudes.
White dudes. Imagine if this was a film about black people had thoughts about this movie. Imagine.
It's so racist.
I know, it's so fucking racist, but hey, when it's white men, you can fucking say anything you want about white
I love
dudes.
the idea that you, unironically and virtuously walk up to them and go, what does the blacks think about this? It's like, what?
I wanted to point out some of the criticisms made by the Negro man. Like, you can't go around saying stuff like that, but when it's white people, fuck it.
Mate, we all think the same way. All of us came to the same conclusion. Oh wait, Friggy. Even green people joined the white people team, I'm afraid. Sorry.
I like how Fringy's already lighting up like a bong or something.
I'm not made up.
I like how Smiler. I'm sorry, Fringy. It's because you're green. Well, I thought Smiler he's already dipping into the herb.
You got it for stuff like this, man.
This is our thumbnail, by the way.
Yeah, I'll keep it on the down low though, man.
Have had online on YouTube and whatnot. you know, I really do need to specify this because YouTube is, you know, is a bit of fucking chaos. I want to say that if you don't like this movie, I don't think you're a sexist.
Thanks for that.
So I want to point out
some mixed messages here.
I believe it was said by one of the wokemans on YouTube. I can't remember which reviewer specifically, but they said if anyone begins their video of Captain Marvel saying, "Hey, I'm not a sexist, but this movie is pretty bad," then they're probably a sexist. The reason they put it up there is to make it so that, you know, they try and avoid that criticism. So, like, so does this apply to you guys when you say if you don't like this movie, you're not a sexist? Like, no, they think you are.
Maybe that's double reverse 4D chess projection.
I guess
I can't believe he's at the point where we have to specify this.
Yeah, could you imagine, like, hey, so if you don't like a movie where the main character is male and white, you know, I don't think you're a racist if you hate this movie just because there's a white guy in it.
Yeah, it's weird.
You'd never think it. It's because there are a lot of people who view, like, okay, so if we put all the races and stuff and we put them in a line, white's like default in an RPG selector, and then you got all the other ones. Like, that's just, dude, that's honestly, that's how it's like, oh, we got white people and then people of color. It's like, you mean the rest of the world? Like, that's a lot of people. It's
people
just a
of
very
color.
I hate the term people of color, by the way. I don't see how it's any better than colored people. Like,
because
what's better about it?
listen, you first off, you're a race trader. Second off, right? The white. Now, I underneath all the fluff, I'm pretty pink, so I consider myself a white man, right? Just for census and tax purposes, I'm a white man.
Who knows what's going on under my mask?
We're not even white. We're not even white. We're asshole colored.
And let's be fair, if we're going by PFPs alone, Alex is a straight up black dude.
He's a gray man.
We're going charcoal at this point with that face, so you know I think he has the most right to be offended by.
It's not blackface.
He looks high.
He looks deranged, I think, but yeah, either way.
I don't think you hate women. I don't think you're a misogynist.
I'm so glad this guy doesn't think that we're misogynists.
Yeah, I care. I really care what he thinks, and I'm glad he's being so charitable to the rest of us. He's so magnanimous.
Love this guy. He's great.
Believe that. If you don't like this movie, that's okay. That's fine.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
If you go on YouTube and search the word Brie followed by Larson, not even like
Brie followed by Larson. I think Jay cornered the market on this. He referred to her as
Brie followed by Larson.
Was it cheese theft? I believe Jay referred to her as. It's a very clever pun. It must be appreciated.
Like Brie Larson ugly or Brie Larson annoying or Brie Larson bad. You get bombarded with fucking video after video about how Brie Larson.
Yeah, it's like she's a shitty person who annoys people all the time.
That one literally says in defense of Brie Larson.
307 views after 4 days. Feminazi SJW man hater.
Oh god, 3.3 million. Look at that, 3.3 million for the video that says 5 common habits that make people instantly dislike you, and it's just an arrow pointing to
I've seen that video. And they actually they use their arguments in favor of defending her. Oddly enough, there you go. They clickbait everyone because I clicked on it for that reason.
But you know what? Yeah, there is a lot of coverage of her being an asshole, but it's probably because there's videos of her being an asshole. I don't know. It seems like this is a chicken and the egg sort of situation.
Yeah.
How she hates white men, and how that's hypocritical because she's married to a white man, and all that bullshit. And
not even her husband could stand her. They got divorced.
That's not a good sign.
She literally said there's certain movies that aren't made for white people. It was very awkward.
It's also a very racist thing to say.
Yeah, it is. You know, but you know, they don't see it that way. So okay, yeah, she's fine. She's great. Everything she said is great.
It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. Normally, I don't like to generalize because I don't believe in that. But I've seen like 3 of these videos.
Three.
Thousands of them. I don't like to generalize, but I've seen 3. What the fuck?
I've been a black person once.
Nice one, dude.
I saw three.
I need to hear that again in case we've fucking misunderstood him, because that's hilarious.
Married to a white man and all that bullshit. And it's kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. Normally, I don't like to generalize because I don't believe in that. But I've seen like 3 of these videos.
You did 23 minutes of research by watching videos.
I was going to say, what does he say after that? I should hear it quickly on my end.
3 of these videos, and I think I get the gist of all of them. Basically,
yeah. So you watch 3 and you get the gist of all of them. Okay.
Hang on. Just flick back. Yeah. Hang on. Is it pausing on the bit where the videos?
Captain Marvel.
250.
There we go. Yeah. So you watched the quarter-ins. Band. I don't know who the second one is.
Bandit Incorporated.
Yeah. And
or Ban Did Incorporated.
Hang on, don't tell me don't tell me the third video was the third video that he's generalizing with. It's a 1 minute 13 and it's 4K people saw it.
Well, tell me that's about the stunts.
Did he literally just screen grab any one just to chuck it in and not realize
that looks like? I don't know. Who knows what he actually watched.
Yeah, less than half an hour's content. And he's like, oh yeah, he knows what the internet's opinion is on it now. Great.
I know there's a lot of coverage on Brie Larson being an asshole. I know that's true, but to watch 3 of them, they don't even seem to be of the same topic.
And one of them's 1 minute. It's a minute long.
And it's versus Jackie Chan. What the fuck's that to do with it?
You watched a commercial.
Yeah, you just.
Yeah, that's probably one of those videos that's like Brie Larson exposed again over saying that subscribe next time to cover more news footage. Support us on Patreon.com. Anyway, on with this guy.
I like to generalize because I don't believe in that. But I've seen.
Apparently, you do believe in it, though.
You do. You don't think you do, but you really do, actually.
Why not just lie and say you've watched 10?
Why not just lie?
Just say about 10 and then don't show any.
Don't even give it a number. Just say I watched a few.
Yeah, because I mean, can I even trust that he watched these 3?
Well, look at the red bar. Look at the red bar.
Oh, look at the screen grab.
No, the red bar is wonky. Don't trust the red bar.
You don't. We can't trust it completely. But the red bar is still interesting, to say the least.
No, if you can't trust it completely, you can't trust it.
Well, we can't trust that this is the only 3 that he watched.
I know, but the red bar is also untrustworthy.
Yeah, I'm saying that we can't really make any conclusions from what he said.
Maybe he was just trying to look cool by going, I don't really care, I only watched a few. I don't care.
I don't think we should trust him because he's a white dude.
Oh, yes.
White man.
But it would be better if the third video only had a halfway through. What you got into 30 seconds into it and you thought, I don't know.
It would be funny if these were his 3 videos. He had only watched one of them for a minute. That was the actual.
I got the opinion now.
Well, I think the real crime here is that he's apparently on YouTube in not dark mode.
Yeah, that's another. That's how you know that this man's a false man. You wouldn't be doing these things.
He is fake.
Not a real man.
Some kind of robot.
Videos, and
Two
I think
of
I
these
get the
videos
gist
about
of
her
all of
lying
them.
about
Basically, Brie Larson.
Yeah, so I believe the story
was a lie.
Yeah, that was the lie.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the story with that was that she said I do my own stunts, and then everyone saw pictures of her stunt double, so they were like, clearly you don't. But is there anything else to that, or is that the whole story?
I think
they had
that's
pictures
it.
of her. They had pictures of her on set doing quote unquote stunts, hanging from rope.
And everyone knows.
Well,
the insurance companies don't let them do their own stunts.
And it would be fine for her to say, for insurance purposes, they wouldn't let me do my own stunts. I would have liked to do my own stunts. Next time I do a movie, I'm going to try and see if I can do my own stunts.
All she should have said was, I did some of my stunts.
I did some of them.
The end. Yeah,
but props to my awesome stunt double, such and such, who did a great job and deserves a lot of credit. And we should give a lot of, notoriety to stunt doubles who potentially put themselves in harm's way for other people.
Can you imagine what they think? Another fucking actor saying that they're doing our job.
Michael Nowacki in chat said that she was talking about the stunts for Endgame, not for his solo movie.
What were her stunts?
In game, she just stood there.
Well, this
All
is
she
the
did
thing.
was
I was going to
fly
ask that
around, which is
question
visual
about Captain
effects.
Marvel. What were her
Oh
stunts?
my gosh.
She gets punched by Thanos. She's headbutted by Thanos. That was her
Could you
stunt.
imagine if Henry Cavill was like, I did all my stunts for Superman. Oh, you mean those times when you're hanging around?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. There's
punching buildings.
There's a chance that she meant to say some other thing, but it just didn't look fucking good for sure. Because it's because of that stupid thing where she said, "I'm not the next Tom Cruise. I'm the next B." It was like, wow, okay. Like
He was just joking.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, like, you could have taken the route of being like, you know, Tom Cruise is great, but yeah, I wanted to see if I can get around to doing that myself, because like I'd like to be able to do my blah blah. But no, she's like, I want to be the next me, yo. It's like, okay.
You should be able to achieve that goal, being the next you.
I don't think anybody could do it quite like you do.
Anyway, we'll see what else we got going.
I believe in that. But I've seen like 3 of these videos, and I think I get the gist of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Brie Larson is a bad actress
I'm
or a bad
buffering
Captain
right now.
Marvel because she doesn't smile.
Hold up, I'm still stuck at 238 and his goofy ass grin.
Oh, we're on 249 now.
Oh well.
Oh well. Okay. Well, tell how was it?
It was awful.
Oh, I'm at 249 now.
But
I still missed those 11 seconds.
Do you want to see them again, Ranks? Do you want to see what you missed?
I saw.
It was so good. Though.
I don't want to generalize, but I didn't see 11 seconds.
Sort of bad
I feel like I
Captain
missed the whole
Marvel
thing.
because she doesn't smile, or she doesn't show emotion, or she doesn't have a character.
Is it harsh to say she was very limited in her performance of Captain Marvel? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, that was a very what's a nice way to say it? Her performance was neutrally stoic.
And like
flat.
Maybe I would have thought it was better if not for the fact that I've seen her act better.
Flat like her ass. Am I right, guys?
Oh.
And just because you can act in one movie doesn't mean you can do every role that's offered
Well,
to you.
yeah, that's kind of my point though, is that I've
got
seen
no charisma.
her done amazingly, or at least done great. So seeing this in the movie, I was just like, yeah, she's saying lines. She nailed it.
And after seeing Unicorn Store, we have a precedent. We have a pattern developing.
Yes. But yeah, you know,
I haven't enjoyed that yet.
Whether or not someone is acting well is an interesting topic. It's just that, yes, a lot of people came away from her performance very bored.
Arc, and you know, it's also because she's a woman. Look, I'm sure there's reasons why.
Ooh, let's give that another look. Let's just go again.
Or she doesn't show emotion.
Sorry, we got to get this whole sentence, I guess.
Yeah, we got to make
these
sure
videos, and I think I get the gist of all of them. Basically, Brie Larson is a bad actress or a bad Captain Marvel because she doesn't smile, or she doesn't show emotion, or she doesn't have a character arc. And you know, it's also because she's a woman. Look, I'm sure.
Okay, so earlier on in this video, you said if you don't like this movie, that doesn't mean you're sexist. And here we are, like 12 seconds later, being like. Implying that, yeah, if you didn't think your character was good as Captain Marvel, you're sexist.
I guess.
Like, pick one, man. Pick one.
I guess he should have said at the beginning, it also doesn't mean you're not a sexist.
It's like, don't be so non-committal. I was like, if you're going to be a wrong asshole, at least show a little bit of conviction and stick to it.
Well, and this is the problem. It's too... so that's like, that would be a red flag for me watching this video. I'd be like, oh, this isn't going to be very genuine, because he's clearly got
That's the non-insult, really. That's like borderline non-insult, because he starts it and he cuts it off. Like, it's like, oh, it's a joke. He's like, no, it's not a joke.
There's no faster way to lose my attention than telling me I don't like something because I'm bigoted. I'm like, okay. That was a great argument. I kind of want to go watch something else now. That's not even an argument. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's very sarcastic. I just, yeah, whatever, let's kick on.
I'm sure there's reasons why people don't like this movie, and I'm sure there's genuine reasons why people don't like this movie.
Yeah.
And that's obviously fine. I'm not.
So there are reasons and genuine reasons.
The reasons are
genuine reasons.
But also because she's a woman. They're like, okay, well, all right.
Yeah, you have generally made up reasons. That's good.
I'm gonna write this one down. So talk amongst yourselves. I mean, I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm writing the 7th quote now. So.
And didn't he say earlier he doesn't like to generalize?
He did.
Because I think that he was. I think
lying.
He was telling a lie. I think he was. I think he was telling the lie. I think he really does like to generalize because he fucking.
Well, the thing is when people say that, it's like red flag for me when someone says, I don't do this bad thing. It's like, why'd you say that then? Like, why'd you even need to tell me that?
I'm gonna
I love to generalize personally.
I'm gonna
it's one of my favorite things to do.
I'm gonna morph his comment, and this is how it will be delivered in April 1st, 2020. But I'm gonna say there are reasons to dislike this. There are also genuine reasons. Some people hate women, but then move on. So it's like a genuine reason.
You were sexist or a monster because you gave Captain
just
Marvel
did.
a 2 out of 5.
You did though. You just did. You can't do both. You're doing both of the things.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What did he say?
He said that he's not gonna call you a sexist for disliking the movie, and it's like, but you did though.
Yeah, and he's about to, because the part I've seen of this is where he calls me a sexist.
Oh, Jesus!
Fine, I'm not gonna call you a sexist or a monster because you gave Captain Marvel a 2 out of 5. I couldn't.
2 out of 5? That's overrated as fuck.
2 out of 5.
Her face sums up the movie.
That's a 4 out of 10.
Her face was dull, and this isn't a sexist comment. Her face was dull, and boring, and just flat. It's not because she's a woman; it's because her face was expressionless.
Don't you
dull
think that the 2 stars out of 5 is sexist, though, Rags? Just the star rating in general is sexist. Don't you think that the way that this person uses words is
Look
sexist?
at his name.
Look at the font. That's pretty sexist.
DK9318. DK.
Dick King.
Dick. 900,003 fuck lots of inches. Big dick.
Look at his profile picture.
Is.
That's pretty sexist.
Yeah, that's like
man.
a nipple. Yeah, that's like a nipple.
This is disgusting. We need to stop this. Dick King 9318.
Connor, I want to.
Fuck.
Let's hear
But
it.
a lot of the reviews, especially the ones here on YouTube,
Why is your camera out of focus?
they tend to be.
Well, it's got him in focus and the background's out. That's alright, isn't it?
Well, no, it is not really because it shifts a little bit.
Oh, well, yeah.
Because if you're going to stay the same distance away from the camera, they don't have an autofocus. So if you move your hand or something, it unfocuses your face and has to refocus.
Especially the ones
See,
here on YouTube.
it gets so blurry.
They tend to be a little
narrow.
sexist. Like, there's this one video that just goes...
Oh, no!
Who could that be?
I think we know this man. He has to
MooLer,
be stopped.
you're a sexism.
I'm a little, you said it. I'm a little sexist. Go on. Yeah, that's one of my arguments in there.
You're a sexman.
One out of the fucking 200 arguments I made was a sexism, I think. Let's hear it.
In excruciatingly boring detail how she is a horrible character and how she's a boring lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he presents
Now,
a massive
what
list
is
of
it?
arguments.
What does it tell you when someone can talk for literally hours about how...
Tells you the film was great.
Captain Marvel,
Look how many long man bands are in chat right now.
So this video's got 1.7 million views and 62,000 up, 3.8 thousand down. Pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I was really happy with that video. It took fucking ages to make.
Well, yeah, because it's 1.7 million views, so that's way bigger than your normal audience. So you're reaching out into people who don't know anything about you or your channel, just general. You're reaching out to the general audience at that point, and people are like all down for it.
And how long did we fucking talk about Captain Marvel, Fringy? Like,
how
many hours?
Because every time it's like, hey, so what about this?
What about this thing that ruins the entire movie again? You're like, oh.
It's mind-numbing. The person in this video uses the scene in Captain Marvel in which Carol Danvers...
Dude, just say his name. Like, why you
just
gotta
say
be like...
MooLer.
The person in this video,
this guy,
you shall
this
rename
dude.
him.
Fucking cowardly faggot. Say his name. Say his name.
Say my name.
Say his name! Is basically outside a shop, and some dude on a bike tells her to smile more. And then when the dude goes inside the shop to presumably harass some more women...
Telling a woman to smile is harassing
Now,
her.
that is literally, like, by definition, it's literally not harassment, because harassment... I'm just, like, seriously?
Like
it's
telling someone to
not what you said it
smile,
was.
that's harassment.
If he said it a second time, then sure, maybe, but, like... it's literally not. Like,
and they wonder why a lot of men walk around on eggshells with women these days.
Well,
like, don't tell her to smile. That's harassment.
There was a conversation in a thread about this. It was like, is there no time where you can like even say that nicely? Like you can go like, oh, you know, you look gorgeous when you smile. You know, something like that. You'd be like, oh, harassment.
Or just like, why are you down today? That makes me unhappy to see you
Turn that
unhappy.
frown upside down.
Remember, there's nothing more sexist than feeling kind of unhappy when you see someone else unhappy. That's bad, and you should stop.
Plus, he's completely making the thing up about him going in.
I skirt around it. I tell my girlfriend to stop pouting. That's how I get around it.
That's probably harassment too, though. Well, this is the thing. Do you see what I think is the top comment on my video? It had like 17k upvotes. So if you can find it, it says, "I said hello to Brie Larson the other day. My court date is next week."
Yeah. And this clip looks even worse when you consider the scene they almost put in the film.
Let's listen to his review of the clip as it stands. It's pretty funny.
Portrays her as a bad role model for little girls. Like, this fucking guy really cares what little girls think. To be
yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, Brie Larson steals his property.
Funnily
because
enough,
he told her to smile.
Got two sisters with kids now who are ages 4 and 5. So I actually care if they're trying to look. If they look up to Captain Marvel, I'd be like, ooh, don't steal stuff from people and don't beat people.
I also like what if it turned out that you had a daughter and it's just like you give a shit what your daughter thinks? Like, it's like, oh, okay, all right.
Why does Sargon care about young men?
Oh look, Jay said you should show the full vision of the scene where she tortures the dude. We actually watched it at the beginning of this stream, so if anyone wants to go back, you'll see us covering it, and it's much worse.
It's bad. Like, she's like an outright fucking villain.
It's so weird as well, because you'd think they knew that when doing it, because he's like, hey, smile, and then she goes, how about a handshake? And he goes, oh, okay, and then she electrocutes him and forces him to give up his vehicle, his clothing, under the threat of losing an arm.
There's like, I will physically maim you permanently if you don't give me your clothes and your property.
Just like, okay.
Also, I'm torturing you right now.
This is what I mean. It's like if someone's like, is it good to look up to Iron Man? And if you look at all of his films, I'd be like, he's a flawed guy, and there's a lot of scenes where maybe he does some things that you probably wouldn't want kids to think is the best way to go, but it's at least a realistic portrayal of someone who makes decisions based on, like, their perspective being that it's the right thing to do, or sometimes they can be reckless. With Captain Marvel, it's, like, portrayed as the correct thing. What she's doing is, like,
just robbing people in the street.
What's worse about that scene, too, is the guy offers to help her.
Like, imagine in a school with these, like, 6-year-olds or whatever, and a boy is like, you have a cute smile, and the girl punches him. You piece of shit.
And then everyone claps. No.
She takes his jacket off him.
On the boy while he walks past in shame, just an adult's like, you piece of shit.
What a legend. And yeah, no, I don't care about that at all.
Vibes off. According to the person that made this video, that's not an appropriate thing to do? Or
yes, it's not appropriate to steal people's property.
No, it's not appropriate at all.
Man, someone annoyed me the other day, so I set his house on fire.
Apparently that's not an appropriate thing to do.
No, it isn't. It's super appropriate to just steal things from people who annoy you.
Yeah, just steal their property, steal their bicycle, steal their mode of transportation.
For all that she knows, he might, like, run a non...
Yeah.
Lives. She's just stolen his bike.
It's an equally moral argument to respond to somebody with a unwanted comment by threatening to maim them and steal everything.
I was about to write down the quote for this, and I was like, response to an insult, and I was like, well, it's not really an insult, light insult, and I was like, well, it's not even a light, it's a request to smile. What even is that?
He's flirting. He's lightly flirting with her. If someone flirted with me like that, I'd be like, hey, that's like a compliment.
Oh, sorry, I put are not appropriate responses. They are appropriate responses. Remember, people, violence and theft, all the way. Do it.
Don't do them.
No, do them.
Chat's pointing out he's all about that legal life.
not anymore.
But it's totally okay if she steals his motorcycle.
Do you think he's unaware that it's illegal to electrocute people who say hello to you?
Well, maybe where he's from, that's just like a thing that you do. Like if people talk to you on the street and you don't approve of it, then you are fully licensed to torture them, steal their property.
Shoot him in the leg.
You bring out like the rack or something from like medieval times. Like, come on, mate, jump on. It's about time.
How dare you speak to me?
Hashtag time's up. Good stuff. Good stuff. I like this guy. He's such a ledge.
Harass some more women. Carol steals his bike and drives off. According to the person that made this video, that's not an appropriate thing to do.
You even said steal. You said the word steal. It came out of your mouth. You said steal.
I'm surprised he said that I think it's not appropriate, as if he disagrees with that and doesn't qualify it. It's like, do you disagree with that? Like,
role model for little
this does recontextualize the Jewish remarks I made earlier.
To be honest, I don't really understand that one, because Carol Danvers as a character, she wouldn't straight up hurt that person, because
she literally did.
You wouldn't do that.
She wouldn't do it. They really
wouldn't do that. Come on, guys.
So, for clarification for chat, this was released before the new clip came out. He did not know that they were going to fuck his video up by releasing that video.
This is aged like milk.
Aged like milk.
Oh,
like
dear.
ramen milk.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You must be so upset.
Oh, man.
Let's hear it in full in case he says something else.
Girls think. To be honest, I don't really understand that one, because Carol Danvers as a character, she wouldn't straight up hurt that person, because I don't think that's
she doesn't have a moral compass.
But that guy was being
now,
property.
keeping in mind in this movie that she's gone woohoo like her former friends.
No, they were all evil.
Even let's stretch the definition of being a huge jerk to telling a woman to smile one time. That still doesn't give you license to steal their property.
Yeah, just in case Chad didn't hear that, because it paused just right after, but he just said, in fairness, the guy was being a huge jerk, as if that makes it okay to steal his vehicle. Like
that totally justifies it.
Straight up hurt that person.
And really, like, is that the worst way that he's ever? You know, like, for me, the threshold for a huge jerk would be, like, overtly negative. You know what I mean?
like
oh, fuck you, fringy piece of shit. It's like, yeah, fuck you, mate. Like,
the other day, my neighbor was playing music a little bit too loud, and I could hear it through the wall. So after they left for work the next day, I broke into their house and I stole their shit. And I'm completely justified. He was being a huge jerk.
Yeah, he was being a huge jerk. Like, I don't see why you have any kind of.
So enjoy your not TV.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Like, this is sad.
I don't think that's her moral compass. But that guy was being a major jerk to her.
Oh,
so I don't think it's out of her character to steal his bike and then ride off.
Like, this is
out
generally
of character for him to steal. What the
it's out of character to do the things that she literally does in the film.
But he just said, like, it makes sense that she would do that. It's like, that's our point. It's bad that it makes sense that she would do that.
Oh man, this is like a parody video.
You know what?
This is the kind of thing someone a parody video would say.
So this will be a little bit of a tangent, but this is just reminding me of something. Have you guys heard of the Thermian argument?
No. Maybe.
So it's getting brought up a lot by. I call them bread tube because everyone's apparently calling them bread tube. It's the selection of Dan Olson, Lindsay Ellis, H Bomber guy Sean, and a couple of others.
Oh, the Dum Dums.
So the Thermian argument is something I've been accused of as well. A lot of people apparently make it. It's a bad thing to do. So if I said to Rags, I don't like Captain Marvel because her actions can lead to children in real life doing this, thinking that it's a good thing, and then you say back to me, it makes sense that she did it because she's a Kree warrior and they're brutal. You've justified it in the source while I'm criticizing the effect it can have. So you created, that's what's called a Thermian argument. You've essentially not counted. You've not counted.
I mean, is that like I don't? media's responsibility to tell people
Well,
how to
yeah,
behave?
so this is the thing. I'm not sure which part of this I want you specifically to respond to, but there's a couple of layers. So, with Daenerys in Game of Thrones, right? Lindsay Ellis said that it's bad because Jon killing Daenerys allows so much more like domestic abusers to go on thinking, you know what? I'm just like Jon Snow killing Daenerys. They forced me to do this. I'm hitting them. Because
Lindsay Ellis is a fucking retard.
I said that in a tweet. Well, I didn't say that, but I said that this interpretation is retarded to the point of like I referenced Ollie in season 6. It's a kid that Jon Snow is like a mentor to and a father figure to for a few seasons, and then when Jon Snow lets the wildlings into the north, the Night's Watch betray / execute him for betraying the Night's Watch, and Ollie's one of the kids, or one of the people who's involved, and he's like I want to say like a 9-year-old at that point, not sure. When Jon gets resurrected, spoilers, he executes all the people who betrayed him, or at least the biggest people, and Ollie's one of them. He literally hangs a kid. It's a bit brutal, but that's what happens. And so I said, you see, this is bad because it's going to tell fathers everywhere that they can abuse their kids because it's the right thing to do. Because, you know, they forced them to. They betrayed them. You know, that's how that works.
Well, imagine getting through 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, and in the last episode, a chick gets stabbed, and you're like, well, this could be a bad influence to the people.
Daenerys was being a big jerk, so it's justified.
I've seen people argue the same thing about South Park, especially lately. Like, a generation of young boys like saw Cartman as a figure to sort of replicate, and it's like, you know that Cartman's like, he's the villain of the show.
So this is the thing. I was accused of using a Thermian argument against Lindsay because I was saying it makes... my counter was that Daenerys, if anything, is the abuser in the relationship, and Jon killing her was something he was 100% against. He did it because he was convinced that it was going to save the universe, basically. And he regretted it like immediately too, and then he goes to prison. So there's plenty to argue that this is not in any way like the relationship an abuser would have for their wife / spouse. And so they were like, you missed the point, MooLer. She's saying that it's a bad influence, whether or not that is inaccurate. And I was like, no, you missed my point. I'm saying her interpretation is wild. It would be like me...
It was insane.
Yeah, like, and then if they were like, no, they started doing the whole, like, you really think there's only one correct interpretation? I was like, no. It's like...
Like, there's a sane person's interpretation, and then there's you.
Like, if I said Shrek was pro-Trump, they'd be like... How? And then I go...
He wants to build a wall.
Yeah, he wants to build a wall around his swamp. And they knew, the writing and directing team knew that Trump was going to run eventually, and that was going to be his platform, and that's what Shrek was for. It was to get us on board with Trump early on. It was to get to the kids.
It was gaslighting white nationalists.
And see, I would be like, you're insane. That is an insane interpretation. And it's almost like, all interpretations are valid. All interpretations are valid. It was his swamp.
Draining the swamp.
This is the thing, you could probably make this argument, but yeah, so that was my point, is that and the problems with Game of Thrones, man, like, the writing is horrendous, and then you have people being like, you know what the real problem is? It's encouraging men to beat women. It's like, what?
Adults who get their moral values from Game of Thrones, that's the real problem.
Yeah. Yeah, so what's funny is he's just made the Thermian argument, quote-unquote, to us. We're saying... It's bad that she does these things, and it's a really bad influence. And he's saying, yeah, but, you know, the guy in Universe was being kind of an asshole. It's like, that doesn't change anything about our criticism, really, at all.
Also, that's just an extra bad argument you've given us.
Yeah, so...
Which was actually even funnier than the first.
I mean, this video's been pretty funny.
So I don't think it's out of her character to steal his bike and then ride off with it.
That's a lot about her character.
That's just
right.
Her way of saying, look, fuck
superhero.
This guy. I'm not going to drop to his level and be an asshole to him.
I'm not going to
drop to his level.
I'm going to resort to
steal his car.
I'm not going to stoop to his level.
I'm not going to drop.
Well, yeah, Captain Marvel's not stooping to his level. She's going way below his level by committing a felony.
Yeah. She could be arrested in universe while they fucking.
I'm not dropping to his level. I'm dropping way lower.
Way lower. I'll show him. Here's how you really annoy people.
Can you imagine the bikey dude telling his friends later on what happened? And he's like, "You sure that's all you said?" And she took your motorbike and threatened to rip your hand off. He's like, Fucking just said hello to her. Like I just said, smile.
Like she was pretty.
Don't forget. Also, in universe, it's set in the 90s, not fucking the wacko times of 2019 where you can't say shit anymore.
Yeah, you'd think that
that's right.
90s women would actually be like, oh, that's potentially this man saying I'm attractive, which is friendly. But no, you can't do that anymore because it's offensive.
I don't think people like this guy understand how like
that,
dating works and approaching people works.
Well, this is what you were just saying about like how no wonder men are getting put off by like doing standard courtship sort of things. It's like, oh, I might go to jail. Oh, it's insane. But
story time. A new CVS opened up down the street, and I went in one day to check it out, and there was a gal behind the counter. Young gal behind the counter, and when I went up to do my checkout, she says, "Oh, I'm so jealous of guys who have better looking hair than I do," and so I punched her and I stole her bike
because you didn't want to go down to her level.
Yeah, I wanted her to go. I wanted her to go down a level physically to the floor. I stole her shit.
And in fairness, in the thread talking about this scene that came out, the new one, there was people being like, "You do realize women face this every day." Like I was like, "Face what?" They were like, "This is a real problem. Women constantly get berated by men." And it's like, what do you? This is how do you? It's like you see, it's like this is like the most pandering content ever because there's actually people out there who see what happened here, this exchange, as being completely justified. That's not good.
You know, 95% of women prefer that the man makes the first move to start dating or start a relationship.
Unless it's a low move. When got to be a high move ring.
But you got to remember, people defended that Gillette ad where the guy stops the other guy just for going to talk to a girl.
Yeah.
Like
a girl's walking down the street. Makeup on, hair did, dressed nicely.
I wonder how many women out there would be like, man, I would actually want guys to maybe talk to me. That
dude was handsome too. That was a good-looking guy.
Yeah, he was a good-looking guy.
Yeah, and then he got stopped by saying, "You can't just talk to women in public, dude."
What's wrong with
thanks, Devontae.
The best of man can
talk to someone.
You saved her. You saved her from my meanness.
They could have got married, had 6 kids, a wonderful life together, but no.
Fucking Devontae.
His bike and then ride off with it because that's just her way of saying, look, fuck this guy. I'm not going to drop to his level and be an asshole to him.
All right, so Hitler's way, when Hitler committed the Holocaust, that was just his way of saying, I wish you guys, would tone down on the Jewish stuff.
Did you already say at the end
his
there?
way of saying.
Did he just say at the end?
Yeah.
It was her way of saying she was smarter than him?
I'll just play it, make sure loud and clear, everyone hear this.
Her way of saying, look, fuck this guy. I'm not going to drop to his level and be an asshole to him.
Smarter than him.
I'm just going to be smarter than him.
I'm going to be smarter than a person and take their property. Wow. Just, wow.
So if you're stronger than someone, that's being smarter. Like, she just has this power, so that makes her smarter. She can beat up the weaker person.
I don't, how do you unironically say all this stuff?
If anything, it's incredibly stupid to steal people's property like that because that's illegal and the cops will eventually find the bike and track it down.
Another thing worthwhile to note as well is Superman. You remember in, Man of Steel when that guy is kind of being a dick to Superman in the bar and he just, just completely destroys his truck and nobody really was a fan of that? And everybody's like, yeah, Superman wouldn't do that. Superman wouldn't just destroy your property because you were mean to him. This is just normal human, behavior.
This guy is...
Man. This guy's world.
Talk about, because we can have fun here, but I'm like, Jesus Christ, do you know, your ideas are not, they're going to lead to bad places.
What if Brie Larson, the person, did this in real life? Would he defend it? If Brie Larson committed Grand Theft Auto in real life,
and more importantly, would he defend it? Would he defend it if a man was the person being asked?
Yeah, what if a woman went up to a man and said, "Hey, you're handsome,"
Which again, is that even harassment?
Of course not.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I think they would make the power dynamics fucking argument, even though the Viers is way more powerful than that guy.
But the thing is, as has already been established, harassment as like a legal concept, it has to be repeated. Like it literally cannot be once.
Even if you argue the principle of harassment, this isn't it.
No, of course not.
Like, it's too vague. I don't like.
Like if someone went up to God and said you should smile more, like what possible damage would that have in any way?
God's like, all right, so you're deleted.
Be smarter, steal, Bilbo the Hobbit burglar.
Be smarter, steal.
I'm glad that we've learned so much from this video. We should really follow this guy's ideas.
Be smarter than him.
Why would we say that? Why ever would we make that? Why would anybody say that?
We don't have to. We just watch your argument.
Look, before people accuse me of being a Captain Marvel, SJW, woke warrior, whatever the fuck people like to comment these days.
Okay, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah, we haven't used the words yet, but I mean, you've ticked a few boxes.
But why of all the stuff he could have talked about in your review, why did he hone in on the one vaguely political thing? Why didn't he talk about the other stuff? Like,
it's a hard to defend thing too. Like of all the things, if I was tasked with, you have to steel man captain a Marvel, you have to really make a good case for it. I would just like forget that scene exists.
Let's not go with that one. No, fuck that scene.
Because that's a trying to defend it would make your position look worse.
Yeah, I would go for probably any other. This is what I mean. It's like iconically bad at this point.
Whatever the fuck people like to comment these days. I just want to say that I don't think this movie is flawless. I don't think it's a 5 out of 5 cinematic masterpiece. I think there are plenty of problems in this film. Specifically, the fucking music. The music in this film is atrocious.
Oh,
yeah. Is it? Is it?
What
was it?
I can't remember the music.
I can't remember it. Yeah,
there's a fucking Nirvana song in this movie. Like, is he sure?
This fucking
Come As You Are. Yeah. But like, it's such a weird criticism. I don't even remember thinking the soundtrack was awful.
I'm kind of tired of people just saying, "Oh, Avengers." You know, like in Endgame, how there's that song when can we talk spoilers for like Endgame at this point?
Endgame spoilers.
I think you should have seen Endgame by now. Well, remember the directors have said the spoiler thing has been lifted even. So.
Okay, all right. Well, you know how like because the common because everybody keeps citing that Every Frame of Pause video where he says, and I like Every Frame of Pause, but I didn't like that one. It was the Marvel movies have forgettable music. You know how like the Avengers
talking about EFAP?
You said Every Frame of Pause.
Every frame of painting.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought you
was getting heavy.
Yeah, I thought you were actually about to like say something's wrong with EFAP. I was like, okay, go on. All right, let's do this if you want
it. Let's hear your argument. Let's do it. All right, bold move, but I can respect it.
I'm kind of like sick of people saying that the music in the bad. Like, there's a lot of good music in the Marvel. Endgame had several good tracks. Like, I could just say what they are, and then you look them up. Like the Portals one, when they all showed up through the portals.
The Portals one where they all showed.
Yeah, Tony Stark's funeral. Tony Stark's funeral is a really.
When he
good
says
one.
like, "Can you hum anything from the MCU?" I'm like, "Avengers." Anyone?
Avengers?
There you go. Beautifully done.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I didn't want to. I just woke up.
But no, he didn't like the music. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, but I would love for him to qualify there because again,
either he won't, or it'll be the thing where they go, the music was kind of bland, kind of the same thing you get in a lot of them. Didn't really like it.
Because people are even saying it in the chat, right? They're specifically citing the song that I'm talking about, Street, who's composed a lot of good music.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what to say when people keep saying, "Oh, it's forgettable." It's like, it's not. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't forgotten some of it, so it's not. I don't give a fuck. All right, next, go. Continue.
Score is good. I think the score is fine, but
it's good. It's fine. Is it good or is it fine?
Tracks that play are pretty terrible. Whoever came up with the idea to use that song, like "I'm Just a Girl."
Oh well, you know what? I agree with him on that one. That was a horrible choice.
I agree, but
it was
what
eye
I think
rolly
this
part
means,
of the film.
I think that this guy is a misogynist.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean,
the secret misogynist.
It is a female performer.
The name of the song and the lead singer is female. It's Just a Girl. Does he hate women?
Yeah.
Does he
Yeah,
hate girls?
I don't get it. It's a girl singing about girls.
If it was just a boy, he
for
would have liked
main
it.
He doesn't care about little girls at all.
No, this is a horrible man.
During that fight scene should be blacklisted and never hired again. Because that was one of the worst things.
All right.
Oh my
real.
god.
Not even I go that far.
Wait, no, hold on a second.
I haven't asked for any blacklisting.
Someone said I made a bad argument. So you're wrong. Alright. Do I need to, like, just spend the next half hour explaining why the Avengers theme is good? Like, is this what it's going to come down to?
What are those things on his right arm, right hand? That string.
I guess they're diversity bands.
But because one of them's gay and one of them's brown.
Yeah, he's a level 3 warlock.
Level 3 Diversalok. You can cast Rainbow at level 5, I think.
You can cast the gay suit.
The gay.
How does someone
That
have
was
less
so
manly hands than me?
Stupid. Like, it's so mind-numbingly obvious. Like, what an obvious fucking music choice.
Yeah.
So
is that like the first right thing he said?
He got a bootleg Chinese copy. It's
Guys,
funny.
he got a point. Well done, dude.
So, is the music worse than Grand Theft Auto?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, and abuse. Can't forget to throw that in there.
Yeah.
Let's put an end to this.
The whole hatred for Brie Larson's interpretation of Captain Marvel kind of reminds me of Henry Cavill's version of Superman, in the sense that just because the character isn't smiling or quipping every 5 minutes, it doesn't mean they're boring
that's the reason.
or unlikable.
Alright, well, with Superman, we're talking like some real fun issues. The fact that he's kind of an asshole and he gets a lot of innocent people killed.
What, are you describing Captain Marvel?
No,
Yeah, Captain Marvel just... Well, I mean, if there were real-life consequences to the things she does, yeah, there'd be insane amounts of dead people.
Well, there is insane amounts of dead people. She knocked out 2 giant starships in that film. One of which was a definitively positive, like, good faction, morally good faction.
As was established, yeah.
And the other one was a faction she belonged to yesterday, but, she's better than them now.
Why does he have to address the shallowest arguments? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Superman wasn't
That's what
happy
video
enough in
essays
Man of Steel.
that's what you gotta do. Grand Theft Auto's fine, but some people thought she was bad because she didn't smile.
Mm-hmm.
And those people can just get their fucking car stolen.
His argument's strange because he's actually saying you're right in that's how she is, but then you're just wrong. Like, he's not arguing that we're getting her character wrong or her acting wrong or her facial expressions. He's just saying, yeah, she's like that. She robs from people. She'll threaten people. And she can't act. But you're still wrong.
I thought it was interesting that he was like, just because they're like stoic or emotionless or have like a stronger attitude doesn't mean they're boring. It's like, how can you define what boring is for a person?
No, shut up, MooLer. Tywin's boring.
No.
What? You fucking what?
It just means they're going through a certain character arc. Specifically for Danvers, as this
The arc of can she not be boring? The answer was no.
whole movie is about her rediscovering her humanity.
Rediscovering her... yeah, she doesn't even give a shit about her parents.
I was going to say, what humanity does she rediscover exactly?
She realizes that she got
You don't
superpowers
even-
from an engine.
You don't even get the scene, the one where you go, hey, you remember this? And she's like, what is that? It's like, this is the Rubik's Cube you always used to play with. And then she starts playing with it, and she's like, I don't get it. She's like, you used to try and get one color on one side, and she keeps playing with it. And then we come back to a scene later, and one side is done, and she keeps playing with it. And she's just like, I remember this. And then you're just like, oh, she's getting her groove back.
I also, isn't that a little bit human supremacist? She's rediscovering her humanity. Why isn't she like discovering her inner Kree or inner
Kree-manity,
any
Skrull-manity?
Well, it's just the Skrulls, they're bad, but when she figures out that she's a person, she becomes good. It's like, that sounds a little bit, gotta put you on a watch list there. You're a bit of a human supremacist.
I want this guy to tell us what her character is. Just establish what her character actually is.
We've still got half a video, so we might get there.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe after telling us that all this stuff isn't her character. Maybe after all of these. Well, yeah, he's making all these arguments saying that the things that she does in the film aren't in line with her character. So I'm curious exactly what is her character then.
She rediscovers her humanity by robbing.
She rediscovers her humanity by robbing people and not giving a shit about her parents.
I've unironically seen the defense that she was unaware of the laws of man and that she was too used to fighting people who were threatening to her, so it makes sense that that's how she reacted in that situation. I was just like,
because that was a threat.
I was just like, either way, like even if she was like, oh, I'm sorry, that's not how you deal with people who tell you to smile. It's like there's never a moment like that in the film where she's like, oh, you know, I've been a dick to the people of Earth when they're not actually that bad at all. She's like, no, there's no remorse. She did the right thing.
Well, yeah, because it was a man.
Fucking men.
So I'm fucking sorry
You're just
that
like
she's
the
not
Kree man.
smiling every 5 minutes. Oh, she likes any character. She's fucking boring, man.
She is.
Did you just say she likes any character?
She lacks.
Oh, okay.
She lacks any character.
She lacks, but
which is true.
Yeah,
that's true.
I disagree.
I don't know what the weird zoom in was for, but
he was funny.
You know,
he's proud of that mustache.
Man.
I guess
And
I wouldn't
disagree with that as well because in like the first 10 minutes, we see her crack a joke.
You guys wouldn't happen to know how these things come off, would you? No? Fine.
Like,
yeah, that's really funny.
That's hilarious. That's her character.
It's meant to be a joke.
That's her character. Guys, this is her character. She made like a
Is that the bar
arguably
now?
not joke.
Your character if you've cracked a joke?
Attempted to crack a joke.
A quote-unquote joke?
Got him.
She said something that could be
man.
misconstrued as humorous. That's a character.
The little, like, I don't know what you call it, like the nod of the head, like, no? Alright. You're like, oh my god, you're really annoying.
It's one of those videos that you feel you could do a better job for him. Like he's picking all the wrong clips to use.
Yeah, it's like, no, let me help you.
I'll redo your video and make your argument better because you just like the motorbike scene and this. Like, don't
It's
go
funny.
there.
You look at this scene and you think, like, could you just imagine how different it would be even if it had all the same dialogue? You know, a bunch of bad guys come up. He's like, hey guys, how do I get this off? You know, and then start shooting at him or something. Like, you can make this joke work.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Because this is the thing, right? If let's just be biased right now. We all love Tony Stark because we're all toxic men. So let's throw him in there. And he's in his Iron Man suit. He's just got it working for the first time. And all these aliens come up to him and he goes, you guys wouldn't know how to get this off, would you? And then he looks around and he goes, no? Alright. I'd be like, ooh. That was...
Well, if he said it like that...
Yeah, that's my thing. So it's like...
Hey,
the
guys,
problem is we gotta fix the dialogue. Is my point? Is that it's not her? It's not only the delivery, but the fucking words. It's like nah. So I think the most Tony Stark thing I could think of off the top of my head, if you were to keep the first line, the you guys wouldn't know how to get this off, would you? He'd probably look around and go, didn't think so, or something like
There's
that.
There's also the lack of lines coming from the Skrull who are saying, no, we're friends. Calm down.
Exactly.
Could you imagine, you know, like you were surrendering, you just see some Red Army soldiers there and you just keep pointing the guns at them when you're meant to be surrendering? And then you're like, whoa, why are you shooting at us?
Oh, you need to calm down, Marvel lady. Let me explain the situation so we can avoid a lot of trouble in the future.
Like, you work hard to make arguments that are, like, tangible in a sense of there's actual things to latch on to instead of just Bree-Man bad. But they still interpret it that way. They're like, hey, because she doesn't smile. They're like, it's not really what we say. Okay.
so obviously she does have that humanity. She's just being told by
it's
Kree
obvious
that she shouldn't show that humanity. She shouldn't show that.
And
they don't say you can't show. She doesn't know she's human. What? No.
They don't even. Yeah, they tell her she's too emotional, but she keeps getting told that because she doesn't not do what they. Like, my point is that she's never been restricted in any way, other than that stupid thing on her neck that actually does fuck all. It turns out.
The Kree aren't like, you can't be human, and she's like, can't be what?
Yeah, they laugh. They get angry. They're not an emotionless society. It's actually very strange in the film where he's like, you stop it, control your emotions. It's like, why? I'm literally winning every fight that I use my emotions in. It's like, well, we don't like it. But again, she jokes with Jude Law. She shows care for Jude Law when they're in like the phone calls and stuff, and vice versa. Okay,
Space Subway.
This idea that her society is like, whoa, you can't have emotions, and that explains her attitude. It's like, no, you're making up a film that didn't happen.
Freedom and emotion.
It's not like Equilibrium. Has anyone seen that apart from Alex?
Yep. Yeah.
So like,
I saw it. It's good.
The portrayal. The portrayal is much clearer in that film that it's an emotionless society. And there was actually a movie details thing posted the other day that I saw on my phone, where, do you remember when he goes for the emotions test and he fails it toward the climax of the film, and then he shoots everybody in the room? He doesn't kill the guy who did the test, because the guy was afraid of him, and so that means the guy was not doing his emotionless pills, and that's why he doesn't kill him. And I was like, oh, I did good point. I always thought that he just didn't kill him because he didn't have a weapon. Yeah, so for anyone who hasn't seen that...
maybe he has no weapon, but he has emotions.
That is a weapon.
That's like the double whammy for survival.
Yeah, you tick both boxes. But, yeah, so point being, Equilibrium is, I guess it's all about a society that suppresses emotion, but the fucking Captain Marvel society, the Kree, they didn't have that at all. Do you remember when the team was, like, cracking jokes against each other on the way to their mission? It's like, yeah, they really suppress emotions here. It's totally, like... He's like, don't laugh, don't have levity.
That's just it's just a warrior thing. Like when you're in the middle of a fight, you need to think clearly and don't get too angry or emotional and do things that don't make any sense or that aren't tactical.
It's barely different from how we do stuff here, you know.
It's like the other enemy army made me mad, so I'm just gonna charge out there with a knife. It's like no, you gotta keep your head, man. Don't do stupid things.
Because that's a threat to them.
No. Not her emotions.
And she chooses not to and wins, and then she chooses not to later and wins. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say.
What is the arc?
Didn't that happen right afterwards?
I like what he says, literally the first
the
scene of the
arc
movie.
is.
It's like, oh... It reminds me of, like, I don't know, you have... people talking about the time travel-y stuff in Endgame. They're like, the Ancient One for one says... If you take a time stone out, it creates a new timeline. That's the only way to do it. And you're like, I know she says that, but it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't. You can't. Like, she symbolizes. You see it visually. It's like, yes, but that. We stop. That doesn't make sense. Like, stop it. It's like, yes, but that's how it goes. You're like, oh, okay.
Magic.
In this movie, Danvers is trying to prove something to Yon Rag, played by Jude Law.
Not really.
No.
Can anyone really say that? Like, where are the scenes for that?
Yeah, what is she trying to prove?
That's something that... And he said Yon Rag as well, isn't it?
His name is Youngledor.
Yon Rog.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever. Either way, that's something they really... If I was to rewrite the film, that's something I really would have had more focus on. I would have made their relationship much more... like they actually liked each other, and then over the course of the film it gets broken, sort of thing, instead of just they were acquaintances, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
In this movie, Danvers is trying to prove something to Yon Rag, played by Jude Law.
Just let us know when it's not tisming.
It's at 6:28.
Oh, I will drag it back to 6:20. I should just... There you go, you should be fine.
Control it.
It's not literally the first scene she wakes up, right?
It's the first
scene is her waking up. Yeah.
Danvers is trying to prove something to Yon Rag, played by Jude Law, and the Supreme...
People are saying young rags.
I'm an old man.
She's constantly wanting their approval. And by the end of the movie, she's like, I don't need your fucking approval.
She does what they say.
Those are words that she says at one point. Yeah, she says, I don't have to prove anything to you, but I mean, there's no...
Yeah.
It's really...
Like, at the beginning, I think she's just like, I don't know. Is she trying to... she's just doing what she's told, I guess?
I don't think that comes into it. There's no, like, line from Jude Law where he's like, you'll never be able to blah 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 if you can't blah blah blah. You have to prove your blah blah blah. They just fight, and then he's like, control your fucking emotions, crazy person. Then she's like, nah, and then beats him.
And then at the end, when she says, I don't have anything to prove to you, that they think they came so close to having a character moment, and they decided not to.
You're talking about when she drags him across the desert?
Well, yeah, when she just superpowers him into the canyon side and then drags him back. You could have had a character moment, but you were like, no, this was a giggle.
With one arm tied behind my back. But what happened?
What does that even mean if the fucking thing doesn't do anything?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get into it. My video does. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but it's long.
I love she pulls it off in the dream world, but in the real world it just blows off. It's like, how does that work? I agree with Kagiri. This movie is so trash. It's true.
I'm finally set free.
You know, I think the movie's message is pretty fucking sweet. It's like, you're not less of a person.
Her delivery was so good, too.
See, I get it. We'll say, well, the story has this thing in it, and they fail to recognize it's like, maybe that's what they were going for, but it was really badly executed. Like, if you told me this movie is about, I don't know, being yourself, I'd be like, really? Where'd you get that from? There's a reason for
it's
that.
Like if your parents are kidnapped and the protagonist says, I love my parents and I must go save them, but instead he goes to an ice cream parlar.
And then someone says, I really like that the film...
said...
Yeah.
Well, he said, so that,
People say she's my captain in chat. Fucking great. Top tier reference.
And I like the delivery. I've been fighting with one hand tied behind my back, but now I'm free.
It's like, oh, don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep.
Don't fall asleep. Don't do it.
Emotion. In fact, you're actually stronger than people that do not show emotion. There's this consistent criticism with women.
No, it's the magic space powers that make her stronger.
I'm also not sure that I agree with that either. The idea that sometimes you're being irrational when you're being emotional.
Especially when you're fighting. When you're fighting, cooler heads will prevail. You have to think logically, rationally. You have to think with tactics and strategy.
Yeah,
you can't get flustered.
I would take the reverse position what he just took. I'd be like, yeah, typically there's a pragmatic way to solve a problem, and emotions will often hinder the reaching of the pragmatic solution.
And when it comes to Captain Marvel, was it her emotions that made her stronger, or her god powers that made her stronger?
I mean, it's up to you, man.
I mean, it's a little balancing act. I understand.
It's all about interpretation.
In fact, you're actually
laser
stronger
beams
than
getting upset.
People that do not show emotion. There's this consistent criticism with women that
that's literally not true, though.
That's why they can't get certain jobs.
Women can't get certain jobs because they're too emotional. Okay.
All right.
Did he just say that?
He said he said that's a consistent criticism that women receive.
Is it?
Bitches are they get way too emotional though.
At his parents' dinner table, that's what he hears a lot.
Listen, I don't know if this guy's ever been in a fucking straight relationship. Probably not. But if you've ever been in a straight relationship or hang out with the ladies, women do tend to get emotional.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a balancing act because men can be a bit too emotionless sometimes. It's possible.
Yeah, I don't think it's even controversial to say that generally women are more emotionally outgoing than men are.
Because it's not necessarily a negative thing.
Yeah,
to
it's just
it's different more so than.
Didn't you get the memo? We're outlawing any differences. We're all the same. We can all go in the same sport. We're all men and women in the one body.
I don't know if this is shocking.
It's just up to you what you want to be.
Too emotional too. Men can go, roar and hit people or scream. It's possible. It turns out humans as a whole have this problem.
And this movie is like, no, showing emotion isn't a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. And I thought that was really sweet.
Showing emotion is not badass. I'm so sorry that you think showing emotion is bad.
I don't. There are movies where they don't do that. Is that you remember how in Seven, how Brad Pitt's Gwyneth Paltrow gets killed by Kevin Spacey, and then he shoots him in the head, and that basically ruins his career, and it forces a permanent wedge between him and Morgan Freeman. It's not a good ending. It's not a good ending for the characters, and that was because he was emotional and thereby making bad decisions.
Yeah,
I mean, Infinity War. I mean, that movie would have been over if Quill wasn't emotional.
Exactly.
Maybe he sees Infinity War as insulting. I don't know.
When I was watching Endgame and bawling like a child, I didn't feel badass in that moment. Who's that fucking badass down there in the front row crying?
You're fucking badass, dude. Let me lick those tears. Badass.
But where's he even getting it from? she's flying off with the woohoo as people are dying. Like, where is the emotional badass? It's just like she's retarded. She doesn't understand what's happening.
Like, these were your friends yesterday.
She doesn't understand what's happening.
I mean, it's emotionally stunted, right? Like,
Yeah, no, she seriously lacks the ability to empathize with the events taking place. That is her problem. Oh, Jesus. It's such a bad movie. Everything is wrong with it.
Sweet. That was a very, very touching message to get across to the audience. We see this directly paralleled with the antagonist, quote unquote, Talos, played by Ben Mendelsohn, who,
In the scene that you're showing, how come he didn't say, "No, wait, we're friends"?
Oh god, that was so bad.
Just say, "No, wait, we have all the answers for you." Yeah, we're friends. Actually,
he doesn't just not say that. He says like such evil shit. He's like, they screwed with your head, didn't they? And you're like, well, why are you speaking like this?
Like both Captain Marvel and the audience are like, "Yeah, you're the bad guy."
Just like when she leaves, like, "Sir, maybe you should have said, anything else to her."
Like, "No, wait, we're friends. We're trying to help you."
Oh, so fucking dumb.
They brainwashed you. We'll explain everything. We have all the evidence you need to believe us.
Green alien dude that can shapeshift. He's just a dad that wants to find a home for his family.
Yeah, which is pretty consistent with.
And yet it never came up.
The first half of the movie is a different character.
I got a kid. All he needs to do was get out his wallet. He's like, "Look, see, there's little Susie."
That's the funny thing about it, is because it's like everyone wants to praise Ben Mendelsohn. It's like, absolutely, he did a really good job playing both of those characters.
Yeah, he did the script justice.
I mean, when I heard that the Skrulls were going to be portrayed as good guys, I was like, this sucks. This is fucking stupid. The Skrulls are one of the most iconic villains in the Marvel
Wow, so Skrull can't be a hero. Okay.
Wow, so fucking racist. I think the people who think this I think they're racist, quite frankly. Yeah. There might be legitimate and real reasons why you think that way, but you also
racist.
Now, if you hate all Kree, that doesn't mean you're a Kreeist, but it probably means that.
I don't like to generalize, but all of the Skrulls are bad guys.
Bringing as a Greenman yourself, how do you feel about this racism?
Man, I'm shaking right now.
Oh god!
Yikes!
Yikes! Indeed.
Literally.
Yikes! Indeed.
That's a cosmic yikes.
That's the cosmic yikes.
Most iconic villains in the Marvel catalog. Why would you make them good? But it works really well for the film. The movie
it doesn't at all.
I like how they forget a Skrull.
Skrulls as immigrants and refugees, and the symbolism or the metaphor is.
So I think the problem here is that by showing Captain Marvel punching an old lady on the tram, whatever it's called, train, I think that is encouraging young women to go around and punch older women. But is like, listen here, I'm the top dog.
Let me present the Thermian argument. Okay, the Thermian argument is that the old woman was a bad man.
Oh, okay.
Done.
That's why I punched him.
We did it. We had a conversation.
So you should punch all of them just to make sure they're all baddies.
Yeah.
But you can't let one guilty old woman go free.
Well, we've already established punching them is far better than saying anything to them. So
at least she didn't steal her stuff.
Yeah. And did we see the whole scene? Did the woman ask her to smile? Can we check this? Science, please?
The woman smiled on her own. She didn't even have to ask.
That's probably more offensive, I think.
She preemptively smiled, which is a breach of etiquette.
To be honest, I'm disgusted.
Deserving of a punch.
Disgusted that they would even cast an old man in this product. Disgusting.
Yeah.
He portrays the Skrulls as immigrants and refugees, and the symbolism or the metaphor is,
guys.
It's a fucking Marvel movie, so it's very in your face and it's very obvious.
Yeah, they're immigrants, guys.
But it works. Okay.
Yeah, be nice to immigrants.
Is that the message? It's like just like.
I mean, really, like if that was the first thing, if you're gonna draw parallels, is it not like? Are the Kree not trying to exterminate Skrulls from the universe? That seems more like a parallel to genocides than refugees.
It depends.
And are they immigrants or refugees? Those are different things. They seem to be refugees, not immigrants.
And you know what refugees they
maybe they're refugees.
They speak menacingly and ominously to the protagonist, like, "Oh, I really messed you up. Now let me in."
also, all of these refugees, we give them a ship so they can fuck off. So what exactly is the message here? I'm confused now.
Get them out of here, you know, like
get them out of here.
So then, you know, they rock up at the border, and it's like, okay, guys, you're not allowed in, but here's a coupon for, I don't know, like Taco Bell. You guys like tacos, don't you? Get out of here.
Yeah. Instead of living here with us, here's a boat. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fringy, that sounds very familiar.
I'm saying if we're taking this theme or message the way the movie portrays it, I'm like, well, this is okay.
Someone posted this in the Discord as of me complaining that there's not enough darkness lately.
Not enough darkness.
Love it. But yeah, back to this wondrous video.
I thought it worked really well. And to the people that are commenting,
explain
like,
why?
oh, you know, the Skrulls are good now. It's like, no, they're not. The filmmakers are just saying that these Skrulls are good.
So the Skrulls are good then.
These are the last of them. These are
there's like
that's all there
is. Some out there, but this is basically all the Skrulls.
Oh,
so they are all good.
All of the Skrulls you view in the film are good. It's like, no, only these ones. Oh, okay, so
only all the ones you see.
Like all of them are under the control of, is it Talos is his name? So yeah, if he's morally good, then the idea would be his army would be functioning under his orders. Fuck it, whatever.
There are good Skrulls and there are bad Skrulls, and in this film, we saw the good Skrulls.
Yeah, we literally only saw.
Remember the good Skrull who tries to murder Plank at one point when she's
just shoots at her while she's talking to Nick Fury.
The good Skrull who tries to kill Nick Fury. So many good Skrulls. Hashtag not all Skrulls.
Hashtag not all Skrull.
It's being used in the reverse. Like, not all of them are good. Hashtag not all.
A duality of Skrull.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Duality of Skrull? You seeing this? Somebody alone here? Oh, Jesus. We haven't got enough time for the duality of Skrull.
Duality of man. You ever heard that saying? A duality of Skrull. How about that? I love my man.
You
Ben
ever read a
Mendelsohn,
book?
you know,
Fucking
seeing an
thick
Aussie in a big movie.
Duality of
it's nice,
Skrull?
especially when it's an Aussie.
Wait, I think we're out of sync.
Nice.
Oh,
8:32?
Yeah.
I was dragging back to 28.
Duality of Skrull.
Right.
How about
Duality of
I love my man
Skrull.
Ben Mendelsohn, you know, seeing an Aussie in
You
a
need to
big
put that in
movie,
your video.
it's
Just
nice.
randomly duality of Skrull.
We'll just cut to it with no context.
This game mechanic is often referred to duality of Skrull.
He just said seeing an Aussie in a big movie is nice.
Yeah.
And all I can think is like,
He's
there's
about
a
to-
lot of.
He's about to cream his pants that he's getting represented.
Well, I mean, you know,
There are a lot of
representation's
Australians
important. Remember, you got to get it because fuck, there's people out there who don't even like. Where's fetus representation? There's a lot of those in the world, and I don't see many of them in movies. Have you guys seen many of them?
I don't know what about
Where are the fetus actors? I don't know.
They were in Agony.
Oh,
Wait till he sees Thor. He's really going to lose his load.
Especially when it's an Aussie who's as nice and generous as Ben Mendelsohn, who is
good old Ben.
a true legend of Australian cinema.
Okay.
And it's, I'm very happy that he's in one of these gigantic Marvel films. You know, I
okay.
really enjoyed the fact that he was just a guy
shame
trying to look
that-
for a home for his family.
He
was
does
just-
know that like Ben Mendelsohn's been.
Ben Mendelsohn's been a
Like
shit ton of
Star
stuff.
Wars.
Yeah.
He was in he was in Ready Player One, which isn't much of a praise, but he was the best part of that movie too. That's it.
No more
Hey, remember that
stops.
good character in this bad movie?
No stop, Wallace. Soon the orphans will want representation. No, they don't have rights. We're fine. We'll never have rights. But yeah, he said like, fuck, I need to replay this so I catch it again.
Hashtag Scrollgate.
I'm very happy that he's in one of these gigantic Marvel films. You know,
Yeah,
I really
shit.
enjoyed the fact that he was just a guy trying to look for a home for his family.
Yeah, he was just a guy trying to look for a home for his family, which explains all the fucking times he's trying to kill everyone, and I just...
Yeah, I like how he's showing a scene where he's just beating up Nick Fury.
Oh,
He's
it
not
was-
shopping around for a mortgage. What are you on about?
You know, he wasn't just some asshole that wanted to destroy the universe or some shit. In fact, when I saw the movie, it just made me reflect on the comics and think, like, actually, why the fuck are there no good Skrulls in the books? Like, it's a
I don't
bit...
care about
How
the
do you know
books.
that there's not?
Because it's boring.
Do they show every Skrull in the comics? Are they a race
I don't
of
like
evil
to
men?
generalize, guys. I don't like to generalize.
I suppose there's like two of them. They're all the same, yeah.
unrealistic.
I read three of
He
the
really
books.
is a Skrullist. This is fucked up.
I think chat brought up a good point. Just like refugees in real life, sure, they're just looking for a new home, but a lot of rapes and murders and assaults just happen to occur whenever they're around. It's
Well,
weird.
I thought we
It's
established that like theft and abuse, like they're fine as long as they're not telling people to smile or some shit.
Oh
dude.
yeah.
Fucking hell.
An entire fucking species would be evil. Like, that's really ridiculous.
What about the Kree?
Oh, mate, no, come on, man.
You know, with the way that
Yeah,
some people...
the Kree.
and again, I don't want to...
A whole species, that's ridiculous. Oh,
Because remember, like, Captain Marvel indiscriminately obliterates Kree at the end of the movie. Like, she doesn't ask them, hey, so what are your political allegiances, guys?
Individually.
correct answer- yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous that all Skrull or all Kree could be bad, but fucking white people, am I right?
Oh man.
generalize, but there's a lot more men that hate this movie than there are women.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
You know what?
How
Well,
can
you know, he's
possibly
accidentally
let men
becomes
fill the film?
sexist. There's more reviewers that are men than there are women, I would imagine. That's the typical.
Yeah.
Therefore,
Most people who watch MCU movies are men, so of course, statistically,
what's the thing? If
you
one
know.
of my videos was really bad, the majority of the audience that I have right now is male. Therefore, I would conclude that it's a male thing to hate my video.
yeah,
Like,
most of my
yeah.
audience is probably male too, because
It
it's
must-
YouTube.
They hate the fact that I'm a strong, powerful female. You know.
But it's like, I'd be curious when he brings it up. Like, do you have a study? Do you have a like? I could believe, you, but it would be
Generalize-
interesting to be like by percentages, because if you're on YouTube, it's a male audience basically. So,
Which is sexist,
wonder-
by the way. It's sexist.
Which is super sexist.
That happened, and it's because YouTube prevent women really from getting a starting chance. I think you guys would agree with that. Same with Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
There's this form you have to fill out to apply, and it says, "Are you a woman?" And then if you are, you have to solve a bunch of like really complicated math problems and like do a book report. There's all this kind of crazy shit. Men
it's
don't
now
have
a
to do that.
negative subscribers.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you're not allowed to stream as much, and you get paid like 70% of what men do for ads. It's really fucked.
well, you get 70% of your super chats, so
Yeah, but they get like 1%. They get one.
they get 70% of that 70%. It's rough.
But there's a lot more men that hate this movie than there are women.
Yeah, more men saw it.
I think that, people
do
really
you think?
don't
Say it.
get
Say it.
the movie's message.
Yeah,
Is that why?
you don't get the movie's message. The fact the plot and characters are inconsistent don't make any sense. Yeah, but you can't dislike it.
I'm waiting
because
for him
the mess-
to be like, the movie was about liking the movie, and you missed that message. Like,
yeah,
oh.
the themes, guys. You can't dislike it because of themes.
The way I've seen people respond to this film, I would have thought that the message is men suck, men are fucking horrible,
Well,
men ruin everything,
I mean,
men should burn and die.
I mean,
Well,
What
that's
is
why.
this fucking video
we'll agree with
about,
that.
man? Is,
Yeah, I agree.
like, what is he even... I thought this was meant to be... Like, what is this video about? Is it meant to
well,
be
the
about
title's a review of Captain Marvel, so.
Like, I don't...
This isn't even like a review of the film, really.
No, it's not. It's definitely political, which just makes that whole... I just want to joke hilarious, because much of what you've talked about is what other people think.
I wonder if
shit
he'll give a
retorts.
number out of 10 at the end, like 5 stars out of.
Zero
3.
Raider in chat said, movie's message, I'm a woman. Batwoman and Captain Marvel, they're going to team up. It'll be great.
The way I've seen people respond, that's sort of what I thought the theme was. But the theme is actually the complete opposite.
That men are great and men.
My interpretation of the
awesome.
movie led me to believe that the movie's theme or idea or message is don't control people.
That's not the opposite of that's not what an opposite is. The opposite of men suck is men are great.
The opposite of men are bad is don't control people.
Yep.
The opposite of cat is ceiling tile. It makes sense. I promise.
Just this. You see what I mean? Like, I'm gonna put this in Goodell. It's gonna say men are bad does not equal don't control people. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? Go watch EFAP.
That's what we were asking.
No matter what gender. You know, the Supreme Intelligence is a really interesting character in this film. Because
is it a character?
Specifically mentioned at the start,
Apparently.
the Supreme Intelligence looks completely different for every single character. And the only time we see the Supreme Intelligence, who is the main villain of the film, by the way, she's portrayed as a woman.
Okay.
You've just highlighted the gender of the portrayal is irrelevant because it's nothing to do with the actual thing.
Yeah, she has there's a reason for her to look like that. I guess.
He's double wrong.
Dumb.
He's double wrong because the AI says it's the person you respect the most. So this is the person that the hero respects the most is a woman. Okay, so if anything, it's a positive for the portrayal for the women. He's saying that she's the main villain. See, women are main villain in this. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's kind of the reverse of that. So good job.
You did it. Hooray.
Tried though.
Even then, even this weird belief that the film is anti-men, the main villain...
I mean, come on!
You literally you literally justified stealing a men's property if they say a woman should smile. You justify this. You say that it's virtuous.
Yeah, but, you know, if that was a female biker who had come through and said, hey, bitch, smile, she would have been like, it's okay because you're a woman.
Smile, you cunt.
I wonder, I genuinely would like to see his interpretation of the scene if it was just a girl that did that instead of a guy.
Yeah, let's fucking let's play a game of reverse the genders and see how it plays out.
Imagine it was really brutal too, like, they go to shake hands and he just uses his other arm to punch her down into the ground, slams her head, like, blood just splatters everywhere, and he just starts tearing the clothes off, like, they're mine. We're like, this is okay though, because she was kind of being a dick. You know? It's
fine.
Okay.
Or do we draw the line at just Grand Theft Auto and not, like, physical violence? Because even if we drew the line there, well, then the deleted scene, physical violence actually occurs. So, it's awful. There's no... it's almost like if you had a principal...
Well, I just can't believe we're in...
an issue.
I mean, this would be a case of Clown World, right? The idea that you view that scene and you come away from it like, hey, you know, that's okay.
Well, the person who made an offhanded verbal comment did deserve to be physically assaulted, so...
Well, in fairness, he's reviewing the one where she just steals from him, so yeah, we have to clarify that.
Oh, yeah. And in this one, it's just, he did say something to her that could be construed as maybe disrespectful in some way, so, stealing his shit does make sense.
And it's probably his, like, most expensive possession, too, potentially, other than his, like, house, if he has one.
He doesn't own his house, he's probably making payments on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, generally the car.
I want to see a movie about that guy. Imagine they made a short.
Well, you didn't know his wife died of cancer 6 months earlier, and his friends have been saying you've got to start talking to women again.
Yeah. I was gonna say we need a short movie. Someone should make that parody. Yeah. And he's
like every time when I get out on my chopper in the desert, it just clears my head. I get to think clearly. It makes the depression go away. I can finally feel like I can start to rebuild my life as long as I have my bike and I can cruise out here. I feel like
a friend of his is like, you gotta show confidence. You gotta show confidence. She's been
gone a long time.
And women like it when you have a nickname too. Just make up a nickname. Women love it when you've got a nickname. But he's like, what about something dumb like the Dawn? And it's like, oh, you go with it. See what happens. Try it out. And then, like, he goes home that day and he commits fucking suicide. He's like, this is
I was about to say, like, he goes home and cuts in the bathtub.
It's like every time I try to do something, it all just goes terribly wrong.
Every time I try to fix my life, it just goes wrong. So you don't.
That motorcycle was a gift from my wife.
I was better say the last gift he ever got was that motorcycle.
He needed it for his job or whatever, like his really low-paid, low-hour job.
A John Wick. Imagine
I was just about to say, John Wick,
You know, so like, he's just like, like Captain Marvel's talking to Yon Rog, he's like, and you stole his car, and you stole his motorcycle, and you killed his fucking dog or some shit.
That jukebox was a
Captain
gift
Marvel
from
2 needs to be about him getting his revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, the point we're making, though, like, honestly, is that you have no idea what the context of that guy is, and yet you just beat the shit out of him. It's like, cool, thanks.
And what's weird, too, is that we've been focusing a lot on the motorcycle, but remember, she just randomly destroys somebody's jukebox.
That was another thing that, yeah, it was played off as a joke.
Yeah, it's like property destruction. Fuck it. Was there a reason for it? Were there anything at stake? Did it solve anything? No.
She also blows a hole in the top of the train without checking if there's anyone underneath.
Fuck
She
it.
could have killed 3 people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually something I didn't manage to talk about. It's like,
it?
who knows who she fucking killed when she did that?
Yeah, there's charred bodies under that hole.
That stupid jukebox scene as well. Nothing is accomplished. They need to prove to each other that neither of them are Skrulls. They don't, and then the scene ends. It's like, okay. Good stuff, guys.
A fucking woman. I don't understand. I don't understand.
We know you don't understand.
How people don't put that together.
I don't know how you put this together. Like,
yeah,
whatever.
Don't you love how, like, in Blade Runner, they had a really elaborate, sort of detailed test that they went through to determine if somebody was a replicant or not? And
yeah.
And detailed and good. And like, remember when movies were good?
Yeah.
No. Not anymore. It's been too long.
What year is it? What year? I feel like Jumanji. Like, what year is it?
It's like a bad trip in there.
If I'm being completely honest with you, the only way as a male that you could watch this film and be offended by its portrayal of men is if you're one of the assholes it portrays.
Okay.
If you're
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. I don't like to generalize,
It's not
but
the acting, it's not the script.
Can I just flip it? I'm gonna flip it. If you're upset by the portrayal of whores in Backdoor Sluts 12, it's probably because you are a whore. It's like, thanks, dude. Holy shit.
Wow.
This is what I mean. Like, it always feels so unfixed. It's like, if you flip this, you'd be like one of the most controversial YouTubers there is. But no, if you didn't like the way that men are all assholes and need to be beaten/defeated because of their controlling or, disinterested or emotionless ways, you're one of them.
Yeah.
If you don't like something, it's because you are it.
If you don't like how media always portrays every single German in the 1940s as a Jew-hating Nazi who's a terrible, horrible person, then I've got some bad news for you. You're probably a terrible, horrible Nazi yourself.
Yeah, if the shoe fits, yeah.
Yeah, well.
But I wonder what his response would be if somebody turned around and said, "But I like Wonder."
Yeah,
his fucking brain would explode.
Yeah, he would be like, "You don't exist. Stop it. You don't exist."
I
want to just read that super chat ahead of time. The 10th Planet said, "The Spider-Man taught us with great power comes great responsibility. Captain America taught us that what's on the inside it makes us heroic. Captain Marvel teaches us that assault is a-okay." It's like, yeah, it's about as simple as that.
As long as it's against the men.
Yeah.
Look how friendly this guy looks. I mean, he's thinking. Got past the death of his wife.
Think about
he still wears the shades because he's a little afraid of being open and Man, he saw her from a distance and he thought to himself for 20 fucking minutes, am I gonna go talk to her? Am I actually gonna do this? Come on, yeah, you're the Dawn. You could do this. You could do this. You got your bike, you got your shades, you got your jacket, you could fucking do this.
Thanks
the
for
jacket that turned up in a package after the death of his wife. It was a special gift that she'd organised.
And then it starts playing.
Just keeps getting darker and darker.
The Dawn is the real hero.
Turns out he has like a prosthetic leg as well. Like when she electrocuted him, it damaged it, and he can't walk.
Yeah, he's a war veteran.
Yeah,
and
he starts having flashbacks.
He had a pacemaker that she fucked up
save
to.
People, yeah.
He just came from like a charity shop that he was trying to organize.
Yeah, I just got back from the soup kitchen where I give food to orphans and spend time to help them develop healthy relationships so they can grow into strong young men.
And, like, he was actually bringing the motorcycle there because it was like someone else's, or he was going to donate it to someone who needed travel. And he was like, "Oh, someone's taking it. Oh no!"
It's like, this motorcycle's it's what Becca would have wanted, for me to give this motorcycle to somebody who could really, really put it to use, so it could positively impact someone else's life.
I need to
Poor
see
Don.
this. I need to see this
Poor the
made.
Don.
Like...
I want to see this movie about a guy who gets over by a superhero.
I mean, the Don becomes he's the first Vulture.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight up becomes Punisher after this.
Every time I did something nice, I get shat on for.
Yeah, Bumlock just providing the chat. It's like, you know why they call it a cockpit, don't you?
Oh no!
I almost forgot about that shit line.
Hashtag not all Dons. There's some great Dons out there.
I wanted the Don to come up to me in real life and compliment me. Fuck that shit. I want that to happen. That's something I want that to happen to me.
Press F for Don.
Justice for the Don.
Don did nothing wrong, man.
The Don movie coming at
Don
2021.
didn't do nothing.
Hashtag not all cockpits.
He always tells the people he helps at the homeless shelter to smile.
Tells them they're beautiful after they do it. It's like...
Yeah, through your meth-ridden mouth teeth, yeah.
I can't believe that. I cannot believe that this fucking saint is being treated like
I stand with Don. I stand with Don. I gotta write it out. It's important, guys. Solidarity. I'm gonna fucking tweet that out right now.
If you identify with the character Don, then
Don
you
lives
are
matter.
sexist.
Press F for Don.
Pray for Don.
Don lives matter.
My thoughts and prayers are with Don.
The last thing his wife said to him was, "Try to smile more."
There you go. There's the tweet. Everyone, we gotta get this message out there.
Fucking hell,
Oh my goodness.
He deserves to be like an episode of Lost.
I know. There's so much development.
There's so much backstory to unravel.
He was a good man. He was a good man. That's all. That
Hands up, Don shoot. Don, stop believing.
Scootle Royale said, "Mole, ever heard of the Bikers Against Child Abuse?" That's what Don does.
Oh my god. Who knew that this shitty fucking video would show us that Don was the real hero?
The real hero.
He's the hero at home who helps the homeless and the orphans.
We all stand with
charity.
Don was, especially after they released the extended damage to Don. That's when we knew.
Oh,
what we knew.
Could you imagine, like, if Don was imagine if it was Doctor Strange there. He's like, "Oh, smiles." She crushes his hand. It's like, "Hey, can you having surgery?" "No, some bitch crushed my hand. So I guess you're just gonna die. Sorry."
Oh, Don.
Oh man.
One of the assholes it portrays. If you emotionally control women or tell random
Always darkest before the dawn.
No.
Done but not forgotten. Done but not forgotten is so good. You know nothing, Don. No.
Oh dear.
Baby, Don hurt me. Don hurt me. No.
Don donated his kidney to save a young girl's life, and that girl dad murdered.
He's literally like the greatest human being that ever existed.
The most pure, angelic person that could ever exist. He's American Gandhi.
Don but not forgotten. Don but not forgotten. Dawn of justice. Don Hawk down.
The good, the bad, the
From
Don.
dusk till dawn.
Avengers Dawn Assemble.
It's just Don, because he's a hero of the... He can do what all the others Avengers can in one.
In Don we trust.
Don could
He
even...
looks so happy.
Don could have beaten her, like he could have defended himself, but he was just like, I'll let her do
Don with
this.
the wind.
She must need this more than me.
No one's ever really done.
Because we can never measure up to the purity of Don.
No one's ever really Don.
So I called him Don Wick.
I'm gonna die.
Okay.
In Don we trust.
Women that they need to smile more, or think of a woman less than you because she doesn't have.
Don would never think that way. How dare
Don
you?
would never do
She doesn't have a dick.
I think
He's already
less
said.
of you as a person if you don't have a dick.
I need to play that again.
Assholes it portrays. If you emotionally control women or tell random women that they need to smile more, or think of a woman less than you because she doesn't have a dick, then
What the fuck is he
Are
talking
you?
about?
Wait a second. Are you implying that only men have penises?
Wow.
That is incredibly
Wow.
transphobic.
That's so narrow-minded.
Listen, if you are lucky that the Don Father is not here to listen to your bigoted garbage,
Yeah,
or he
you know
would
what?
tell you to smile
The
more.
Don is kind enough that he would allow this kind of talk. He
The
would
Don
allow
is
it.
merciful.
Yep.
The Don's mercy is never ending.
The Don Father
finger.
permits.
Don doesn't see penises.
The Don abides.
Yeah, Don
I
doesn't see
don't give a
peenies or
fuck.
vaginis. He just sees the
No,
person.
he doesn't see
He
that.
just sees people. Yeah. Peenies are vaginas.
He doesn't fall to your side.
I'm gonna put that on Goodell.
I didn't want peenies and vaginis to slip under the radar there.
I don't even know how that would be spelt, but we're going with the out of context quote: "The Don Father doesn't see peenies or vaginis."
And his name is Don Cena.
I'm sorry, but you're a fucking asshole.
You needed that on screen, I guess.
Yeah,
an
I
asshole.
guess.
Whoa,
This
I'm just
movie
the
show-
wake-up call. Fuck.
Yeah, Al. You got a peenie, buddy? Is that it? Why?
I'm gonna go apologize to my woman.
You because she doesn't have a dick. Then I'm sorry, but you're a fucking asshole. This movie shows the extremes of men and masculinity. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Extremes.
Extremes.
What?
No, I would.
Oh man, Don's an extremist.
Don's an extreme. Telling a woman to smile. It doesn't get any worse than that.
Remember how
That is
worst you can
peak
do.
masculinity
Imagine if he
extremism.
saw Ted Bundy? Like,
Peak
Jesus.
alpha.
What
It
the
is
fuck,
like,
man?
oh,
Is this
But
video
I
a
can
parody
imagine-
at this point?
I could imagine out there somewhere there's a woman being brutally raped, and she's like, "Well, at least they didn't tell me to smile.
I got off easy.
I got off easy."
Jesus Christ, how dumb.
Oh,
But at
dodged
the
the
same
bullet
time,
there.
it also breaks down those stereotypes with characters like Nick Fury and Talos.
Who's making that
Fury,
stereotype?
Despite being a government agent, is a fucking softie. Like with the second group.
Nick
Yeah,
Fury
what's
is
up
a
with that?
softie. Is
Yeah, what's up with that?
supporting the argument that this film portrays masculinity in the extremes?
Yeah, Nick Fury's like
I
the
missed-
complete opposite of
He's-
Dom.
He's like
Oh, yeah.
Nick Fury's like the opposite of Nick Fury.
Nick Fury could have learned something from the Don Father. They didn't meet. They didn't cross paths in this film, unfortunately.
You see, one day Nick Fury went into that bar, and the Don came in, and he saw Nick Fury over there with that eye patch, and he sat down and said, "Man, I know what happened to you was rough, losing an eye like that." And he shows him his prosthetic leg that he lost in the war, defending the orphans of Vietnam.
Mhm.
And he's, "Don't worry, man." He's like, "I lost something important to me too, but we carry on." He gives him a big speech, and Nick Fury says, "Yeah, I'm going to protect the Earth against aliens." And Don's like, "I don't know what you mean, but go for it, man."
I mean, he is the All-Father, essentially. He's more Odin than Odin.
And Nick says, "Oh, by the way, thanks for donating a new jukebox to this place. I really appreciate
He built
that."
it himself. It was better than the previous one.
So-
And he
it was a project that him and all the orphans did. They all made it. It was like a project.
because that
we built
bar,
a-
it was all non-alcoholic. It was for recovering alcoholics. That bar. The music is what really allowed them to really get over their problems. But no, just some people don't care about that. I don't know.
And they'll
Good
listen
morning,
to wholesome
Vietnam.
Christian rock.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Someone said in chat he takes off his sunglasses and has 2 eye patches.
Wait, Jay said, why would he defend orphans? I thought that he was supposed to be good. He'll defend all people. The dawn of
He is
just
he is pure in ways that we cannot comprehend.
you can never get to his level, as this man said.
His magnanimity knows no bounds.
Goose the cat shows up. We see this completely different side of Fury, and it's like, holy shit, that's how I would have responded to a cat. And it would tell us...
No, it isn't. I'm like, what is a cat doing here?
Yeah,
and then it goes up to me, and I'm like, go away, I've got shit to do, cat.
So we're trying to save the world, but yeah, hang out with this cat that's in like the most secure place ever, but okay.
He's just a dad.
How do you summarize Talos as just a dad when the first time we see him, he's literally like kidnapping the main character by electrocuting her? Like, just a dad. Like, okay, interesting interpretation. He strings her up upside down and starts playing with her head. Yeah, just a dad.
Orders his men to
you're missing the core theme about this film.
Orders her men to kill him. Her, sorry, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he orders his men. Yeah, fuck her up.
Says take him dead or alive. He's just a dad.
Heart.
Hashtag dad life.
You know, like, he's not some fucking
Fucking Jay.
Oh, yeah. He's not an arsehole in a motor.
No.
Man, you're loud.
That'd be silly.
Jay said he's good in ways we can't comprehend.
What if Don was just a dad?
Oh no!
Oh no!
He's gonna be a dad of many, isn't he? That's the idea.
He's just trying to look after his wife tragically died of cancer. He's a single father. He has to raise his daughter.
And he actually he adopted a few kids as well. He's like, I'm a father to a lot of people, but not all biological. That's just how it works. That doesn't really change how much I love them. That's what
I want to be a father figure for all children.
Don overcame orphan love. He was like, no, orphans, I love them just as much as my.
He ascended into a state of existence that few ever attain.
He is the guy. I stand with Don.
Responded to a cat, and it would tell us he's just a dad. You know, like,
just a dad.
He's not some fucking asshole. He just wants
Don
a home for his
Thanos
family.
by telling him to smile.
It is the greatest attack ever.
If you go onto the internet and search the most searched for Avengers on Pornhub, number 1 is Captain Marvel. Not by a little bit, but by...
What does that tell us?
I bet he watched more than 3 videos researching that bit.
Yeah, awkward that he actually put this in here, but my immediate assumption is, because the movie came out.
Also, I'd like to point out that Hulk is more than Captain America, Scarlet Witch, Iron Man, Black Panther. And
Hulk is higher than Scarlet Witch, wow. And Gamora, Jesus.
He's got that, think about how big that massive green dick must be.
Doesn't this make sense? It's like the movie comes out, people watch the movie, and then this is how people do their porn, I guess.
Are we seriously contemplating fucking porn with fucking this
let's see what his conclusion is. I'm fascinated on how he's going to spin
by
this.
a significant amount. So what I'm thinking here is,
Go on, hurt yourself.
Go on.
You don't hate Captain Marvel. You just hate the fact that she's a woman.
You're just misogynistic.
I thought that you said at the beginning that...
How much he covered himself at the start? He just forgot about it, didn't he?
He said if you don't like it, doesn't mean you're sexist, but now he's like, you don't not like it, you're just misogynistic. What the fuck?
Jesus. Wow.
He kind of forgot that he wasn't defending that.
RobotHead was right. I could have made these points better than him, like, for sure. Like, this is terrible. Who do you think you're gonna convince with this?
It's like, did you know that a lot of people who aren't you beat off to her? That means you're a misogynist. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't have control over what they beat off to on Pornhub. I didn't do it.
Shit.
You're a fucking misogynist.
Like, sorry, jeez.
Choices. Anyway, in the end, Captain Marvel doesn't have a problem with men, so much as the film has a problem with horrible people, no matter their gender.
Fuck off. That's not true at all.
You just gotta throw that up at the end, didn't you? Yep.
Stop whining about Spider-Man, huh?
I didn't know people were whining about
Avengers
Spider-Man.
Endgame, the pinnacle of superhero movies.
No, it wasn't a perfect finale. It was good, but it wasn't a perfect finale at all. Civil War is the pinnacle of superhero movies.
There'll be debate here on that, but I agree with you.
Yeah. I love it, but still, yeah.
So what do we think? Good video?
That was pretty. That was. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being Captain Marvel and 10 being the Dawn, I would give that like, oh man, that's rough. 2.
Yeah, it's better than Captain Marvel in fairness. He did
It's better than Captain Marvel mostly because it's shorter.
I'm gonna go cry to my girlfriend.
And that's the caliber of defense you've got for this movie. He couldn't even, like, he still said it wasn't even that good. It was, like, but that's the defense team. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're a sexist.
But, you know.
It's big on Pornhub.
In fairness, that was it. That was the definitive catch-all argument. Once he threw that up there, I was like, yeah, this is sexism. That's what this is.
But he's fucking
you have to admit, you didn't realize how good the Don was until we watched this video. I didn't realize what a hero he was.
No, yeah, that's true.
He's the unsung hero of the Marvel MCU.
Well, he's going to be snubbed at the Oscars as well, I imagine, that actor. They're not going to appreciate his portrayal. And yeah, we're not going to get the solo movie for the Don, but we will. He'll be in our spirit, he'll be in our heart, we'll take him forward, we'll stand with him. I think you all agree with that? I think so.
Oh yeah.
No.
I'm glad we came to that conclusion. But yeah, this might be like the majority of the video is just sexist, but at the beginning is like, you know, it's okay.
No, it's a video review. It's a review of the film.
He really covered so much of it. It's, you know, it's funny because we'd be like 12 minutes in a review. Jesus, how much is he even going to be able to cover? It's like he covered maybe the theme.
I'm glad you didn't properly argue anything against you. Literally just like referenced you. He referenced you without using your name because you can't do that.
He'll signal boost me. That would be irresponsible.
Yeah, but he didn't like.
It's like everyone knows who you're talking about. Just have the balls to say it.
Yeah, no, didn't take one line or anything. Just literally went, "Oh, look at this." He do it.
Oh man, bad. So, I mean, talk about a change of pace. So we're going to jump into some Game of Thrones stuff now. This will be interesting from an argumentation standpoint. This is the thing. The approach we got here is that me and RobotHead have seen them thoroughly. Rags and Fringy have seen a couple things here and there, definitely clips and some full episodes.
I got dragged into this stupid dragon show by MooLer after a zombie episode, and now I'm upset about it too.
And then Alex
just give me a minute before you start the video. I'll be back in 1 sec.
No problem. And Alex has seen... How far did you go? I feel like you watched up to actually watching the end of Season 6, because I'm pretty sure I made you, but you would have forgotten most of it by now, I imagine.
Grab a bite and drink. I'll grab a bite and a drink. I'll be back in a little bit.
I don't think so. I don't recall watching Season 6. You show me bits of it.
I could have sworn... Well, it doesn't matter either way, because... I'm talking about how much information everyone has, basically.
Well, I know what everything happens, but I checked out of the show like a Season 4.
Yeah.
Or after Season 4.
I feel like you checked out earlier than that, to be honest. You only, stopped watching definitively.
Well, when I say checked out, I mean, I was bitching and complaining about so much shit beforehand, but yeah, that's when I stopped watching it, was Season 4.
Yeah, that's the end of Season 4 is where I definitely called it for the good writing, but, you know, it wasn't dead. It's very complicated to define how dead even works, because, you know, people think Star Wars died with the prequels, but then they're like, no, it died with the sequels. It's like, is it dead yet? Is it still potentially to be killed? I don't know.
Well, they haven't ruined everyone's character yet. They only ruined certain ones who are very valuable to me.
Well, Palpatine's next, and Lando. Gonna get a double kill.
I don't care anymore, that shit.
Yeah, well, the Game of Thrones, they pretty much killed every character outside of, the Hound.
Outside of Don.
Don didn't grace Game of Thrones. He graces the MCU. Everyone knows this. But, yeah, the actual person we'll be covering is our good friend Mundane Matt. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Mundane Matt. He's a very popular content creator. He has a lot of interesting opinions about different things, and you know, he's mounted a small defense of Game of Thrones here. And, the title of the video is Game of Thrones is better than you think. And it's in relation, I think this came out after episode 3 or 4 or both. I can't quite remember. So it's going to be really interesting to get his take, is basically what I'm saying. Exciting stuff.
I'm back.
Hello. I think Rags is still rummaging for a drink. Just give him an old suck
for his bowl.
The quarry king. Yeah, apparently chat are aware of this mundane Matt person, by the looks of things.
What?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's gotten around YouTube a little bit. I don't know.
Well, you always choose such high caliber quality to.
I know, it's great. Well, this is the thing, right? There's not such. If anyone wants to point me to the best defense of Captain Marvel, you know, we'll try and cover it at some point because that'll be interesting. Because we try to do it with a lot of different franchises, but it's just like, fuck, how do you mount a defense for the latest episodes of Game of Thrones? That is tough. Like, you got to be grasping at the old straws at that point, I'd imagine.
Well, you just pick another high fantasy TV show from like the 90s and just pick on that and just show how bad in comparison it is, and just go, see, this is what we deserve, this kind of shit.
And then we'd be like, well, they're both bad. And then you'd be like, what is a 90s fantasy TV show? Hercules? That came out in the 90s with Kevin Sorbo.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And what was the spin-off?
Don't play along.
It's a real thing. It happened. It's a real thing.
Oh shit, maybe I'm embarrassing myself now.
Yeah, no, it's like, I'm not making it up. People in chat can confirm. There you go. Wait, Xena was the spin-off?
Yeah, that's it, Xena.
I thought Xena was the popular one.
I mean, there was the Highlander TV show. That was a thing. Don't go there.
Don't go there. What is Rags doing right now?
I told you, looking for the ball.
How could he have taken this long? Doesn't he have a backup bowl? Oh, Jesus.
That's his bowl for shitting in. Now he's going to look for the one for pissing in.
The only Xena that's good is Zinnia on the top from GoldenEye. It was GoldenEye, wasn't it? Yeah.
Nah, the only one that's good is on Pornhub because, you know, that's all that women are good for.
Oh
Am
my
I right?
god, he said it. He's a minimist.
I say it through the very thin walls of the place in the next room.
You just hear grumbling like, alright. Go on. Yeah.
Women suck. I'm sorry, Piff. I'm sorry.
Xena was popular because men hate women. Oh, wow. Know that. Oh, there you go. Let's talk about what's your favorite Bond film, everyone? Oh, fuck,
I'm back.
Shit.
What?
Andy Boyle?
What?
Andy Boyle?
How? Why is my
Andy
name
Byron?
What? Andy Byron? What are you saying? GoldenEye?
Huh? What?
Okay, anyway, Rags, you ready for this next video, yeah?
Yeah, I am ready.
Is
ready?
I got
a drink. I got my Cliff Bar here. If I could open it.
This is called Game of Thrones is better than you think, and the thumbnail says it's not as bad as you think. All right.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? My name is Matt Jarbo. This is $3 Theater, and Game of Thrones returns tonight for the penultimate episode.
What's up with that blanket behind him?
His set's looking better.
It looks great, Rags. Why are you criticizing it? Jesus.
No, the blanket.
Yeah, the blanket looks great.
Behind him.
That shit looks really awkward, the collar. Like it's tight. But hey, you know, it's a Boba Fett.
Come on, guys. Come on. Hey, come on.
Well, I'm appreciating his clothes, you know? I like it.
He's got a Boba Fett shirt. That's so fucking cool.
It is so fucking cool. I'll appreciate it.
I was cool.
Yeah,
I wish I was as cool.
Yes,
as
it's very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Ever. And I don't know about you, but I'm very excited to see what happens with it. It's going to be another brutal battle episode, a long episode. I'm getting ready to watch it with my dad in a couple hours, and we're both really, really, really excited.
This is for the last episode?
So apparently episode 4's just aired, so 5 and 6 haven't come out yet.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely loved this season, as we have both loved the show up until now. And I find it interesting that when I go and I look at Game of Thrones commentary on YouTube, the more popular videos, the more popular articles, the more popular people are all just shitting on it.
Why would that be?
Why would that be? What a weird coincidence.
Please, Matt.
Up to this point, all the popular videos tend to be positive. You get Alt-Shift-X has created like millions of subscribers out of positively covering Game of Thrones. Suddenly, it's more popular to shit on it. What happened? What could have happened? Why did someone in chat said my wife's dad? Why would it just be his?
Right at this point,
the
Game
Don
of
hates
Thrones
Game
has
of Thrones.
become that series that's just fun to shit on. And I ask my
it kind of
question,
is, and I don't even watch it, and it kind of is.
People out there might argue, "Oh, well, there's terrible writing, there's terrible everything, there's terrible this." Not really.
Oh, fucking hell.
Not really.
Argument defuted. Or refuted, so not defuted. What the fuck?
No, both. Both. Both.
Fuck it.
I love that he just says, it's kind of not. It's like, oh.
Par with how it's been.
Nah, you're wrong.
It is. It's pretty on
Right.
par with how it's been. D.B. Weiss and David Benioff were adapting George R.R. Martin's books. They were pulling a lot from the dialogue and the theme.
Yeah. Go on, please
That
tell me.
tends to be how adaptions work.
Please tell me he's gonna fucking code his ass and just go, oh, I know that, like a couple of seasons of fucking made up.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we could already see where the argument's going. He's like, they ran out of source material.
And the tones and the characters. And when that went away, they were then given a summarization of what was going to happen, at least
summarization.
Yeah, and in the cliff notes it said, write your own shitty dialogue.
Why did he say summarization instead of summary?
Why didn't he just say summary? Yeah.
Seems like a shorter, easier word, but okay.
Wow,
You know he's going to strike this video.
Oh, don't you start long man bad. Don't you start telling short there.
Summarization? Yeah, we'll keep that. That's a word.
Daenerys' face is my face right now. Just she's just watching Matt Jarbo right now.
Said that could change at this point in time based upon the response to the season. He might sit there and pull a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and divert what he wrote to what the show gave.
I fucking wish that they remake this show once he's got the books out. It'd be.
Oh man.
Oof.
Yeah, I didn't keep the first few seasons probably.
Seasons 5 through 8 Redux.
Season 4, episode 10, and onwards.
just age the Stark children by 20 years, so they're all in their adulthood.
Yeah, just do a secondary version. How I Met Your Dragon, something, I don't know, some spin-off show. Who knows? Do it.
I'd watch it.
But it's a Game of Thrones Brotherhood. That could be a freaking huge thing for HBO. But
that's
really the culprit here is George. And I don't think enough people out there are calling that out. They're not.
Wow, that is a bold claim, sir.
I mean, that's interesting. It's George's fault that they don't know how to adapt work without a source. Like,
it's George's fault. The show
well, if he can be bothered to fucking finish it in time, then they would have to fucking copy off of.
And this ignores all of the things they haven't used in his books.
You know what's funny? Could you imagine, like, you cheat off someone in a test and then you fail and you're like, for fuck's sake, man, why didn't you do better? I did. Fucking asshole. I blame you.
The last adaptation I do for you.
You know, it's like that episode of Rick. You know, he gets killed after Morty tells him that the afterlife isn't real, and he starts getting dragged to hell. He's like, "Oh, I blame you."
The showrunners for doing the best that they can with what they've got.
Why does that defense work?
They did the best they.
Come the fucking river.
With what they've got,
people.
He said with what they've got, their own brains. Like, they can write whatever they want.
It's all they can do.
They're doing their best. They're doing their best.
I've seen enough evidence of them too, and they don't even give a shit to even read the books. They don't even know which characters are POV characters. They literally slip up. Well, I say slip. It's not even a slip up because, like, they when they get pointed out that they're mistake, they're not even sure if that's right or not. They're that fucking like thoughtless about it all.
Look, they're doing their best. They've got millions of dollars.
I've got to look at you now.
Look, we just sort of forgot how good writing works.
I do find it amusing if you like, look what they had to work with, and it just shows a picture of them. Those poor guys, they didn't know.
And I find that to be very fascinating. I find that to be very, very, very interesting, because George had years to write these last two books. Had years to write these last two books. Years. And he would talk about it constantly.
They literally took an extra year.
Yeah, I'm mad about him too, but fucking listen.
But still never move forward on the books. The last two books have yet to come out.
Does it take longer to write a book or a season for a show?
it doesn't like. Why is it that you go to any thread on any forum about Game of Thrones and you'll find better writing just by randomly clicking one? It's like, can we just? The analogy I gave the Act Man was because he was like, maybe we shouldn't blame them when they've got no like scaffolding, if you will, for building their house. And I was just like, it would be like the builder just shoots himself in the head before the project even starts. You can't say that it's like the scaffolding's fault. Like, oh, fuck.
I mean, if you hire someone to paint your house and he does a shitty job, you're not like, well, I mean, he tried his best.
I mean, why? I kind of view it as like, you know, you're working on a project. Okay, so, right? You got it. You got it. You figured it out. Yeah, sure. All right, I'll come back later. And then you come back and everything's in flames.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened? I did what you told me.
This is the kind of condescending attitude that you give to a child. Like, oh, you did your best, sweetie.
Yeah, could you imagine if D&D listened to this? It's like, wow, he just like thinks we can't do a fucking thing.
Like these are adults who have basically unlimited time, unlimited budgets, and unlimited resources. This isn't like a child finger painting. Like, oh, that doesn't look.
Is that really enough, though, Rex? Is that enough?
Job.
Is that enough? I don't think it is. They needed more. They needed training wheels.
They needed the Dawn.
Yeah, everyone needs the Dawn.
Yet to have a release
date.
The
Dawn could teach them a thing or two about
going
tragedy.
to the publisher. They have yet to be announced to being finished. Even J.K. Rowling finished the Deathly Hallows.
Why did you say that like she shouldn't?
Now, I don't know what to say to him because there are terrible authors on Amazon too much, and they suck.
You're cutting out a bit there, bud.
Yeah.
There are a lot of authors on Amazon write books in 2 months, and they're just complete shit. And conversely, you have some authors who it takes them years to write something, and then it's awesome when it comes out. It depends on how. Like, I don't know what to say to him other than maybe he's just having a hard time writing. Like, maybe. You don't know.
The fact that HBO basically capitulated to them 100% makes me think that, like, yeah, this is 100% their fault. Where else would the buck stop?
Mm-hmm.
Like George R. R. Martin, apparently.
I mean, what can't you excuse by saying, "Oh, he tried his best"?
You know what?
His heart was in the right place.
If we're gonna run with Matt's crazy logic here, so the scenes that aren't in the books that are in the show that were written by D&D.
Your name is channel that.
What?
Your name is channel that. Matt's crazy logic.
So the scenes people most reference are the ones where Robert talks to Cersei about how they never could have worked, and Tywin and Arya, all the scenes between Tywin and Arya, people reference them as like, that was some really good work, even though it wasn't in the books. It was just great dialogue, blah blah blah. So I'd be like, so we have to credit George with that, right? Because you have to credit everything that was or isn't with him. There's no responsibility.
All the good stuff are the new writers, and all the shitty stuff is George.
Oh, okay. Sorry, good stuff.
Yeah.
Years before the ending of the franchise as a whole. So everything that's gone wrong right now is ultimately George R. R. Martin's fault.
Matt,
how?
Matt,
No, it's not.
Matt, I know that the concept of working really hard is foreign to you, but have you ever written a book before, Matt? Have you ever written a book?
Those boulders were heavy.
Yeah.
I'll throw out my back lifting boulders.
Look, fucking Game of Thrones, the show, had its problem way before they run out of... Half the problem is that they cut out a lot of the source material for either for budget, timing, or because there can be fucking ass reasons. For fuck's sakes, man, it's not just... George, what do we do now? George, no, they're going to the wall, we don't know what to do! Come on, mate, we gotta do it! It's not like that, you fucking retard.
There's people in the world who would kill to have been given the first half of Game of Thrones' story and to take it on, just to be like, I'd love to finish this story. But no, apparently it's George's fault because he should have known they were retarded. he should have known they couldn't finish the story without him.
Also, I was gonna say, he also references Fullmetal Alchemist and Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. And I don't know about any of you guys. I know Cal, MooLer, you're not seen the original. I've only shown you Brotherhood, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know the story, but the whole original one run out of, but it got ahead of the manga, and then they made a path or whatever.
Yeah.
I still prefer Brotherhood, but it still wasn't terrible.
It's not Game of Thrones, where it fucks everything up.
It didn't just completely shit the fucking bed. It actually went somewhere and, like, its own, like, well, as in line with, well, its own universe they created. I still prefer Brotherhood, but it wasn't, it's not shit. I'm not insulted either. But fuck it.
Perspective. If you want anyone to blame, it's him.
I don't understand how you can say this.
That's so fucked, Matt. What the hell?
So it's like, yeah, the directors, the writers, the script. Yeah, it's not them. It's blame George R.R. Martin.
Blame the guy who literally didn't make this shit.
The Hobbit is Tolkien's fault.
Oh, can you imagine?
Perspective. If you want anyone to blame, it's him.
How much job can you easily get? You're given established characters, a whole world to build from. Like, even if you just gone the most basic ending, it would have been better than what we got.
Yeah.
Like,
over
they're
basic
blaming the
fan
guy
service
that
ending.
created the world. Here it is. Just take it on and finish it. And that's a problem. Like, fuck.
Oh, just because it didn't fit into your fan theory.
Yeah.
Hate that.
I'm sorry, you guys are gonna want to see this. Give me a sec.
Oh no.
It's a Dawn-related meme.
Already, man, they work fast.
Hooray.
I mean, Baywood would probably make a Dawn-related thing of it. That fucking post drags is great. But yeah, this is... Gonna read it.
What does it say?
Who's reading it? Oh.
I wish Sally was still here to see this view, but Bob was right. I should start to talk to other women. So glad how Timmy's... He has one hell of a... He's going to be someone. Ah, she's cute. Maybe I should try. The pin is on.
I wish Sally was here to see this view.
Oh, that's so sad. This meme has more emotional weight to it than all of Kevin's.
Exactly! Literally 1 minute of his story.
This could have been his actual story. Like, there has to be
I could
something
have watched this. This should be like a really good movie.
We don't deserve the Dawn. He's too good for this world.
It's fucking Jimmy pinching on. That's one.
I'm gonna grow up and be a big star, Dad. I'll make you proud. Oh, your mom will be proud too. She's looking down at us from heaven and smiling.
You know, like, after he gets his hand crushed, like, so Dad, when are we gonna be eating dinner again? Oh, sorry, I lost my job at the sawmill because my hand doesn't work. But I'll figure something out, Timmy. Don't you worry.
The doctor say it'll still be a few more years until my hand heals. We can't throw a ball together anymore. It's like, not for a long time, little Timmy.
I could roll you it, and he tries, and it hits his arm. And he's like, sorry, Timmy.
What about our doggy?
Oh, Dad.
We can't afford him anymore, son. We can't afford him.
It's so fucked.
He had to bring money in that
Captain
jacket.
Marvel, dude.
Yeah,
He's the core of all of it.
Somebody shared the video of the actor playing Varus and his reaction to his death.
Yeah.
And if you pause at the right moment, you can see where he's blaming George.
Yes. Of course it's George. You guys should I guess I should play that. Annoying. Is there a YouTube version? Because I can put it and watch together then, but... I guess if you guys watch it, and then I'll play it for the chat. If we just sync up and watch the whole thing, I guess. Oh, it might get copyright strikes though, because it's from the documentary.
It's filmed over, like somebody's pointed a camera at it.
See if I can.
I don't know if that will dodge it.
Well, you guys watch it. I'll try and show chat.
Well, if you can find a link for it.
You posted it.
It's in our chat.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. All right.
So, yeah, he's reading his death scene for context. People on watching the stream.
Break your chains and mother of dragons sentence you to die. Dracarys.
Drogon's fused fire on him, but we don't watch our old friend burn.
Oh.
Instead, we see the reactions of those who knew him. Tyrion is heartbroken. John is disturbed. Grey Worm sees this.
Look at her face.
They don't show that. There's an extra bit too where he puts his arm around the actress for Brienne. Varys was very unhappy with this. Feels bad.
You can see on Amelia's face.
Yeah,
she's got it worse than he does.
She shows more emotion than she did on the show.
That's sad.
Yeah. Anyway,
back to Matt.
Back to Bolo.
Oh no!
There we go. Rags just posted.
Oh fuck! See, I can't laugh at memes because I'm my chat gonna be like, "Fucking show us the meme." It's like, all right, fine. We're gonna see the meme.
I can always describe it.
No, you can't describe that face. They have to see it.
Stoic.
The face of abject horror.
Oh my god. There you go. All right. Sorry, Matt. Sorry. We're getting back to you, buddy.
I'm sorry, we were distracted by something
vaguely interesting.
Anyway, we found Twitter posts more interesting than your whole channel, so you had to forgive us.
Everyone wants to put it on D&D. They're doing the best with what they've
control
got.
The show.
Dude, that's insulting that you said that's the best they can do.
That's pretty insulting.
Best they could do. Like I said, it's what you say to a child.
Oh, you did your best, you know. Good effort.
Yeah.
What else could you give them?
What if they came out and said it wasn't our best? Just straight up say like, "No, we fucking didn't give a shit.
We fucking hate this show."
I heard RobotHead was going to talk. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, what else could you give them? Like he said, they did the best with what they've got. Like they were lacking somewhere. Like I know we've said it, but they had millions of dollars, a massive cast, they had everything they wanted. What else?
All the time in the world,
what would you give
all the money.
They needed faith, okay? People didn't believe in them. Misogynists everywhere.
Well, we don't anymore.
No, of course not. Get them away
People
from
probably
anything.
didn't believe in them now.
And I think what they've done so far is pretty damn good.
What about George R. Martin? Did he do pretty good?
I'm confused now. So he thinks it's good, but you should blame George. Okay, so it's
all right.
Okay.
So you're praising George for how great the shows are?
I guess.
It's better than what everyone's giving it credit for, but anything that is credible and is negative, that's George's fault.
Yeah, I think that's it.
That's the fucking
I have a
logic.
lot of fun watching it. I have a lot of fun watching the little interactions between the characters, the little callback moments. People might call it fan service, but let's be fair. Once you're in sequel territory or in a show like this, there's a lot of callbacks, a lot of throwbacks. That's fan service, and there's nothing.
I wanted my fucking giant cock again. That's my fan service. Why is that not back, man? Fucking.
Hey, Hulk was number 4 on the list. So.
Oh yeah, do you remember the dialogue for the first season? Do you remember? Good, yeah, like completely out of context, but that's good writing. That's good.
Not that at all. It brings about closure of storylines. It wraps up certain things.
It certainly does wrap up storylines. Some of them, yes.
They end.
I mean, if you just drop a fucking building on top of them, that does kind of like put things to an end. But...
I like that he said closure. I don't think I'd describe it as closure, personally. I don't know how you guys...
Certainly not cathartic in a way that makes sense.
I kind of wish I had recorded my family's reaction when they found out John was going back to the north. They were like, "What? That's no, you should not."
That's his day job.
It makes no sense at all. The first thing this is like, why would they be happy with that? Why would the Unsullied be okay with that? It's like, I don't know. They just are.
Yeah, something that they're completely unaware of this culture in the Westeros, but they're down.
I was saying, imagine that's gonna be my video. Imagine explaining to an Unsullied, they want to kill Jon, but all the other people don't. So you're like, we need a compromise, and so you're like, okay, what's the compromise? It's like, we're gonna send him to Castle Black. What's that? It's a castle. It's like, okay, but what is it? Like, what does he do there?
And
it's like he continues. Live in a castle. It's like he continues his job to guarding the wall. It's like guarding the. He lives in a castle. It's like, hasn't he lived in his castle his whole fucking life? Like, well, no, not until he went to the wall.
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
this castle's crap.
He voluntarily went to the wall for years, and now you're sending him to the wall as punishment. Like,
this is our life sentence. This is the life sentence for lords who are a bit naughty.
That conversation, the Unsullied would just be like, "No, that's not punishment at all. That's not even close to punishment."
And he gets to keep his penis. What?
Yeah.
Hey, don't jump here.
And use it. He can use it whenever he wants to.
Yeah, it's his little John.
He
Little
has
John.
his own, he has his little Jon Snow instead of little
His little Don.
his little Don.
Looks like little Jon Snow. Little John needs a John Blow. Down.
It definitely does some good shit, and there's nothing wrong with that.
It does good shit. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well reasoned.
Okay.
Are you writing that down,
Yes. I don't even... out of context, people are just going to be confused.
Oh, sorry.
What did he say? Sorry, it does a lot of good shit, which is not a bad thing. Is that what he said?
Wait, that's not a bad thing. There's good things, and that's not a bad thing.
How do I... Like, honestly, if I said that in Goodell, people are going to be like, well, that was a crappy line. It does a lot of good shit, but which isn't a bad thing. It's like, yeah, but someone said this! Somebody actually unironically said it.
It does a lot of good things, and that's alright. Therefore, it's good.
There's a lot of good shit, which isn't a bad thing. It's like, by definition, yes.
What I think is going on here is it's a twofold problem, in my opinion. One, people have certain expectations that weren't met.
So fucking tired of being told.
Here we go.
You expect something to be good, so you're an ass.
Yeah. You fell in love with the show because it was high quality.
Look, listen, maybe if you expected shit, you wouldn't be disappointed all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they subverted your expectations. You thought it'd be good and it wasn't. They got you.
And especially when it comes to the whole Night King situation. And that gets brought up a lot. The Night King was the big bad of the entire show. No, he wasn't.
No, apparently not. Fucking post-talk rationalization right there.
What? No, he wasn't.
He wasn't in the end.
Okay, to give you a comparison, Iron Man dies of a cough in the beginning of Endgame, and then you go, people thought he was going to be this big hero. Well, he wasn't. He wasn't. All right. Okay.
Come on, Matt. I can't even.
Matt.
People thought Darth Vader was going to be the villain of Star Wars, but then when
he was just a fucking janitor. They just got false expectations.
He just had an anvil drop on his head and he died. You know.
Proper centimeter spasms.
Oh, apparently there's a Layers of Fear 2 coming out.
I need to play the first one.
I liked the first one enough, but it's very easy to criticize the crap out of it.
Yeah, I'll still get and play through.
Again, like any piece of information that's remotely of any sort of eye-catching element, it just boops me out of Matt's video. Sorry about that. I'll come back.
Were always a secondary problem. Yes, they were a looming threat. Yes, they had to be dealt with, but it is not the Game of Thrones.
I love how he doesn't understand the point of the show.
It's a meme. Yeah. It's a meme on the subreddits. It's like, this is one of the most memed arguments. The show is called Game of Thrones. It's not Game of White Walkers. So if you didn't realize this,
got ya.
People like you are why they thought it was a good idea, Matt.
Be dealt with, but it is not the Game of Thrones. Whoever defeated the Night King does not all of a sudden become the King of the North, or the King beyond the wall, the King in the
fuck said that was the case?
The fucking king comes from a meeting where they just pick someone out.
Yeah, that's so fucking cool, wasn't it? It was so interesting compared to the fight with death. Literally Satan. Oh, Jesus.
But that's the Game of Thrones. That's the game.
Yeah, you should be more concerned with that, not the boring battle with death itself. Boo.
Land, or the King of Westeros, or any of the Seven Kingdoms. That's not how it goes. So that's not at all.
It's not how it goes.
The big bad. Now, could they have reversed it to where they fought for the Game of they fought for the Iron Throne?
They fought for the Game of Thrones.
The person won the Iron Throne and then commanded the army to fight the Night King. Yeah, and then, you know what? And here's the thing.
So they could do it. I thought you said that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it's not the point.
Almost as if whatever the case of the show is apparently how it was always going to be. That's...
And I'm pretty sure that the story is actually called The Song of Ice and Fire, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that argument doesn't work for the show because they never even say it outside of that fucking book they plonk on the table at the end, which is just out of nowhere. The book series is called A Song of Ice and Fire because, yeah, Game of Thrones is just the first book. That's when the Game of Thrones is at its most important, but as the books progress, it gets less important.
Well, I mean, isn't the idea that, like, the ice part is the White Walkers and all that?
Yeah, and the Daenerys is the fire part. Which is why there's lots to work with there. You could be like, they're gonna clash. Maybe they end up like destroying different halves of Westeros at the same time, or like there's so much you could do with it. You just go, nah, one of them fucking gets pooted out by Arya, and the other one goes nuts and then gets pooted out by Jon. You're like, okay.
Yeah, because I was about to say, what if he thinks that they're superfluous? What is their purpose in the story if they just die and that's it?
Well, apparently, what they were is what he was looking for them to be. They were just going to be a fight at one point. That's it.
A battle.
Yep, we're going to be a cool fight with zombies at one point in one episode. This is the frustration we all felt, is that they were meant to mean more than that. We didn't just want... We can just go watch the fucking Walking Dead if that's what you want. You didn't even need a huge... Like, I was talking to Nerdrotic about this. Like, his pitch was like, what if the episode that they actually attack Westeros, not just fucking Winterfell, the entire episode doesn't have any main characters. It's all from the perspective of all the people living in the villages and the towns and finding out about this for the first time and getting fucking wrecked by all these screaming zombies that are just running into the place and having no idea what's happening. He's like, you could have made a really great horror episode out of it. It could have been all about the effect on the world. But no, it's just castle battle, boom, boom, terrible tactics, Arya kills him, boom, game over. Now next with Cersei.
That's the thing, right? Like, Game of Thrones, from what I understand, was meant to be subversive fantasy story, in the sense that it's about different aspects of fantasy that are maybe untouched, and big epic battles are not an uncommon thing in fantasy. Like, I mean, really, like, if I want to watch a big epic battle, except it has a good story, I can just watch Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, well, Lord of the Rings has just destroyed Game of Thrones in every aspect at this point.
I mean, that's the thing, Lord of the Rings...
Sorry, I was going to say people compared the Long Night to
Helm's
Deep.
Yeah. It's not even close.
Yeah, it's not.
Helm's Deep is a fucking glory. Like, it's.
Well, let's put it this way. Could you imagine if, like, all of the archers just jumped over the wall and just landed in the middle of the orc army?
Stab them with our arrows.
And they all just get killed instantly. It's like, well, that was stupid.
And the fact that they have so much less men and so much less prep time in Helm's Deep, and yet, you know what they did? Like you just said, they put their men behind the walls. Crazy idea.
And then what happens?
They did it in Last Jedi too. They put people outside the fortress. And, like, they wonder why they all die.
They put them outside of the fucking trench, too. Like, why would you put them behind the trench?
Here's what happens.
Don't worry, the trebuchets will slow them down.
What happens, right, is in like, the Battle of Helm's Deep, you got, like, Saruman. He just comes up and, like, he's about to chop off Aragorn's head, and then Frodo just out of nowhere, like, what? And then he drops an
I thought you were in Mordor.
And then all the orcs just, like, drop dead. And then Gandalf shows up. He's like, oh, fucking hell, man. I came from so far. I had to cut through traffic to get here. And you just end this without me.
Yeah, I tell you, the red light at Minas Morgul was giant. That must have been there for 3 minutes.
As Blue Dragons just point out as well, if you remember, the Helm's Deep archers are firing so fast, the lines of orcs are Uruk-hai are going down. They're still charging, but they're going down, which is awesome. In the Long Night, there's like fucking 7 archers, and they fire like once. Just like, this is great, guys. They're doing really good.
And you remember how, like, in the Battle of Minas Tirith, they, like, had the trebuchets not outside of the city, but in the city?
I don't know what you mean, Fringy. That's never happened in Warfare.
Minas Tirith is a great design city because if you get, because it's like in layers, so if you breach that first layer, you still have to go through all the other layers to get up.
If you're defending it,
it's essentially like a bunch of gatehouse areas stacked on top of each other. It's really awesome.
Yeah. Except, obviously when the Nazgul goes all epic again.
You got out, dude, but I think I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, when the Nazgul...
the Nazgul... Why are the Nazgul censoring you?
No, they fly in, and then the music ramps, and they start And
then they what?
I feel so bad. It's like you have no idea how much we're not hearing, but it keeps cutting you on important bits.
I got the gist of it.
Someone said you can't really plan around dragons. It was like they had two, though.
Don't even go there. It's so bad. Oh, everything is so bad.
I think when I watched that episode with you, MooLer, I was like, why don't they put obsidian like claws or something on their dragon so they could kill the bad dragon in a single hit?
So it's established that if you even nick a zombie with a dragon glass, even just a little touch, it'll go down. It just goes. Pfft. So that dragon that they fight, all you need to do is tap it with a fucking dragon glass arrow, and he's down. It lasts the entire episode. It's just like, oh, I hate this show. It's so bad.
Please sit there and say that would probably be the better course of action. That's how I would tell the story. But at the end of it, still, the Night King was a looming threat. It was right there on their doorstep. They didn't have time, and Cersei was playing the game against them.
Yeah, they had a lot.
So Cersei is the ultimate big bad of the show.
Wow, that panned out well.
You just described the events of the episodes. You didn't explain why that's the case.
This video retroactively got worse and worse.
Yeah, because the big baddie isn't Cersei at all, so...
Wanted to be the Night King. Just wanted to be a monster they could kill. I thought it was pretty cool. Battle for
wanted to be a monster they could kill. It's just be a monster. Be a monster. We can kill you.
Oh man, gonna have a full page this time around, aren't I? It was a monster they could kill, and I thought it was pretty cool. That's called an argument.
For Winterfell. Had some technical errors, I guess. I don't know. I saw it just fine.
What? You don't think it was a technical error?
No, you understood it just fine. Here we go.
Well, this is the thing. Me and Wolf, and I think Rags to an extent, I can't remember. We all came to the conclusion like we could see it, but there's no way I'm arguing that it was well lit. Like I understood what happened. Well, for every time there wasn't shaky cam, but when you see all the comparisons and the screenshots and all the complaints. It's just like, yeah, okay, there's something's wrong. So yeah, I don't know, match up.
It's fine. My only real complaint, I think, was like the editing.
The only real complaint. The only real complaint is the editing.
Got any fake complaints?
See, but ultimately the show ended in a very satisfying way. I felt that Arya killing the Night King was done perfectly.
I
think they did it very well. And the reason why I say that is because they had been establishing Arya as a person who...
I want to stop him there. She's established as a person.
faces death. Who faces death.
That's true.
Looks it square in the eye.
Yes. All right, a lot of characters do that, though.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I don't know if he's probably not aware of this. A lot of characters go through, like, fighting and dealing with death in different ways. She says, not today to the god of death, which is a Bravosi thing / Sirio Pharrell thing, and that is just twisted into she's gonna fight the Night King, and it's like,
not today.
She should have said not today as she stabbed him. Would have been great.
She should have said like later today. I will face death.
Later today,
like in a few minutes. I'm gonna teleport.
Yeah, the biggest tell for this not being planned whatsoever is that the writers admitted that they decided Arya would kill the Night King 3 years ago, which is season 6, I think. That's way late. And they said the reason they didn't want Jon to do it is because everybody would expect Jon to do it. Which is really great writing, by the way. If anyone expects an ending...
we gave everyone...
like, you should make fucking, like, just go with literally, like, a rat or janitor to kill the Night King.
Elvis should have done it.
Like, go online. Who's guessing that? Who's guessing it? Nobody.
Fuck it, the Night King gets a heart attack.
That would be
see that coming, did you?
Yeah, it's a commentary on real life. You expect these big grand things to happen, but you get knocked out by health problems. Fantastic.
Winterfell just build the tallest walls possible, and then he has to climb it by ladder. Oh, my chest is tight. Oh,
oh no.
Oh, what if what happens is, the Night King's just hit by a giant arrow, and then and then he just collapses into the ocean?
Yeah,
could have happened.
He gets an ice spear through the dick.
This is part of why everyone was confused that he was even there. Like, why would you risk yourself?
They hit the small one, but they didn't hit...
And why would you go for the people that have weapons that can defeat you? Like, instead of all of the other people on this planet that you can get a massive army from and then swarm Winterfell. Why go for the people who are aware of your existence as opposed to all the ones who aren't? You know, there's just like... I thought the Night King was clever, but then I was like, oh, he's just a dumbass. Cool.
No, he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for somebody to splice together all the scenes throughout all of
the foreboding.
Of the others, or the White Walkers, and how they all built up over the whole series, and then it just ends with
they spare Sam in season 2. They don't. Yeah. They see Sam and he's crying, and they ignore him, and it was like, why? Why did that happen? Do they have?
Why when they butcher humans do they put them into such pretty little patterns?
Yeah, like why? That's fascinating. It's like never answered. You're like, oh. Cool.
What they doing with Craster's children or his sons?
Yeah, we only have to. Oh, dude, this is a great inside the episode for season 4, episode whatever that's from, where they say, once everyone finds out what they're doing with these kids, I think they're going to be shocked. We never did.
Yeah, I don't know because yeah.
Rest in peace.
I'm shocked.
Well, this is it. This is it. The whole that we already they already established in the books and the show that the White Walkers could communicate. They had a different. Well, there was a higher purpose than just lol kill humans. Because if that was all their agenda, as we point out, why did they not kill Sam or Craster? What was the benefit? Why?
Yeah, you had to make a bit more. There's more to him. If you bait that there's more to him, and then you have him be nothing. Yeah,
it was more than it's just a fucking they're just a plague.
Well, I mean, does he think that the whole point was, hey, this will be a boss fight?
I'm like, sorry, but like when it comes to like the whole, they're not. Ned is not just a reference in the winter. He's not just going, it's going to get a bit nippy, put a jacket on.
Well, dude, winter's already fucking come and gone in the show.
I don't even want to bother picking that apart.
It's so embarrassing for the Starks if you rewatch it. It's like, winter is coming. You're like, what do you mean? That day of the year where everyone
they do a lot of good things, though, and that's all.
So dumb.
Kill me.
Takes its mask. That's what happens with Arya.
I'm sorry, but why? Is it an American thing to keep calling it Arya?
What you mean versus?
Isn't it Arya?
Yeah,
it's Arya, isn't it?
Well, in fairness, in the show, they do both.
I've heard Arya, and Aya.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm not bothered by any of them really.
No, I am.
I think I'm pretty sure I've said all of them. So.
We've seen this for years. So she says, "Death wears many faces. I look forward to meeting this one," which she did, and then she killed it. She literally killed the endless death. She killed the long night. That doesn't mean...
I love how crappy makes it sound. She killed the endless death. It's like,
she did it.
How did you...
Yeah, she just stabbed him.
It almost sounds like she shouldn't be able to do it so easily.
She Wolverine pounced him, drew a knife, and stabbed him, and did it.
You just stabbed the endless death.
Someone on Twitter just sent like the Kit Harington's reactions.
In fairness, he's tearing up and he's sad, but it's not necessarily a tell that he hates the ending. It's just a tell that he's sad that he's
right. Yeah, maybe.
So I wouldn't look into it too deep. The Varys one, like I said, I think is much more like you can tell he's just pissed. He's like, fuck this stupid shit.
Emilia Clarke looks like she's about to like be absorbed in the.
Yeah, I thought she was funny. She's clearly over it by that point. She's had like a year to deal with it.
You've all got shit, and I've dealt the worst card ever. Kill me.
It's still a thing, but the Long Night was meant to be the Night King and the White Walkers and the Whites and everything else. And that was maybe not as explained as it should have been, but I picked up on it pretty quickly. And so
that humble brag. He's like, maybe it's a bit of a big thonk for anybody, but I don't know. I picked it up pretty quick.
Oh, it's just one of those things. The average, we understand.
Smiler, by the way, your mic is really loud. It's almost peaking.
Is it?
I mean, he's fine on my. You just gotta turn him down, Rex.
I did. He's at like 40%, but it's like the mic is peaking almost. I don't know. I guess if you don't hear it, I surprised no one else.
It's peaking.
Yeah, it's like it's getting really. It's like it's at 100. Like your mic receive is at 100%.
How close are you to the microphone now?
About a fist away.
Yeah, probably go a bit further away.
I'll just sit back like I'm in my car. We'll try that.
And then maybe keep an... Because, like, obviously for sensitivity stuff, just make sure that green ring's coming around you when you talk and you'll be fine.
Yeah, it's green. Glad
how dare you interrupt Lord Jarbo?
Still got it.
Lord Lardo.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah.
People had their expectations set a little bit too high in that particular regard. And that happens on these shows. Because let's be fair here. Most shows probably do need to be ended around season 5. You can establish...
That might be a trend, but I don't like that it's just accepted. There's like, TV shows tend to go bad by season 5. It's like, they don't have to. Why do we say that? Like, it's just like, oh, fuck, whatever.
Fucking everything's shit anyway.
Like, what, Breaking Bad ended at 5, so I guess we can't talk about that from that way. What are some of the most... What was, like, The Wire like, Al? Was season 5, it's good or bad?
No, it maintains its quality throughout, really.
Alright, what are the... Name some shows. We just gotta get some examples going.
What's that? Sorry?
Babylon 5 did it. No, it didn't, but...
How shows, like, go bad by season 5? And
24 season 5 is...
That's the best one in the series.
Yeah, it's the best one, and the one is
the one they should have ended it on.
Yeah, they should have ended at season 5.
And they sort of did, but then they were like, actually no, we can a few more seasons and let's just do it.
But yeah, that's one example I can think of.
Oh, South Park hasn't fallen to the season 5 curse, has it?
No.
South Park, Simpsons made it past that.
I think we would have agreed, MooLer, that Supernatural should have finished the season 5.
Yeah, it should have. But again, what I'm trying to say is, like, I don't like the idea that we're like, yeah, that's typically where you should end shows, because that's where the writing goes bad. I'd be like, well, that's nonsense. Like, what does that mean?
Maybe that's when they should get different writers or
apparently, yeah,
change the direction. Like, it's
maybe,
a
which
weird
is
thing
funny
to
because
change.
South Park is overseen by Trey Parker and Matt Stone for the whole show.
Yeah,
Trey Parker has written every episode since like season 5.
Like, the other thing is, like, depending on what show we're talking about, this is a show that has books that well past exceed like the length of like an average TV show. Obviously, you don't have to adapt, page for page, but this show had Paul Enty to write about. It didn't. It's not that it ran out of ideas and now they're just jump in the show. It's not that.
Ralph Level said Teletubbies got better. Teletubbies season 5 was the fucking shit, dude.
It peaked season 20.
I think most people agree that it's because it's rushed is the problem. Like,
yeah, even though they took the extra
year. They
year.
went too long; they went too short.
Yeah, absolutely, this whole thing has been truncated. It's like they crushed it, and the idea that it's like, I probably should have ended earlier. It's like, no, God no. They originally wanted to do 7 seasons. I was like, could you imagine how this would look if they cut out another season? Jeez.
Premise, establish a good set of characters, give them a beginning, a middle, and an end, have it wrap up on season 5 and go from there. And I think that's probably...
Have it wrap up on season 5 and go from there?
How does it wrap up and continue?
I'm confused for that statement. That was weird.
Take a break. Characters, give them a beginning, a middle, and an end, have it wrap up on season 5 and go from there. And I think that's probably
wrap up and go.
It's one of the problems when we get into the 8th season. You're dealing with short, truncated seasons. What, 8 episodes?
Whose fault is that? What the fuck?
That was.
Jesus Christ! Why does he say things
for season 7? 6 episodes for season 8.
It's like it's like he's just some talentless hack who sits in front of a webcam and talks.
He's so limited in his scope that he sees what we got as what was gonna happen. Like, we had no choice, guys. It was always going to be truncated seasons post season 5 with writing that wasn't as stellar. It's like, what do you mean? Why?
Again,
and if they'd rushed it more, it would have been better.
He referenced Full Metal Alchemist. He's aware of when they do. He's aware of previous examples happen. And he's still fucking this clueless.
Probably expanded it out a little bit more to tell more of the story. And honestly, they should have.
Which
is it?
Which is it?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Tell us.
They should have.
Short a bit longer. It should have been short a bit, but
Could
longer.
you imagine him at a restaurant? It's like, all right, I want this. And then, like, you deliver it to him. It's like, fuck me, that's undercooked. It's like, no, that's medium rare. I said medium. Jesus Christ. All right, here's medium. Fuck me, you fucking overcooked it. Jesus God.
Well, no, it would be like if he goes to a restaurant and says, "I'd like the steak and eggs, please," and they deliver him steak and eggs, and he's like, "Well, that's what I was expecting." So I don't.
We all know he's going the all you can.
Like this was set up. Like this didn't subvert my expectations at all.
That's like, oh, is that what you wanted?
Like you did exactly what was set up to happen in a way that made sense and was logical. I want my money back.
Do you like in the top left, he's got his Twitter handle, which is, Matt Jarbo, M Jarbo, but if you read that, just what is like, Jarbo.
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 Jarbo!
To do a lot with HBO. I think HBO wanted to start wrapping it up because the cost.
That's
They
just
said,
not true.
Yeah, take as many seasons and episodes as you want.
They gave him a blank check and they fucked it up.
They want to just strangle that golden goose. Like, we want to just stop making all this money. Please wrap it up.
I like that he thinks HBO are to blame.
No, it's George R. Martin and HBO.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry. It's not. Why
George
would
R. Martin.
of
First
all,
off,
The writers.
George was in league with HBO.
of all the hills to die on as well, like, Matt, no, save yourself. Don't do it.
Cost was too damn high. And by the time it gets to these particular series, this late in the game for these kind of series,
the whole they can never. Yeah, it's great.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the way like actors get paid more for every season they're in, right? That's actually a contractual thing. So yeah, the cost will keep going up for things, but the ratings kept going up. The money kept going up. Like the idea that they're like, oh, we're gonna stop it now. We're making not enough money to pay for the actual.
We're making too much money.
Yeah,
well, assuming that, like, back in the day when HBO were like, go ahead and fund this, they had already the 5 fucking books that had already come out to like go, oh right, so we got a bajillion characters, we got a bajillion sets to like do. We got a variety of locations. It's not all like filmed in the corridor where you can green screen it every day. Come on, man. This is not where the show went to fucking die. It's not where it went.
This is the take.
Series. This late in the game for these kind of series, the cost is then that high. Look at Big Bang Theory, for example. Big Bang Theory.
Come on, no, we're not talking about Big Bang fucking.
Why does Big Bang Theory come into this?
We're not comparing a fucking American where it's filmed in mostly the same place or same set every fucking time.
It's like 5 people.
Yeah, with 5 fucking
We've
people.
got 20 seasons of Big Bang Theory.
We're not doing that. We are not.
How many castles did they have to build for Big Bang Theory? Is it about 0?
Oh wait, sorry.
And all the dragons.
Yeah. God. Oh yeah, the Big Bang Theory. Yeah, it went downhill because they run. Come on, it's not like that. It's just...
Yeah, I'm trying to find it on IMDb. How many seasons does Big Bang Theory have?
I think it's now ended. Like it just recently.
Yeah, but how many?
12 seasons in total.
12?
Okay.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, can you imagine if Game of Thrones had 12
I
seasons?
was going to say, how is he using this as an argument? I'm confused. Let's see how this goes.
I think the point that he's trying to make is that Big Bang Theory is really expensive to make because the actors get paid like $1 million an episode.
Mm-hmm.
It just keeps going up. But again, like, it's not a valid argument because HBO is still turning profit. Because think about all the merchandise stuff. Like, think about the stuff that you make money on beyond the show itself.
Exactly. This wasn't a show where they were like, oh shit, we got this up. Producers unhappy with the money that, or the lack of return on investment.
Yeah, like, if it was too expensive, they'd just cancel the show.
It has been the hottest shit for the last 10 years on HBO. They're trying to sorry, I was going to say they're trying to bring in other shows, Westworld and all that, to kind of be the next the stand-in when Game of Thrones ended. But well, I'm still waiting on that, I guess. But
and we're not even guessing. Like HBO just said, make as many as you want.
Yeah,
like it's not even a mystery that they were thinking that it was getting too dear.
Yeah,
there's so many. This is what I mean. This comparison is bizarre, but let's see where he goes with it.
high. Look at Big Bang Theory, for example. Big Bang Theory is one of the most expensive shows on television. It's also the TV's #1 rated.
Somehow,
I'm sorry, but yeah, that's like the most ever. Then, like how?
Like the most what?
Actors get paid. Actors get paid.
I'm sure that the 4 or whatever main cast. I'm sure they're on like. Wasn't like Charlie Sheen on like $2 million per episode for 2.5 million?
Yeah, but like a lot of these actors.
Oh, sorry for you cut all the way up, man.
There is more than one actor who gets paid $1 million per episode on that show, though. That's the thing. Like, I'm pretty sure the main 3 get paid $1 million an episode. The other ones, of which there are like 4 or 5, get paid like $600,000 or $700,000 an episode. So,
but even back in the Friends days, I think they were getting like $1 million or something, weren't they?
Oh yeah.
Like the cast of Friends, like it's not a new thing.
No, it's not. I don't know why he's making it sound like it's a new thing. This is common, but they clearly make enough. The point.
Well, I'm sorry, but the agent and the producers, whoever agreed to these fees, that's their own fucking fault. If they agree to that, and they go, "Oh, this will tank the show because 4 episodes a season because you're all on such ridiculous wages," that's George R. R. Martin's fault, isn't it, mate?
At what point does the producers go to the actors and say, "Listen, we actually can't afford you to keep. We can't afford to pay you these fucking ridiculous sums of money for you to make mediocre comedy. So we're gonna have to tone. Like, what about $500,000 for 20 minutes of work? Would that be okay?"
I'll tell you what. One of you is going to die this episode.
Yeah, fuck it. Make it a dramatic season where they all get fucking killed. Then bring in a new cast. Do it.
Comedy has been for many, many, many years, but all the main cast on the show gets approximately $900,000 an episode, and they do 21 to 23 episodes a season. There's a lot of money at play, and CBS would have been willing to pay them more money to continue.
He just needed to like Google. I'm pretty sure the stuff about how
proven his point. Like
the stuff about HBO being okay with like anything for the writers and shit. Like I'm pretty sure that was publicly available by now, but whatever.
The show
it doesn't matter what you spend if you make more, and all these shows are making more than they're spending. So I don't know where he's going.
Because of all the syndication and because of all the merchandising, the show makes a lot of cash, so they're willing to spend.
Does he realize he's talking about literally the most profitable TV show in like history at this point? Game of Thrones' ratings are like I'm pretty sure they broke records with the newest season again. There's hardly anyone who isn't aware of Game of Thrones, which is cool, by the way, because it's a fantasy genre. It's like the kind of thing that's just like
it's high fantasy.
I don't know if I'd call it high fantasy at this point.
I know, but if we don't argue about the genres, do we?
The point is that it's very unlikely for something like this to be as mainstream as it is, and it is. You've got the ear of literally like the common people. Why?
So sorry, I was going to say. So I just googled. So Anthony Hopkins got paid nearly $200,000 per episode in Westworld. And that's, Sir Anthony Hopkins, knighted for his contribution to film. It's like, if HBO could pay Anthony Hopkins $200,000 an episode, I'm pretty sure they could pay all these lesser actors a lot less.
They're all about spending money, dude. they spend a lot of money to make a lot of money.
Spend more. Game of Thrones pulls in a lot of cash in regards to merchandising and Blu-ray sales and whatnot, but not to the same level something like, let's say, Big Bang Theory.
Does it?
Can you
No. How does he know that?
He's probably right, because it doesn't really like lots of people watch Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones is highly pirated as well. And plus, Big Bang Theory is like #1 rated show on TV in terms of the numbers of people who watch it. It's kind of like
that's kind of sad.
Well, yeah, it is, but the point I'm making is it probably...
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't your point.
It probably does make more money.
I think the syndications where they make all their money, don't they? Because they can just repeat it over and over.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a greater return on investment then.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, think about it this way. How do you syndicate Game of Thrones? You can't show the episodes out of order, really.
Yeah, you can't show it every afternoon or something.
The more serialized it is, the harder it is to syndicate.
An interesting point, yes.
Yeah. So he's
So you have
kind
run
of
into a
right,
bit of a
but
problem.
I don't know why the fuck he's saying this.
I was gonna say it's almost like he's
again, tightening the budget, cutting the episode short, cutting the season short. That's not what's going wrong.
And plus, reruns, you get paid for reruns.
Well, that's syndication.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were saying like it's more syndicatable for a comedy show that can be viewed literally backwards, and it would probably work compared to Game of Thrones.
I read that. I Love Lucy makes like $20 million a year as of 2012.
Probably. Yeah, probably. That sounds about right.
Well, don't they pay $100 million for Friends on Netflix or something?
Actually, sorry, he's highlighted that they have to end Big Bang Theory at fucking 12 seasons because the actors getting paid too much. It's like the HBO are ending at 8 because the actors are getting paid. It's like, wouldn't HBO go even further than the people who own Big Bang Theory? You'd think. I don't know. Like this, I don't understand.
Again, it's not the problem. He's deflected it so hard.
And plus, doesn't HBO have a different business model in general?
The characters die in Game of Thrones.
Well, you have to subscribe to HBO.
Yeah, exactly. So their goal is to create high quality content that incentivizes people to subscribe to HBO, whereas Big Bang Theory is just free. That changes your business model. And I would say that if you want to retain people to your network, you know how like console manufacturers will often sell their consoles at a loss because
for the software sales.
Yeah, exactly. Like, does he not think that the same? Like, even if Game of Thrones popular show on TV, it'd probably still be worth going.
Oh yeah. Well,
because the
TV rights like overseas as well. Like I know, so Game of Thrones is on Sky Atlantic in the UK. That's mega bucks because that is also a subscription service that people in the UK have to pay for. And the Sky, I might Google it now and see how much they paid for it. I'm kind of interested now. Hang on.
They said that season 8 cost $15 million per hour. I think they said, and then they still gave them an open check to just make as much as they want. So they were obviously getting their money back. It obviously wasn't a problem.
I mean, clearly the show was making more than
Well, that's the thing. We're trying to figure out whatever he's even trying to say isn't even accurate. Then it's in favor of a point that, like, what he's saying the show is good right now. If you think it's bad, it's because of George, and it's only bad because it's been shortened because of HBO. It's the most garbled collection of points. Like,
and much of it is wrong because HBO.
From April of 2019, not only is Game of Thrones the most watched show in HBO history, the Game of Thrones franchise is also worth over $1 billion, commanding nearly 30 million viewers per episode in the United States alone, according to the New York Times.
And let's highlight the fact that it's public knowledge that each episode costs an average of $15 million to create. So a season
that's later seasons, isn't it?
Well, that's what we're talking about. So this season, let's say it was the 6 episodes, 15 million. So we got
it's 15 million per hour, and they're an hour and a half. So
it said per episode from what I searched, but
I saw per hour, yeah.
But okay, let's just be generous and say 200 million then. Let's be generous, say 200 million. That's still less than the profits. If we had to clarify this.
With Warner Brothers, Time Warner was probably looming on the horizon, and there's also going to be a lot of slashes and cutbacks and things like that. So it's possible that might have played a part in it. I don't know.
Pause it real quick. I was just looking at a few things. Bigger budget seemed to be the norm by the beginning of the last seasons. The 6th season had a budget of $100 million for 10 episodes. So pretty, because when you look at all the crew, the extras, gravel, horses, stunt performers, camera crews, the time it takes. Apparently,
did you say gravel?
Gravel, yes. Like the materials to make the sets is insane.
What did chat said cost 15 million per episode? That's why they had to cut the good writers. It's the same writers, the same guys.
You know, like, could you imagine if he said? I mean, look at Avengers. $15 million. They got to pay like Robert Downey Jr. They just need to wrap it up. They just need to wrap up Avengers because it costs too much money to pay all these actors. Just cancel Avengers.
Well, this is the thing. Game of Thrones regularly kills major cast members, so like it probably is able to generate new characters, kill off old ones. Like, if this season had killed Cersei and Jorah, and they kept Jorah this long because there's the thing called the high QI rating or whatever it is, where people are watching for this is why Bronn is still in the show. even though he's got no purpose and he's got like 3 scenes in the newest season. It's because he makes money. He puts bums in seats. People like to see this guy.
Why?
And it's like he's been in it since season 1. So imagine how much he costs. So imagine what I'm saying here is he clearly is worth putting in, even though he costs a shit ton of money, because otherwise he wouldn't be there.
Some of this stuff in this article is really interesting. According to a 2014 TMZ report, Cersei's Walk of Shame cost $50,000 a day for 4 days. In an effort to keep the scene under wraps, the producers hired over 200 security guards and threatened potential leakers with a $250,000 lawsuit. And when it talks about location, Northern Ireland Screen Agency has invested $18.3 million so far in the show, and the result, the agency says, is that Game of Thrones alone has brought more than $224 million to the area in the form of filming expenses, tourism, and more.
Yeah.
And this is what I mean. We're just we're scratching the surface of how this all works, but he's just like, HBO didn't want him to care.
Yeah, but do you think he did any
Give
research?
him a chance, he'll explain it.
Oh, so
he'll explain
research.
Now, another reason, and this is my big point here, why I think the conversation has turned from positive to negative is more about the fact that it's popular and profitable to shit on this show.
Because it's not profitable to pay. It's not profitable or anything to praise things.
No, you can't get views from saying something is good.
Nope.
Such a shame. See, he's taking a bullet here. He's saying this is good, and he knows no one will view this.
And get a lot of money in the process.
This is showing a lot about how Matt makes videos and how he chooses what to make videos on.
Yeah, and what they focus on. Well, the guy we covered previously, he was like, people are making a lot of money off reviews for Captain. It's like, what do you mean? Why did people are watching reviews for Captain Marvel? Is that what you're saying?
None of us sit at home and go, "What the fuck is going on in this show? I've got to talk about it."
Yeah, no, that never happens.
Clicks.
That never happens.
This hugely popular show, I'm gonna get clicks by saying it's shit, and then somehow everyone agreed with me.
You know, you got like that in Scrooge McDuck in his pool of gold coins going through your head.
And this is the thing, don't get me wrong, there are people out there who probably did jump on the train. People like I remember I think I was talking to Rags about it, but like Watch Mojo put out like a why season 8 of Game of Thrones sucks. And it's got like 70% up and 30% down. It's like, how did they manage to pull that off? They've probably jumped on the bandwagon, they have terrible arguments. Like, the new season's bad because there's not enough screen time for Daenerys, or something like that, and you'll be like, that's not why it's bad. You're not good at this, and you couldn't tell they don't have genuine reasons.
Put a video, Game of Thrones is a disaster, oh my god, you might get a couple 100,000 views because people are
remember when you used to get views, Matt?
What do you mean?
Remember the good old days, like literally the days.
And we've seen this in other fandoms. It gets to a point with a lot of fandoms to where ultimately the quality is not what some people have wanted it to be. The storylines change, things become different, and then it becomes a vocal port of a fandom.
A vocal port
of a
fandom.
Is that sheet covering the skip bin he lives in now? Like, if you take that down, is he just like
he's in his backyard right now? If that fell down behind him, it'd just be his lawn.
Or you just have a homeless
his
man,
kitchen.
like,
yeah, he can't afford a lawn, but
it's a kitchen he's working in. There's dishes piling up that he's meant to be cleaning.
Gordon Ramsay comes in. And, the fuck are you doing?
It's to cover up the rest of the room that he's in. Jarbo, you know this shit doesn't make any money. Stop wasting your time. You got a
hate on it.
You've got a child to feed. Stop with your YouTube fantasy and make some money for the family.
It's Don in the background trying to get his life straight. Like, come on, dude. You can
listen, Matt, I know you've been through some rough times, almost all of it because of your own doing, but listen.
Up really kind of yelling about something, and not everything is necessary to yell about. In regards to, let's say, Star Wars.
Tell us what's necessary.
Because I complain a lot about Star Wars. Legacy characters in the middle of a franchise being absolutely mistreated is something to be upset about.
Oh, I guess that doesn't apply to Game of Thrones.
Yep, doesn't count here. That's not a thing that happens in Game of Thrones, guys.
Here, getting to the end of the game,
Stannis.
Not so much, because a lot of them are still at play. And they're going to be
we'll ruin them later. We haven't gotten to them yet.
Yeah, he hasn't seen episode 5 and 6 yet, so.
This
thing
is
is,
aged badly.
people
I mean,
have
look, he
told
has
me-
Daenerys's picture there for the whole video so far. She's just staring at him in abject horror and confusion, expressionless.
I've heard,
What
by
is
the
this
way,
that I'm
that
looking
he apparently enjoyed the whole season as well, so maybe he thinks this aged
fuck
well.
off.
This episode and the next episode when we get to the final end of it and we end it.
The final
But
end.
a lot of people are going to die.
The
But they get them
final
right
end
to
of
the
it
end and
ended.
they're going to give them their conclusions. They're not going to, be blown up on a rock or be fading out to whatever the hell on a rock.
Oh, he's making fun of Luke Skywalker, I guess.
Yeah.
Him
Yeah.
fading on a rock wasn't the problem. That's not like...
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Him dying wasn't the issue.
You've
Let it be
missed the
jettisoned.
point.
That was something, but
That was unusual.
Pulled himself back into a coma. That's bad writing. Here, you run the risk of having...
The pin drops so we can establish it. We can...
Yeah. They all do this, though. They'll randomly call it bad, then you'll be like, what do you mean? I mean, I don't like it.
So many characters.
I thought it was
on
bad. It's not bad. I thought it was...
screen that you have to account for. And not everyone is going to have a lot of screen time. How many lines of dialogue has Varys had this season so far? We're 4 episodes in, and Varys has maybe had 10 lines
Is
of
this an argument
dialogue.
people are making?
Not an argument I would make. The
Varys
amount of
doesn't talk
dialogue
enough?
versus the quality of his dialogue.
You have too much dialogue, Matt. How about that?
Right. I mean, we've seen this happen with like the Harry Potter franchise when they removed Peeves from the equation. Peeves was a big part of the first 4 books, at least when they were at Hogwarts.
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with Varys in Game of Thrones? Like,
Yeah. I can't even remember who Peeves... Well, the poltergeist, right? No, yeah. Peeves was like the poltergeist guy, right?
Was Peeves...
Yeah, you're right. Oh, sorry, I skipped it again. Sorry,
Right?
my bad. Yeah.
I'm gonna look at Google Images.
I'm sure chat will let me know because I can't
Peeves was the
remember who
poltergeist.
Peeves
Yeah, you are.
is. Peeves.
So was he in...
You're right.
Peeves the poltergeist, right?
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Not what I'm clarifying. I just wanted to see what he looked like.
Peeves the prankster ghost. I thought I remembered it.
Was he only in like one film or something? Or... Well, this is the thing. If Varys wasn't in the TV show whatsoever, and then you were complaining it's like he's not in the latest seasons, that's bad. I'd be like, yeah, but he never was. Point being, like, I'm assuming Peeves was just not as important in the film version.
I can't remember if he was
He's not
important
really,
or not.
He does 1 or 2 things in the books like that might trigger the event, or he's not important.
Rag the super fan.
Really
I barely remember.
The
Apparently,
one that
Peeves was a
that they nearly
huge part
cut
of the
out
rebellion against
was-
Umbridge.
Yeah, the one character that they nearly cut out, then J.K. The fucking the house elf that lived in
Dobby.
No, not Dobby. No, the other one.
Oh, the grumpy ass one.
Yeah, he lived on in
Sirius Black's their house
like,
elf.
Yeah, that his house elf.
What was his name? Crunger or something like that?
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. It's been so long since I've read these books.
But yeah, he's the one because he's the one who knows
Creature.
That's it, yeah, because he knows who the Half-Blood Prince is or whatever.
Yeah, Creature.
Some shit like that.
Oh, apparently he's not even in the movies at all. He was going to be, but he got cut out.
Peeves?
Yeah.
Oh.
Look,
what is not the same as Varys at all?
It doesn't matter. The argument he's making.
Khal Drogo, the grumpy elf.
Yeah, it's not fucking. It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
All right then.
To navigate
this
all
is
of
what
these
about
characters
anyway.
and put them in places and tell a story. This is an adaptation. Adaptations are never fully going to give you everything you want. But I think
I don't know who you just counted by saying that. Did anyone out there say that? Anyone? They don't say an adaptation will give you everything you want.
Yeah. I thought it was like an unspoken rule that obviously adaptations can't have everything a source material, especially a book, can give you. Like, this is a book that takes dozens of hours to read. We're going to give you a version 90 minutes.
I just get tired of people making the safest arguments ever. Like, you shouldn't kill people when they don't want to die. You're like,
all right.
to come at it from the best possible perspective on everything is probably for the best. I think coming at it and looking at what they're attempting to do that is going to be close enough to the source material that they can get while still telling a compelling
didn't get
joke.
That sounds like a broken sentence to me.
I'm not even sure.
No, not from Monday Matt.
Leave him alone, this poor boy.
Is probably for the best.
He's trying his best. You can't criticize him. He's doing his best.
Looking at what they're attempting to do, that is going to be close enough to the source material that they can get, while still telling a compelling.
That's a broken sentence.
That's pretty broken.
There is no source material at the end.
Yeah, he's already established that as well.
Compelling show. And I think
that's why there's no source material, which is why it's George's fault.
Yeah.
I have now been thoroughly convinced that it is better than I thought. Yeah. Good job, Matt.
I mean, if you don't agree, it probably is sexism or racism.
He's not very good at speaking, is he? He just, he can't string together a sentence that makes sense.
That's your opinion.
Because, are you saying that his words are very jarbled?
Are they jarbled?
Follow film, don't follow movies, don't follow development or production, haven't been lived in this
like
world.
I do.
Maybe don't always get that. And that's not their fault, and I'm not criticizing them for that. I went to film school, I've worked in Hollywood.
Wow.
Really?
What a fucking prick.
Really? If you've never heard an argument against film school, this video is the one you need to see.
No, I went to film school. I know how things go.
I'm educated. I was taught by the finest cinematic scholars in all the universities all across the land.
Thank God that's a substitute argument. Oof, good stuff.
You peasants couldn't possibly understand the fine art of filmmaking.
You sound like the fucking Jim Sterling character.
It was the other.
Yeah.
But I've worked on, some films and some web series and some other projects.
So
I know the process. And so maybe that's how I'm coming at it a little bit differently.
Oh, you're fuck you. Fuck you in the ass, man. Oh,
A lot that goes into these kind of shows that I feel is amazing. The set design, the special effects. I mean, we're looking at dragons on a screen. Well, one dragon.
Now, remember,
we're looking
Matt,
at dragons on a screen.
Remember that all of this is lost if you convert. A good story would be one that you could convert to a book that would still work. Now that means that you lose the special effects and the set design. All of that's good work. All of that's important to the show, but the story is divorced from all that.
Well, to be fair, I think Matt is coming out of the right angle because he's coming out the same way as D&D. Read the book today. So,
and they got the showrunner position, so they knew what they were talking about.
I mean, they went to film school too, presumably. So yeah, he's right in with their gang.
Us plebs sitting here hating on media for views. What would we know? Nothing at all.
Blowing shit up. All right, the Dragonfire scene from season 6's finale was freaking amazing. Taking out the High Septum. I mean, it was cool.
The High Septum. Cool. The High Septum. It's the septum.
Wait. No, the septum is the little divot on the top of your lip.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what he just said. They took out the high divot on the top of your lip.
My girlfriend's got a septum.
The ice septum.
But you know what? I'll be fair to him. Let's listen to that again. Does he say high septum? Because again, for people who don't know, septon is what it's supposed to be.
Septum is the cartilage in the nose between your nostrils. That's your septum.
All right, the Dragonfire scene from season 6's finale.
Is he talking about snotsicles?
Taking out the High Septum. I mean, it was.
No, that's an M. That's an M.
He's wrong too. He's talking about taking out the High Septum. That's the High Sparrow, and it wasn't Dragonfire. It was Wildfire. What the fuck?
Hey, septum Sparrow. The themes are there.
Oh man.
The High Septum.
We didn't get Game of Thrones, but this fuck.
I feel like I've got a bit of a cold. It must be this icy septum I've got.
My icy septum.
If only there was a way to warm my icy septum.
The High Septum. There's a lot you can draw from that.
It's cool. They've done a lot of great things with it. I just wish people would look at it more from the perspective of this is a show I'm watching because I want to enjoy it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Thanks, man.
God, he's rolling out all of the fucking standard arguments, man. Like, I hate these ones. It's like, yeah.
I just love that he's confirmed basically that he didn't read. So
You didn't what?
he didn't read or watch the didn't read the books or watch the show. Sorry.
I mean, he apparently knew there was dragons, so you have to hand him have to hand him that. I'll take that away from him. He saw the jangling keys, guys. He just may have missed the writing.
Oh, there was dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon characters through the mud.
Mm-hmm.
Watching because I want to find ways to shit on it. And I think if more people came at it from more of a positive mindset,
fuck you.
I think
I know, right? I know. It's like, oh my god, stop assuming I want to hate things.
I'm just describing what I'm seeing on the screen.
I think if you
And
came
everyone
at
was
it with a
just
more
positive about
negative
everything.
attitude, Matt, you'd be able to see what reality looks like. I don't know about that.
think their perspective of it would be changed a little bit. But the problem with it is, though, it's so easy to spread negativity throughout the internet.
Don't forget, guys. He did write.
He did what?
He did write a book on dealing with negativity on the internet.
Oh yes,
I thought it was. I thought he did a book on like how to increase your social media presence or whatever.
Well, mine works, but he probably did it too.
Imagine reading the book written by Matt Jarbo on how to increase your social media presence.
Imagine reading a book with the author's surname is Jarbo.
All right. So it's on Amazon.
I'm looking at
The name of the book is called. All right, let me take a breath.
Here we go.
No bullshit social media marketing. Tips and tricks on how to create and sustain a solid online presence on Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr, Pinterest, and Google Plus for the entertainment industry.
So,
by Matt Jarbo.
We already know he's a charlatan. Google Plus doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, we have a 5-star review. Professor Jarbo takes an extreme stance on the controversial Jewish question.
Here's a good one. One of the reviews. Matt, remember that SpongeBob episode where they did the talent show and shouts, "No talent, it's Squidward." That's you. You can't make good content. You can't make a good book. Just give up.
Just give up.
Oh. So many. Oh, look at this one. So many typos and cut and paste jobs, it makes me sick. This guy must be from Nigeria. Proofread major typos on the first page.
Matt, remember that SpongeBob episode where they did the talent show?
Yeah.
This book may be the most clear and concise analysis of the Jewish question ever written. By comparison, Kevin McDonald's book, The Culture of Critique, seems as if it was written by a pro-Israel Zionist neocon. Although extremely detailed, Professor Jarbo's constant use of anti-Semitic slurs did seem excessive at times, and his proposal to nuke Israel out of existence so that this time they'll stay gone was admittedly a bit unsettling to read.
Some people in chat have been saying that we should be concerned that he might flag this stream. It's like, do you understand if he did that? How much, like... Oh Jesus! Like Matt's reputation is so in the dirt. But if he did that, like, I don't think he would be that stupid. But hey, he could. I don't know.
Wish I can give this 0 stars. The author doesn't even advice. I haven't product, but I doubt there is a chapter about making up a story of a master troll who, for 18 months, flags the content of anybody criticizing you. While in reality, you just set up Google Alerts to allow you to know when any content about you gets released, so you can flag it in the hopes of cleaning it off the internet.
We've got a 1-star. You shouldn't be writing a book when the first title says how social media sites might used.
Might used?
How social media sites might used.
Is that seriously what it says? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, apparently.
This is pretty interesting. Wow. This book is fantastic. Granted, I was in a bad place when I read it. By bad, I mean a really hard place looking for boulders with my kids for some reason. Anyway, this book will give you all the tips you need that will make you a successful internet pro like Matt. I had to reread the chapter about flagging people who talk crap on you on YouTube multiple times. Very riveting stuff. There was even a chapter about how to handle interviews when other people grill you about lying. I'll give you the Spark Notes summary. Deny, play the victim, and talk about thoughts of suicide.
All right, we only got a minute of Matt left. Let's see how it goes.
And you start looking for things to hate. You start looking for things to critique. You start looking for things to dunk on. And then that overall becomes a conversation. And
Conversations
a lot
are good.
of the actual criticism and nuance. And
Actual nuance. I like these words.
Actual, real
nuance is my favorite one because every time someone says nuance, it's like they're retarded and they're the exact opposite of nuance. It's just funny to me. You know, it's like the young Turks. Oh, we want to have a nuance. Yeah, Cenk and nuance.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
You're just racist.
whatever else gets lost because people then just realize, oh, I can sit here for 20 minutes and just bitch about this show. And
whereas instead
you
could spend 12 minutes being Matt and not write a script and just say bullshit.
And he said not adding value to the conversation. Like,
what did this add?
What do you mean value? Is this objective now or subject? Just they're not talking about the things you want to talk about. This is what I mean. It's so tough to actually figure out what these people say if they don't, separate the two conversations easily. Because you're just like, what are you saying? That you don't want them to talk about it because you don't like them talking about it that way? Is that your point? Because I don't care.
And he slid into his normal crap of just like hating other YouTubers. Like, it's meant to be Game of Thrones is better than you think. But he's not talking about the show anymore. He's talking about what other YouTubers are. Like, he's just disregarding anyone else. Like, the whole public hate this show. Like, everyone you run into hate it. They're not trying to get clicks or trying to, fit in by hating on something, being a hater. They just don't like the show.
No, everyone on the street who hates it, they're practicing for their up-and-coming YouTube career.
Exactly. Yeah. He's just slipped into his normal jealousy of other YouTubers. That's really what he's saying.
You can like Game of Thrones. You cannot like Game of Thrones.
Cool.
That's
Thanks,
entirely
Matt.
fine. I personally find it to be very enjoyable.
Yeah.
I personally find it to be a lot of fun to watch. I personally find it to be an experience that I'm sad to have that's coming to a close.
So he enjoys it. He finds it fun.
He likes
and
it.
He doesn't want it to stop, but it is.
Great.
All right.
And he wish it had stopped at season 5.
Hooray.
I'm just glad we got to know those 3 facts. They're important.
I look forward to picking up my box set on like 4K when it comes out. And I look forward to seeing what else comes out from this series in regards to the prequels. I also want George R.R. Martin to pull his head out of his ass and finish the goddamn...
Oh, what are you getting on your...
Yeah, just don't go there.
Don't
just
tell...
Don't.
Yeah,
you don't give a shit how bad those writers fucking adapt.
Their asses.
Read the books yourself. I don't know. Well, he hasn't read them, so don't go on that platitude. Fuck off. Oh,
get your head out of your ass, George.
Please.
of the books can get that closure because they were denied that closure. Which
So,
I think is a large part
Matt,
of this as well.
Matt,
we can't hear you.
Well, anyway, your thoughts.
Matt, so like, you know how you said that people are just being negative for the sake of being negative to get money? Matt, you're just criticizing the books and George R.R. Martin because you're a negative piece of shit and you want money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's absolutely true, Matt, because I said so. I'm good at arguing. I'm Matt. I make compelling, strong arguments. I talk about sanctums and
septums.
Fucking septums. Sorry, septums. The grand septum. I have the greatest septum of all.
Claim is an argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Your opinions. Let me know. They should be fun.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah.
You see that, like, there's one time in Goodell 2 where I just randomly laugh. It's just a thing. And I find like some people might not get it. It's just like, these people do this shit. They just randomly laugh in their own videos like, we're having a good time. We're having fun. Now I have to have a random laugh in episode 3 thanks to you, Matt. Thanks to you.
Make sure you slap your thigh.
I'll talk to you guys later. Have yourself a great day and peace out.
Peace out. All right. Goodbye, Matt.
Yeah. All right. What a faggot.
Wait, why has he got a video called "The Truth About This Frickin' Guy" or "Freaking Guy"?
The truth about this freaking guy.
You talking about the?
Oh, he knows about the
Dawn?
backstory.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on,
He knows
everyone? My
about
name is
the
Matt Jarbo. This is
wife
Three
and
Buck
cancer.
Theater.
Let's
And-
see how long we can last with this one. I'm curious.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? My name is Matt Jarbo.
That's not that.
Oh no! I thought you were
No.
Oh, yes, we
Hey,
are.
what's going on,
We're
everyone?
also-
My name is Matt Jarbo. This is Three Buck Theater. And yes, we're going to be talking about
No,
Captain
what?
Marvel once again, but not
He's got
really
another
about-
Star Wars shirt on. This is 2 in a row. He had Boba Fett. Now it's just said Star Wars on it.
That's adorable.
I also like how his logo for $3 Theater is just a complete breach of copyright. Because he's just using the Star Wars fonts.
You can't put that on a T-shirt.
Oh, right.
Well, shit, well, the thing is, he knows he's so irrelevant and a nobody that they wouldn't.
Brie Larson or any of the controversy surrounding the film in
It's so
question.
boring.
But more
Yeah.
about the controversy surrounding
Mundane?
a new clip that was released and how it's having one hell of an impact on a lot of people who have been criticizing Captain Marvel.
When you attack the Dawn, you should expect people to react very violently. That's
Absolute total massacre.
yes.
actions
How dare you.
in the clip, but it's really interesting when you look at who is the other actor in it and potentially why this clip was not released theatrically.
We can't expect Dawn to do all the work.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've seen what I'm talking about here, you know that it's this clip right here where she's trying to use a
I wonder how
map
Maggie's
to figure
donuts
out where
taste.
to go. Here comes this guy on the motorcycle.
Greater Los Angeles.
He tells her to smile. She's like,
Oh, there he
no,
is.
not gonna do it. But
His friends
when
will
you
be
see the
proud he's
actor
giving it a go.
Right here, this is Robert Kaczynski. I probably said that wrong, right? He's been
Hey,
around for
maybe
a
you should
while.
restart the video.
No.
Just
No.
re-record.
No.
He's been in a lot of things. He was in Warcraft. He was in a show
both
called
of his
Second
parents are
Chances. I've
Jewish.
seen him at Comic-Con. He's actually a really funny guy. And you're probably asking
Which is
yourself,
fine, by the
what
way.
the hell does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Glorious.
How is this controversial at all? Well, Kaczynski here was absolutely 100% tied to the Chris Hardwick scandal from last summer, where AMC suspended Chris Hardwick after his ex-girlfriend made allegations of abuse. And you might be asking yourself once again, how is he associated with this particular story? Well, Chloe Dykstra is the ex-girlfriend in question, who is the one who labeled Chris Hardwick as an abuser. She Me Too'd him, got him suspended, and she had published a Medium post that was unpublished. Sorry, I want to clarify that. It was an unpublished Medium post that was only
I'm
supposed
waiting for how this relates to the Dawn.
Yeah.
to go to a handful of friends, and that was going to be it. Except her boyfriend, who is Robert Kaczynski, is the one who tweeted it out last year, saying, please take the time to read this. It concerns the person I love the most in the world, the bravest I know. Please learn from it and understand how easy it is to end up here. And this is the tweet that went viral with, well, 2.4 thousand retweets, 8.7 thousand likes, but this is pretty much what kicked it off. He published this post on Twitter as a way to draw awareness to this previously unpublished Medium post that was only meant to go out to a handful of people. This wasn't an attack on Chris Hardwick whatsoever. This wasn't an orchestrated way to make something go viral in the era of Me Too. You know, it was just the
Can you get to it, you cow's
Although
anus?
he followed that.
I was gonna say, do you want to move on?
I'm so bored.
So bored.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm like...
He was talking about the
Man.
Dawn and he couldn't stay entertaining. Like, I don't even know how we got to this. This is way more entertaining, actually. Sorry, Matt. See you around, dude. 16 clues from Game of Thrones that foreshadow Arya's big moment. Now, this is going to be really fun because you don't need to have seen the show to see how stupid this video is. So, let's go!
Let's make it worse.
It's not how people fight.
That's totally how people fight. This never even happened, so... That happened, though.
It's one of those did I really see that TV moments in season 8 episode 3 of
Yeah,
Game
it's
of
fucking
Thrones.
retarded.
Yeah, I think that's safe. He never takes that knife thing on his back. That thing on his back looks weird, but yeah, actually. I guess they have to CGI it once it actually gets on screen.
We see Arya jumping towards the Night King and stabbing him in the heart with a Valyrian steel dagger. Showrunners David Benioff and DB Weiss claim that they have known for years that she would be the one to kill the Night King. But you might not have spotted all the clues that they put in other episodes.
Yeah, 'cause it's
We're
retarded.
going to break it down for you.
Oh,
Right at the
please.
start in season 1, episode 1, Arya is introduced to us as a force to be reckoned with. While her brother Bran is set up to not be a great warrior, Arya comes in with a sneak attack and hits the target.
A sneak attack and hits the target. No, she was just.
What? That
no,
was
like
That was it. That was one.
it's not a sneak attack.
So for context, in the scene, Brad is learning how to fire arrows, and she's supposed to be sewing, and she comes out of the sewing room to fire an arrow at the target, and she nails it. This is just showing that Aya doesn't like knitting / sewing and enjoys training for archery shit.
She's not a conventional woman in this time.
Calling it a
period.
sneak attack is like,
Yeah.
what? But okay, good start. We got one.
Episode 2, Aya is bestowed with her first weapon, Needle, by John. John's advice is,
sticking with the pointy end.
This line is repeated in The Long Night.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's it. That's number 2.
Because the episode involves shitty dialogue. That's foreshadowed.
So, stick them with the pointy end, which is what you do with knives.
Yes.
This foreshadowing that the knife will be used to kill the Night King later.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not a joke. This video is...
Can you imagine?
This video is...
if John said, "Shove it up your ass," and then she did.
This video was unironically sent to me to prove I was an idiot about my assessment of episode 3. They were like, "You didn't see the connections." It's like, okay, let's go through. So this is number 3.
Oh, Pharrell, who taught her to be fast, coining the phrase, "What do we say to the god of death? Not today," which again was repeated in The Long Night.
Okay.
Ironically, in her first lesson with him, he throws a sword towards her, which he fails to catch.
Tomorrow you will catch it.
He?
The cat's paw dagger.
I was about to say, did she just describe Aya as a he?
The Long Night.
First off, that's mischievous.
Ironically, in her first lesson with him, he throws a sword towards her, which he fails to catch.
Yeah, she throws.
She fails to catch.
Whoops.
Tomorrow you will catch it.
The cat's paw dagger's journey through the seasons is actually a clue in itself.
Wait, sorry. That was a point.
We're on 4?
That was a point.
Wait, we're on number 4 now? No,
Ironically, in her first lesson with him, he throws a sword towards her, which he fails to catch.
Tomorrow you will catch it.
The cat.
That was a point.
Oh, that was a foreshadowing that she's going to kill the Night King. She can't catch a stick.
What happened was
later.
No, she didn't catch it, but at the end she caught the one that she dropped and stabbed him.
So yeah. So I want to clarify. I believe I sent a clip of this before to Rags when I was shown this video, and I said that this woman sounds like CJ if he was pitched up. And someone in chat just said apparently they played it on the Great British Podcast for that as well. Because I said it to CJ and I said this. She sounds like you, but a girl. It's like the voices are almost the same, but yeah, it's great. You should compare them. Oh, actually, everyone in chat, remember how? Well, I mean, it's an accent, right? So remember how CJ sounds, and just picture this is him but pitched up.
Paw Dagger's journey through the seasons is actually a clue in itself. It makes an early appearance in season 1. A mysterious assassin tries to murder Bran with it, but Catelyn Stark protects him, so Catelyn takes it to King's Landing where she shows it to Littlefinger. He frames Tyrion, which then turns into the War of the Five Kings. Ned Stark has it, then loses it to Littlefinger when he betrays him, leading to Ned Stark's death, which then sends Arya on her long journey to becoming a badass assassin, only for Littlefinger to give it back to Bran at the same location it was first introduced.
This is for you.
In season 7, episode 1...
That's not a point!
But what's the reason?
Yeah.
You're just like, here's where the dagger goes. But what's the
you know
reason?
how like when you're writing a report and then you like cite your source, but then you make an
No,
like,
it's like
you're
when you write a
actually
report and you're like 300 words short of the minimum, and you have to make up bullshit to get to your maximum word, to the minimum word allotment that you need to pass. That's what like number 4 was, and number 3, and all of them were.
I'm not even gonna bother.
According to chat, they all agreed that it doesn't sound like CJ. I literally sent it to CJ. I've got logs where he said, "Yeah, that does sound like me." So, like,
that's how CJ hears himself.
But no, it's seriously, it's like 1 for 1 the accent CJ's got, and it's not like, it's not something that's offensive. Don't worry, you can say
Anyway,
there are girl
it just
visions of
sounds
accents. It's fine.
Sounds like it.
That exact dagger shows up in one of the books that Sam is reading in the Citadel in Old Town to find out how to defeat the Army of the Dead and the Night King.
You stab him with dragon glass.
Stop it!
Why is
steel.
that?
How are these points?
Yeah.
So because the dagger existed before it was used, that's
foreshadowing.
That's foreshadowing for how I is gonna use.
Unironically being referred to as foreshadowing, like.
I still don't. Either these were all like, oh yeah, that's a shadow, it's not fucking character development or build up or anything. It's fucking
So what was this point?
In season 7, episode 1, that exact dagger shows up in one of the books that Sam is reading in the Citadel in Old Town to find out how to defeat the Army of the Dead and the Night King. Melisandre.
Yeah, but
that's it. Sam read it in a book.
I mean, that's probably the best point out of all of these, is that he was reading about the Night King and he found a picture of the dagger.
Yeah, he was reading about Chekhov's.
But the problem is that the dagger itself is just Valyrian steel. It's actually a pretty big coincidence it happens to be the same fucking dagger that they actually use. It's not the only dagger that can beat him. In fact, Dragonglass could probably beat him.
Well, if he'd just fallen on the dagger and died, would have that done?
I think so,
Did we need any good story? Like, it's just, as long as it's a dagger.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Meets Arya in season 3, episode 6, telling her,
I see a darkness in you.
Great.
She's
and
white.
in that darkness, eyes staring back at me.
Alright, so this is the big one. This is the one that even the showrunners referenced. Now, make a note of how Melisandre says this.
Brown eyes, blue eyes, green eyes.
Now, what do you think she's referring to when she's saying this?
There's a lot
All
of
different types of eyes?
Oh, yeah, all kinds of people.
You're going to kill all kinds of people. Now, the showrunners have retconned it into meaning brown is the phrase, green is something we don't even know, and blue is specifically about dead people.
That one probably should have stood out a bit more.
Well, when they redo the line, which I don't think is in this video, but hopefully it is, she says to Arya, remember what I told you? You're going to close all kinds of eyes. Brown eyes, green eyes, blue eyes. And it's like, oh, that's much more significant now. You kind of changed the line since you last said it, but okay.
Eyes you'll shut forever.
You should stab
this
people.
is the prompt Melisandre used again in
they can
season
show
8,
it.
episode 3,
Show
to
it.
send her over to the weirwood tree.
No, don't show it.
She didn't show it. Never mind. Okay,
Don't
point
show
7.
because that would.
4,
Yeah, all right.
Arya picks up a few tips from the Hound. In their travels across Westeros,
Wait, did she say point number 4? That didn't happen, did it?
in season 4,
Oh, okay.
Arya
On
picks
7
up
now.
a few tips from the Hound. In their travels across
I
Westeros,
like the red
he
arrows to
teaches her
remind
to
me
look
who
for
the
weak
Hound is.
spots in armor, and also how to stab someone in the heart.
Okay, 1, he does not teach you to look for weak spots in the armor. He teaches you that armor deflects fucking knives and swords.
Yeah, I saw. That's a scene that I saw.
Which, if anything, counters what she does with the Night King. She stabs him in his armor. For some reason, he has like a big open slot in it. And 2, what do you mean teaches her to stab people in the heart?
Why did this guy just let her stab him?
She got the drop. Well, I say she got the drop on him. He was mouthing off to her, and then she just went, "Oh fuck you, poke," and he died.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Oh.
The idea that she needed to be taught that going for the heart would be a significant.
I thought
like,
John told her point him with the point. Yeah, duh.
Foreshadowing for killing the Night King.
John
of course.
told her.
In season 6, episode
So
5,
I guess their point here relies on the fact that they had to retroactively create a gap in his armor for her to stab.
That and the fact that she apparently needed to be taught to stab people in the heart. I don't know.
Just pull it out the arse. Come on.
Bran has a vision where he experiences the creation of the Night King by the Children of the Forest. What we now know is the Night King gets stabbed in the chest by a dragonglass dagger. It's under a similar looking weirwood tree that he would meet his demise, again being pierced in the chest.
That I'll give her that's more interesting than anything she said. It's like, okay.
It's a coincidence, I guess.
In season 8,
So basically,
episode 1,
kill the thing, point it with stab its vital organ.
Arya sneaks up on Jon Snow in exactly the same place where she kills the Night King. He says,
How did you sneak up on me?
in season
Well,
7,
you weren't surrounded by a fucking army for starters, so
Yeah.
that made it a little easier.
I'm surprised he even asked that question. It's like she could have just walked here. And, yeah. It's
Yeah.
not like you're really loud on snow if you walk slowly. I don't know.
episode 4, Bran gives Arya the dagger that he in turn was given by Littlefinger. The Littlefinger scene had seemed a bit random at the time, and he turns it over to her saying,
I don't want it.
it's a testament to Isaac William Hempstead's portrayal of Bran that without realising its significance, he has a wistful and kind of knowing look on his face, as if giving the dagger
Is that what
some
his face
significance.
is?
So she split up the journey of the dagger going from A to B to C to D. That's one point. And then D to E to F is another point, you know? Like, interesting.
Also, it's like, what is he going to do with it?
I don't want it. Fucking John says that all the goddamn time.
Once Bran gives the dagger to Arya, it's extremely visible on her belt throughout the next episodes.
It's extremely
She then
visible.
uses it in a sparring match.
Because she wears it on her belt.
It's extremely visible. I can't.
This is an interesting combat thing, keeping your sword behind you.
Well, why would you want it in front?
Well, wouldn't Brienne just smack her sword out of the way because she's way stronger and has a much heavier weapon?
too
She's
fast.
just like, oh,
fast.
okay.
Too fast.
That's not how combat works.
Using the same drop move that she did with the Night King.
That's not foreshadowing though. That is a skill she's learned and uses it again.
But Brienne still has the advantage because she can move her hand forward, but Arya's extended her hand as far as she can. Brienne wins that because she has the longer weapon and she can stab down. Arya can't move her dagger any further forward without going into the sword.
No.
Okay. Oh no, I got make Arya be amazing. I got you. She's amazing. She's the best. She's the best. I get it. She's amazing.
She's the best.
Characters die protecting Arya, almost as if saving her life is the main objective. Sir Beric Dondarrion and Syrio Forel. Then we come to season 8, episode.
Wait, what was? I'm sorry. What was the point?
People die for her, so it's foreshadowing that she's going to kill the Night King.
Well, luckily,
Syrio Forel totally wasn't just like, well, I'm defending this child because I'm from Bravos and I'm not a complete bastard.
Yeah. This show doesn't have many people dying. In fairness, there's only like 1 or 2.
He read the cliff notes of season 8. He knew from season 1 what was going to happen. That's what. Yeah.
But this season's going to kill foreshadowing as a term. It'll have the same fate as subverting expectations.
Protecting Arya, almost as if saving her life is the main objective.
It's actually got character
Sir Beric Dondarrion and Syrio Forel. Then we come to season 8, episode 3 itself. The Hound has a seemingly distracting breakdown during the episode, saying to Sir Beric,
"We're fighting death. I can't beat death."
His reply is to point to Arya and say, "Tell her that." Arya also repeats.
That's a point.
Okay.
We can't beat death. Tell her that, and then she beats the Iceman because he's like death.
So it's a Thor Ragnarok moment, is it? I know you can't, but he can. Yeah.
Moves during the episodes that we've seen her do in previous fights. Her first encounter with a White mimics her season 6 training with the Faceless Men, stopping the staff in the same position.
What?
How is that foreshadowing for her killing the Night King?
How is that? No, that's just parrying a blow.
They recycled a move, and therefore that's the foreshadow. Fuck off.
It would have been obvious that Arya was being built up for something special. Throughout the show, she's gone through a lot of training. It was never really clear what this training would be for.
She's been killing loads of people! What the fuck?
Right. Because nobody seems to pay attention, Arya wanted to be a knight. She pestered her dad all the time. I want to be a knight. And guess what? Instead of teaching her how to ride a fucking pony, Ned Stark went, oh, you know what? Well, we'll get you a sword. We'll get you the finest sword technique trainer in the fucking Westeros. That's why it wasn't because, I want to be the one that kills Night King, Daddy. It wasn't that. It fucking wasn't that. But get your story straight, you fucking clueless idiots.
The people are like, what about her list? Isn't that the entire reason she wants to be able to kill people? Yeah. Like, nah, fuck the list. Who needs a list? It's fine.
Yeah, and then after herself and her family were very wrongly mistreated, just to put it, briefly, she wanted to kill a lot of people. It had nothing to do with the Night King. She never cared a shit about him. She didn't know anything about it. It's nothing to do with the Night King. It's not foreshadowing.
Other than killing people on her list, we now know that it was to save the Seven Kingdoms from its most dangerous.
That was her goal all along. Yes.
Yeah, she knew it the whole time. She knew it. This will save the Seven Kingdoms.
That was her life quest given to her when she reached level 5 assassin. Fuck off.
So selfless.
16 clues that's considered. And you know what? This video, I'll link it in chat so you guys can check it out. It's pretty well received. Like the like ratio isn't too bad.
Oh man, I want to click on this now. It'd be sick, and
you got a couple of top comments that are just along with the ride, but some of them are making fun of it.
Jesus Christ! You can just write it. You can do anything for a video, can't you?
Yeah, 1.1 million views, guys, for that video. Top comment. I don't think you guys know what foreshadowing is.
Yeah, I just do a video that top 20 times the White Walkers were foreshadowed they were going to suck, and just include a scene from every scene or every episode rather.
What about the foreshadowing for Jon that led to nothing?
Well, people say like if Jon
with conclusion and just going backwards to find bits that may fit in, but there was all this other foreshadowing that did nothing.
Well, if he had killed him, or if Danny had done it, or if Beric had done it, or if Stannis had done it, they'd just be making the same fucking video, and they'd be like, Stannis was handed this sword in this episode. Next one. Like, that's not... Like,
this sword existed. There was a Night King. That was some foreshadowing. There was a Night King in other episodes, and then
Game of Thrones.
Oh no!
My God, the writing's brilliant.
No. No.
This is a good comment. This they missed number 17, where Arya being in the show was a clue that she would be the one to do it.
I have that 1 second briefly before the video stopped. I have no faith.
Yeah, so this is a video that's talking about episode 3's backlash, and it wants to explain to us how the darkness was genius. We might not watch it all because I don't want to
like the editing.
The fact that it was dark.
yeah.
Oh.
So we'll see how long we go.
Wasn't it a legit fuck up though?
No. Well, I think the director of photography said that he knows how it works and that everyone's TV settings are wrong.
Yeah, he blamed the entire world's TV set.
Okay. All right.
Season 8, Episode 3 is one of the most exceptional pieces of cinematography I've seen from a TV show. I don't typically take entire videos to go over one episode of anything.
So the idea already is that it's one of the most exceptional pieces of cinematography is like there's a couple of great shots, but a fucking ton of that episode is shaky cam getting cut quickly. Like, I don't really have much appreciation for that.
And cut away right before something happens.
Also that, yeah, lots of that.
I usually prefer to do an analysis that covers a series as a whole, which we've done with Game of Thrones in the past. Or I like to take a deep dive into a specific...
His voice is a bit cartoony. Or I like to take a deep dive for Game of Thrones, the genius of darkness. Why Jon Snow?
I don't like to judge people too early, but I already hate him.
The voice is too, like I said, it's a cartoon to me.
I don't like to generalize.
He needs to be on Cartoon Network, and he needs to be like a teacher that's annoying. Bill, you were late to class today.
The new show airing at 10 a.m. on Saturday mornings.
Character through a show. But this episode is an exception because it's a unique and masterful example in how to craft a cinematic battle.
It just, well, let's hear his arguments.
Battle from beginning to end. It also, in many ways, is the culmination of Game of Thrones in one episode. All the way from Season 1, Episode 1, we've known the battle with the White Walkers was coming. So in many ways, this is the battle of the entire show.
Is he using Dark Souls music?
He is, yeah.
Big brain.
Question which film better understood how to entrance a viewer and continually keep them engaged in the plot and battle happening on screen. I also am referring to Game of Thrones as a film because the episode itself was only 10 minutes shy of a feature-length film. But when you take into account the previous 2 episodes of the season, Season 8 is essentially being broken into 2 3.5-hour movies, comprised of the first 3 episodes and the last 3. The pacing...
That's how you would split 6, yeah.
Hey, so BoJack Horseman, you know, in reality, into the number of episodes I've arbitrarily decided in the movies.
The only argument I'd agree with that he has is just how badly segregated it actually is, where everybody's talking about the Night King, and then he dies, and then he's forgotten, and everyone's talking about Cersei, and then she dies, and it's almost... You know what I mean? Like, it's very, like... Yeah. Almost like they did plan it as 2 stories. Is that a
compliment, though?
No.
Suspense, excitement, plot, everything was built up during the first 2 episodes for this epic climactic experience, and we're going to go through just how the writers and directors took the impossible task of telling about 20 different character stories at the same time
and failing at 20.
What do you mean 20 different? Is that impossible? Is that impossible anyway?
I don't even, but that's not even true. Like, there's like 1 story, maybe 2, like the fucking dragons versus the castle fight. To be like, oh, we got individual stories all running at the same time. It's like everyone's just fucking yelling and swishing. Yeah. And then Aya goes for a Metal Gear Solid fucking scene, other than that,
cohesive episode throughout a chaotic narrative focused on battle.
Christ.
Blow the voice. Man.
Before we begin,
this advertise Squarespace.
This entire video is spoiler heavy. Do not watch if you haven't seen the episode and are planning to. The episode opens on Sam's hands, shaking from fear. Opening on Sam is perfect for setting the mood of this episode. He's by far the most consistently scared and seemingly...
No, he's not! That's not true at all!
He's not true. Even I know that.
Even Rags knows.
Even I know. Even I know that.
I thought we got over the little hump that he's a coward. I thought we got over that.
The most. I hate the idea. They fucked up Sam,
arcs?
man. They fucked him up.
What is development? What is growing?
The battle. We follow Sam through a claustrophobic hallway, symbolizing just how trapped they are, like flies in a
Okay, that's what.
No,
okay,
I mean,
right.
that's just Castle Black. It's kind of built that way to fuck them
I like that he had the analogy for what trapped is like. It's like a fly in a spider web. Like,
yeah. Thanks for the graphic. I would never have got that otherwise.
Well, us mere humans wouldn't know what it's like to be trapped anyway.
People are moving all around him. There's frantic energy, and the background sounds are low, almost moans mixed with subtle war drums. Without a single word being said, we already know
he's
our
just
setting.
going all out on the Dark Souls music.
Yeah, this is some classic grade C video essaying right here, you know?
That is some extrapolation.
You just got like...
What's just...
Everything about this, the way he's talking, what words he's using, how he's presenting the argument, is so classic video essay. This is the reason I started doing YouTube. These kinds of videos drove me insane. You're not saying anything.
If Sam was in an open field or on a boat on the ocean, then there would be some thematic, symbolic representation of something that you could pull from the setting that would lend to something that you wanted it to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a complete mess.
I like he says, without a word being said, we know there's about to be a battle. No, we've talked about this battle for 8 seasons.
The past 2 episodes have all about prep for this war, so yeah, okay.
It's on the horizon. Everyone is fearful. Morale is low, confusion high. No one is sure they'll last the night.
Yeah,
the
that
scene
tends
is
to be
now
how
with these
battles work.
tactics.
Not with
Yeah, would you imagine he's like, in Saving Private Ryan, you know, they're all scared. They don't know if they're gonna... Yeah, fucking no shit. Like, it's a battle.
And sorry,
It'd
chat.
be weird if it was the opposite.
If the video's
got,
too
like,
dark,
yo-yos and frisbees.
If the video's too dark, I can't do shit about it. Like, genuinely, a lot of people who reviewed this episode like made a joke at the beginning, like I'm gonna fix it, and they turn up the brightness and fix the contrast, and they're like, yeah, okay, let's just actually keep it like this, unironically. It's like, this makes the review clearer.
Tyrion and again to Bran. Notice how early on we aren't seeing any of the fighters. No Jon, no Dany, no Jorah.
We literally just saw Theon. Like, and he's the last defense. He's the most significant fighter in this entire...
Isn't Night's Watch the Sam? Isn't he like the...
Well, he's on the front line, so arguably yes.
So,
I don't know if he means...
is a fighter then.
Yeah, even whilst being a Mesa, rather, not a Mesa.
Fucking nobody even knows. Like, he keeps swapping between professions, but you just saw the Ironborn with the Karstark lady taking the primary objective to defend him. It's like, no warriors. It's like, okay,
all right. If you don't count the ones you showed, there are no warriors shown.
High. No one is sure they'll last the night. The scene is then transferred to Tyrion and again to Bran. Notice how early on we aren't seeing any of the fighters. No Jon. No
and all the warriors behind them.
They're showing us the people
and all the people with weapons.
Fucking Arya
right
Stark,
there.
the one in the previous video that we were told has been training her whole life. But okay.
Battle, giving us the feeling of those who have to rely on a small army to stop a wave of death.
Yeah, I hope they use those troops appropriately.
It's only after that.
It's okay. All of the innocent people, the ones that cannot be used in warfare, have been put in the crypt against the people who raised the dead.
I have a question. Can the army like go around these guys, or do they have to go through Winterfell?
They could go around them, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But they establish in the episode that the Night King wants Bran more than anything.
Okay. All right.
That's just the way it works.
Why?
Because, you know.
Oh, they give a reason why. They say that Bran is the memory of man. He has all of the memories.
Oh, that's so cute. That's
so adorable. It's precious.
It's great. It's great.
I mean, they'll get to him anyway. You know, as they go through the castle, killing
they could
everybody.
literally just surround the castle and not attack, and then just wait them out.
That's like the one-up of, he's the MacGuffin. That's so cute. That's so
is placed upon the audience that we see the men ready for battle on the walls of the castle.
Not on the walls.
The war drums
Not on the walls.
Forward to the forefront. We feel unease, uncertainty, not so much helplessness. It's the equivalent.
What
to
is
we're
this
showing
bullshit?
all the soldiers.
We feel unease, uncertainty, not so much helplessness, but something else. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Talk to me like a human.
trying to fight a tsunami. We've done all we can to prepare.
No, we
but
haven't
the wave...
at all.
No, you not even close.
You haven't done close. No.
But I mean, if it is a tsunami, then the plan is to run at it.
Yeah.
Guys, when a tsunami's coming at you, just charge it. It'll never think that you're gonna do that.
Poke it with spears.
Subvert the tsunami's expectations.
Is inevitable. At this point, we're only 4 minutes into the hour and 20-minute episode, and yet the show has already set two moods and two different groups.
It's got two different moods. Tension and helpless.
No.
Helpless isn't... Maybe helplessness. What is this fighters, non-fighters thing? I thought you just said we didn't even see the fighters. We saw Arya. I guess Theon doesn't count as a fighter.
Reflect their moods throughout the episode. It's at this point I want to stop and analyze why they did this. Obviously, they...
The fuck am I looking at?
What was that weird wipe effect for?
What the hell is this?
Painting or something.
You guys paused at 3:25. That's where I'm at right now. This nonsense on my screen. This is question marks. What am I looking? Why does look at Sansa's face? She looks like a dip.
It looks like a really bad Instagram filter, but yeah.
John's face.
No.
Was it really
it's like
necessary?
a lady in it's like the bearded lady.
This is such a what the fuck moment. Like, why? Did you pay your editor to the point where it's like
question marks?
Do you pay your editor by like layers of things happening?
Have important characters in each group, but more importantly, the director understood the difficulty of pacing in a battle.
The director understood the pacing of the battle. I can't believe he unironically talks like that.
Like they understood that it would be an issue, or like the concept. Or...
Do you reckon anybody talks like that normally, or am I being a dick right now? Like,
no, he doesn't talk. No, when he doesn't go to the pub or out in public with anyone ever, which he doesn't.
He doesn't
of course
talk
he doesn't
like
talk
this
that.
with his friends, is what you're saying. I feel like George, shut the fuck up. Like, why do you have to talk like this all the time? I'd like a beer, please.
Always talk like these.
Announcer voice. It's just Tism voice to me.
80-minute episode of only violence would get boring after about 10 minutes. Battle is exciting and engaging, but showing it for too long dampens its effect. The fight
it's really shitty.
I like that relative
I
term there, too
actually
long.
don't agree with that.
I don't agree with it either.
Saving Private Ryan isn't like the Omaha Beach Land 30-35 minutes.
You could...
And the whole time you're hooked. In fact, I would argue that if it wrapped up in 10 minutes, it would have been worse for it.
This is the complicated part of it, right? Let's just assume they actually didn't do this the stupid way, and we had a full castle with a huge moat. After that, your army. After that, all of the trenches that are massive, deep, and all ready to be set on fire. But that's just the... Let's say your castle's overflowing with men, and so that's why they're behind the trench there. And the trenches are in, the trebuchets are inside the castle as well. So, first layer is the dead getting over the trenches and everything like that. That whole scene...
It's like stages.
Yeah, this is what I mean. As long as we understand this progression, if you just show someone slashing at a zombie 10 times per 10 minutes for an hour, yeah, that's going to be boring. But if I see...
Yes, like Helm's Deep, there were steps. You had the initial approach, you had the archers, you had them running up to the wall, the ladders, you had the exploding of the deep. Yeah, you had the fires of Orthanc blowing up the wall, the deeping wall. You had the fall back to the keep. Then you had Gandalf's charge at the end. There were these stages. There was a progression. Things were happening in the logical, they broke the wall, so that means we fall back and we form a defensive position here now. They have a plan. Things are happening logically.
Like the idea that two characters talking can't go on for longer than 10 minutes or you'll be bored. I'd be like, no, it depends on what they're saying. Depends on what's happening. Like, why are we making arbitrary rules that make no sense?
Part of any battle episode. It's the dialogue and plot that encompasses the fighting scenes that make an episode exceptional. So in this case, the characters that
encompasses the fighting scenes. That's correct sentence.
Weird salad. Like, it's not...
You see what I mean? It's like they're like, oh, look at the way that I talk. Ain't I interesting, smart, funny? And then it's like, but the words you're saying don't make sense in conjunction.
What does he mean by encompass? The dialogue is on either end of the fight, and that's what makes the fight interesting.
Replay this shit. I want to get
its effect. The fight itself is the least important part of any battle episode. It's the dialogue and plot that
is so wrong on so many levels.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Encompasses the fighting.
Fucking Amon Hen. It's not the dialogue that I love about Amon Hen. It's the fucking fighting. It's wrong.
Scenes that make an episode exceptional. So in this case, the characters that are not fighting are just as,
like,
if not...
He's almost correct, but he gets it wrong.
He's highlighting the characters that do fight. These two get knives out and start attacking.
Why does Battle of Amon Hen work? The reason why is vested in the fates of the characters, which is attributable to the stuff that came before the battle, but the battle itself in the present moment is the important part. Yeah.
Mate,
and he basically borderline contradicts himself with this line, because at the beginning he praised this episode for being essentially a masterpiece of cinematography. Mm-hmm. What does that have to do with dialogue and plot?
You know when Thanos stabbed Iron Man in Infinity War? Nobody really cared because they were waiting for the dialogue to really encompass that moment.
Because remember, guys, action is never the most important part of a story. Action is never more important than dialogue.
Yeah. This is what I mean. This is just garbage. I don't even want to continue. This is what I mean. This is the quintessence. Tonaldism is hilarious, right? And then the one we just covered with the 16 things, that's like a Watch Mojo style thing. And then Mundane Matt, that's a vlogger that is trying to do reactions to articles and stuff. You got all these different formats. This is the fucking video essay format that I despise. I almost hate it more than the others because the others are just incompetent. But this is like, I am very intelligent. And you're like, I don't believe you.
Yeah, then you have to say smart things.
And apply everything he's saying to Fury Road, which is like awesome.
Yeah.
And none of this applies because it's all action.
No, when they say "witness me," that's the dialogue that encompasses the action.
think about the Raid Redemption or something. What's going on there?
Fucking old boy, dude.
When they're fighting each other in the hallway, it's like, this is awesome.
Oh,
it's like if there was.
People want us to slow.
Well, no, you see, it's the unspoken dialogue that he's referring to.
Maybe you should have said that,
We're gonna Slonold him for a little bit just to see how it goes. People like Slonold.
More important to making this episode exceptional than the ones
I hate it.
on the
like everyone should hate this.
front lines. It's a give and take between chaotic fighting and tense waiting.
Chaotic fighting and tense waiting? Really?
A tense scene that led to nothing. Like, it was like they were both about to die, and then the next scene they're still just creeping around.
They end up fighting. This doesn't even apply.
I guess he's like the moments before they fight.
Just love Ted's waiting. Like, that sounds pretty exciting.
Keeps the viewer engaged throughout the episode.
Oh yeah, I was super engaged when I watched it. Dude, when I got shown this shit, it was really engaging.
This is highlighted the absurdity of his voice right now.
And gives the battle scenes meaning without ever feeling stale or overdone. The entire first section of the episode is very dark. So dark that people were complaining about it heavily, saying
he's having a stroke.
He sounds drunk as fuck, doesn't he?
It's too dark like my soul.
Okay.
So just if you thought it was all the people who complained it was too dark, the fact that it was like a meme that came out that it was too dark, just fuck them. They're wrong. Their soul. I didn't think it was too dark, but if someone said it's too dark, I'm like, yeah, I see why you think that.
It's just a joke. I'm sure it's just a joke. It's fine.
Too dark? I disagree.
Too dark?
It's dark before the battle, but that's the entire point.
So you're not even disagreeing. You agree that it was dark then.
He's saying it's the point, though. It's meant to be dark.
So he agrees it was too dark.
Yeah, but he's gonna say why it being too dark is a good thing.
Oh,
Okay.
Of this mass pit of blackness beyond Winterfell.
Mass pit of blackness.
Yeah, I mean,
such,
it's not a
such
mass.
verbose.
It's literally not a. It's not a pit. It's in front of
This is
you.
what I mean. He was just
down.
he was like, well, what's dark? Pit's a dark, a pit of blackness. It's like, no, that's not, dude. Rewrite. Try something.
Entire Night King's army is amassed in those shadows. We're looking
good reason to charge into it.
Of despair.
Fun fact about shadows: night is not shadow; it's night. Like, it's literally not a shadow; it's night.
Don't have shadows without light.
Well, it's just like, what do you?
Was the moon out?
But it's, I don't know what to say to this. Black. What he was like is like, oh, it's black, so shadow, that's a synonym, right? And it's like, no, it's not a synonym. Black and shadow are not necessarily the same thing.
Yes, they are, and you're a racist.
Is supposed to destroy all hope, and not being able to see what is coming makes the despair grow. It's the fear of the unknown. It allows the mind to run.
Okay, so we know what they are. We've already seen them. They're very large.
I was about to say.
And the idea, did we talk about this before? But I was going to say, like, genuine take now, ignoring the fucking meme that is this video. If you had, like, the entire dark area, and you could only see the front line of zombies ever, you only ever see the front line, so you're like, oh my god, there could be millions of them out there. We will never know. How terrifying. Or, what is that scary? Or is it scarier to have it all lit up enough that you can see the entire landscape and it's just filled with zombies? There's no gap.
Whichever way it needs to be is the way that it is.
And plus, more to the point,
it's always done amazingly.
What do you think is creepy?
Why didn't these guys set it up to see better? You know, why didn't they try to work to improve visibility?
Well, he's saying that that makes it scarier if you don't.
Well, right, but surely from the perspective of these people in the world, less scary would be better. So maybe they should just set up a bunch of bonfires out in the field.
Oh, I see what you mean.
If he's saying that the point is to make people scared and people are complaining because they can't fucking see, I mean, obviously being afraid wasn't what was on their minds. It was, I can't see the episode.
And what's
which is a very fair point. You can't get scared if you can't fucking understand what you're seeing. Well, I mean, I say that ironically when Lovecraft is based on it. You know what I mean? I literally am talking about you can't understand the colors on your screen. You're like, I don't know what's happening right now.
And the scariest things, any other example you can think of, are movements in the dark, like a bit of a glimpse of something. Like you just blackness. It means nothing.
It's not applicable to these zombies because we know exactly what they are. We've seen them a million times. Hard Home was actually scarier than this scene.
It was very well lit.
This is what I mean. Like, I just want to pitch to this guy that having the landscape lit up, even with bonfires, whatever, but just seeing an endless horde coming out of the forests that are really like a mile back, and they just don't stop coming out from there. So, and it's just like they filled the entire battlefield. How terrifying is that? As opposed to maybe they filled the battlefield. We don't know because it's too dark.
Well, you remember the scene in The Grey where like the fire and you could see the eyes of the wolves?
Yeah,
it's like very
scary.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I'm sick of people going like, oh, people are scared of the unknown. I'm so brave. Like, well, the good example is, see, because I'm an agnostic and I'm embracing the unknown, I'm better than you. It's like, it's this sort of view of like, oh, the unknown is inherently scary. It's like, maybe not. You know, like for example, if I were walking into a field and I was like, maybe there's a grizzly bear in the forest, and like, opposed to that, I know with certainty that a grizzly bear is in the forest. He's right in front of me. Which one do you think would honestly be more scary?
Yeah, this is the thing. I think they're applying, like, you know, like Alien, for example. Only seeing parts of it is terrifying because we still don't even understand what this creature is or what it wants.
Right, but if we couldn't see it, like, you know,
yeah, like
we need to see it.
I just think this is a scenario where what he's talking about just doesn't apply. But Rags, there's people in chat referencing the fact that if you can't see it, you can't fear it, right?
Oh god, fucking hell! That movie.
Oh yes.
Wild. We never see the entire Night's King army at once. All we know is that it's unstoppable. Never showing it, hiding it in the blackness creates an effect.
They've already showed it several times, dude. I think it's been several seasons now. Season 2 was the first time we saw the army, so
yeah, they know what they're up against.
Unmeasurable strength, a surreal feeling.
Yeah, season 2 pans out, doesn't it?
I like that he says unmeasurable strength. Like, no, it's very measurable. They have units. We can definitely measure it.
of death and hopelessness that wouldn't have worked properly had we been able to see the entire army.
Yes, it would have. Every other episode they have done this.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know how, but the Minas Tirith battle and the Return of the King, one of the parts that makes it so grim and daunting for the defenders is the fact that they could see this massive, huge army, all of it in the daytime, parked in front of the castle.
I'm gonna try and I'm looking for an image on Google Images right now, just to give you guys an idea of why what he's talking about is bullshit. I'll obviously put it on screen if oh wow, the link's all fucked. I really hate Google sometimes. It's like, why can't you just give me a non-tism link, you know? You all need. Here we go. So this is season, I want to say the end of season 7. That's when they're crossing through the wall, and as you can tell from that view, it's almost like they're ants. Because there's just so fucking many of them.
You know, looks like a lot.
And so, this is the thing, the source of them is still coming in, right? That's just the beginning of them crossing the wall. And so if you pack them all into like a dark place, not a super well-lit place, but well enough to see them, like how terrifying is it that there's that many? But no, he's like, no, it's scarier if you only see the front line of them. It's like,
Well, yeah, because the thing is, if it's unknown, you can under, you know, like there's no room for interpretation when you see and feel dead people coming towards you.
If we can't calculate the intensity of it, it's that much scarier. The complete darkness also gives us the idea that light
fuck
means
off.
hope.
Light means hope.
Light means hope. Oh, fuck.
Did you guys know that light means hope?
Fire of Dragon's Breath, the fires of the castle.
Oh,
Light
no,
is
here
for
we
the
go.
living. It breaks the
response,
blackness.
Hope. It gives us hope. Light gives us hope.
Look, I would actually stop watching this if you guys wanted, because I'm just so tired of his voice.
I'm done.
It's
Yeah,
grinding my brain so hard.
It's the most basic bitch commentary that's wrong that I could imagine.
Well, see, I feel like this is maybe he feels this way, maybe not, but I don't think he would have mounted any more defenses of Game of Thrones after episode 3. Because you know, like how Matt was pointing out how there are people who will jump on the sort of the hate train or the love train, either way. Because they want to capitalize. Like, Watch Mojo are totally channels that'll do that. But you have to guess sometimes. So it's like, everyone's going mad about this new episode of a really good show. Now, are they... is it unfounded? Are they wrong? Or are they right? So we gotta guess, guys. Gotta go with one choice. It's like, let's go with it being good. And then they do, they're like, oh, fuck. Like, I reckon that this is the kind of channel that probably could have jumped on either one, but he was like, oh, okay. Or it's genuine. Either way. It's stupid.
It's genuinely bad.
But yeah, I think it's time to jump into the super chats, because I just realized we need up to 5 hours.
Oh boy.
Holy Mongolium. You don't, I don't want to make anyone stay for any longer than they would like to. So obviously, just.
Well, I could catch.
You could what?
Point, it's quite late. Catch some Z's.
I see.
Yes. But thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Do you want to plug either one or both your channels for a moment?
Oh, yeah, right. I started a podcast now. Both Rags and MooLer have been on it. It's called Cosmoronic. Just search it and then watch it and then subscribe to it and then give me all your shekels. All right. See you later, everyone.
A link in chat and in the description. Okay.
See you later.
Cheerio.
Toodly-doo.
I'm going to take off too.
Well, since you were the guest of honor, sir, do you want to give yourself a big old plug? Talk about how great your channel is. Do it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's the greatest. I mean, behind Malls and Rags and everyone else. No, it's RobotHead. It's, try and make fun of some of these movies. I'm working on a Game of Thrones one at the moment. Hopefully I'll have it out this week. Come and check it out. And hopefully you might learn something and laugh along the way. Yep. Or you'll just hear an Aussie swearing a bit, so one or the other.
For the record, chat, if you've been watching EFAP, you've watched some of his work already and laughed along with us, so you should jump into it. Sorry, I just read that why are Friggy's podcasts so short. They're 2 hours, but that's short now because of EFAP.
No, but thank you for having me on. So I keep getting people saying, "When are you going to be on?" It's like that's not up to me. I have to be invited first. So
we finally got you. Hopefully, we crossed you off the ever-growing list of like, why haven't you got this guy on yet? And we're like, we're getting to it. We're getting to it. I swear.
Just summon them into existence on your program.
But
that's right. Man, that's right.
So hopefully you've had a good time, and I've loved your takes on these wonderful videos showing us that sometimes we are sexist, sometimes we are hateful and bitter, and that we need to grow and learn under the dawn. I think is the
that's right.
lesson.
The dawn. That's what I'm taking away from tonight. That's for sure. So yeah, anytime. Yeah, it was good.
Well, thank you for coming on, dude. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Enjoy that documentary that you're going to check out for.
Oh yes. I'm sure there'll be more to say. Cheers.
See you later, dude. Bye. And then there were 3. All right. Let's see. Man, time really flew by today. I actually honestly was going to guess we were about 3 hours in, and I was like, it makes enough sense. And I was like, oh.
I've gone to the toilet like 6 times, so...
only 6?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's my weak bladder, man.
It's only twice for me.
I've not even done a singular.
But I just woke up and I haven't really been drinking yet.
I was going to say I haven't drinking yet, but anyway.
Every time I know I'm going to be on a stream, I know I'm in for the long haul. So.
Fortitude. I got up early for this, so have my half asleep money. Why, thank you, Adam. Love you guys so much. Thank you, Jake. If you had the chance, what would you change about Endgame? There's a lot I'd change about Endgame. Biggest thing? What would you guys have as biggest change to Endgame?
I'm thinking,
I'd kind of ditch the time travel plot and get something better. I know that's just like basically, I'll just change the whole thing, essentially.
Yeah.
But I don't like the time travel and shit.
I might have been okay with it if they'd adhered to their rules a little bit closer, because it feels like a lot of shit happens.
Well, this is something that we've talked about in the...
Oh, you know what? Jay's right. Cut out Captain Marvel. That would be a very significant, simple change.
Well, yeah. I mean, that would give it. That's a default. It's a +1. No Captain Marvel, but
I actually think it's a significant improvement to the film if you cut her out.
Oh, +2.
Because you get, like I said, Thor saves Iron Man instead, so you get plenty of good scenes there. The struggle against Thanos is harder because she can't just save the fucking day.
Yeah, I would unfatten Thor.
I don't mind pursuing the fat Thor, but I'd want to change a lot about it if we have to go with fat Thor.
If you're gonna write a part of his arc or whatever, like, oh no, he's like, he's broken and he's given up. Go with it instead of just like, forgetting about it and then just ignoring it at the end.
I guess his arc is continuing. I don't know if that's the thing.
I know.
There. I don't know. A lot of orphans want a solo sequel, but nobody wants it to be called Duo. Nobody wants it to be called Duo. Also, Goliath has moved. I like this. Some deep memes all over the place with that one. Nice.
Oh, Goliath. That's not even a. That's not.
It's not publicly owned meme yet, no.
A native meme.
I'm still.
It's not a meme that's native to EFAP.
Yeah, I still got to get there's like a supercut I'm making of all the Goliath memes in that one stream. I was supposed to get it out, but I've just been too fucking busy. Hello, MooLer. Hello, Keyblitz. RobotHead, give me your cummies. I'm afraid he's gone. You guys read the top-down rewrite of Season 8 by Alice Shipwis? They're full scripts of each episode. They're so much better. More episodes than the real thing as well. Honestly, and I'm not saying, you'd be like, oh, you're just doing it for the meme. Honestly, any random writer doing a rewrite of Season 8 would probably get a better result than what we got. Just like,
I believe it too.
Just
it's like The Last Jedi. Any random rewrite, I'll take it. Roll the dice. Anything new.
Wanna watch The Last Watch at the moment. Such a damn shame, Season 8. Yeah, I'm only 20 minutes into it, and it's already, like, sad. Because, like, Jesus Christ, the amount of work that went into Season 8 from the people who did all their jobs correctly. Like, it's such a shame. Love everything you do, MooLer. Please take my buddy. Why, thank you. I need to ask, she got touched by the space stone in the Tesseract, so why are her powers not teleportation, even given the Hydra weapons were plasma? So I'll give you that, but good god, the powers are ridiculous. Yeah, for Captain Marvel, that's absolutely true. It is ridiculous. Where the fuck is the doggo? He's here, he's here.
Hello.
Let me suck on them toes, bro.
A little late. I had to, because we started at 5 a.m. for me. I thought it was 6, but yeah, we started very, very early for me.
I mean, it's all good.
And I had to do a lot of stuff yesterday, so I was tired.
I think we had a pretty good balance despite the 5-man EFAP. I think it worked out.
Yeah.
A fix suggestion: the Power Stone Punch nerfed her. That I don't think they're going to do that, but yeah, you could have done that.
Sucked the power out of her.
Oh man, if only. EFAP, Australian edition. Half of them, except half of them are British. That's true, and now none of them are Australian, I'm afraid.
And I think I was the only American.
MooLer, did you end up reading my How to Enjoy Captain Marvel in Endgame post on our MooLer? Drunk Carol head canon is the only canon. I did read through it, and I had myself a giggle. It was very good. You're right. The idea that she's gone through the whole movie drug, basically, and not really getting what the fuck's even happening. She, like, when she says she's going to save planets, she just goes to a different, like, bar, because she's, like, disgruntled and shit.
Gotta save planets.
Hey, MooLer, have you heard of a channel called White Light? He makes long-form videos like yours. All hail the Toxic Brood. I have not heard of him, I'm afraid. But,
all hail the Toxic Brood?
High five long form as well. Smiler Al, I want you to slap me around, spit in my face, and tell me how right my dad was about me.
Yeah, I can do that.
There you go.
Your dad was right.
I reviewed A Plague Tale and have some verbal flubs while recording that required second takes. I had an epiphany that perhaps that's what happened to Tonal. He just doesn't bother doing another take. Absolutely. I don't know that he notices his mistakes, though. Some of them are just so beautiful that I'm sure that's how he wanted them. Captain Marvel is shit because women are a joke. Game of Thrones is based because women are a joke. They're done. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Have you heard Rian Johnson has been brought in to do the Star Wars Cinematic Universe? Let's hope he's not writing anything. I think he will be. And, yeah, what are you going to do, eh? I guess if Star Wars think he's going to be the Kevin Feige of Star Wars, then there's... Oof. I'm sure it'll be great. Busy with Warhammer 40k stuff. We'll watch this later. Love you, take my money. I love you, take my money. Okay, yeah, I got it. Sorry. English is bad for me. It's not my first language. Totally. Fantastic Four and Dark Phoenix are for some reason hard to pull off. Maybe they've just had a selection of poopy writers in their 2 incarnations. Well, we haven't even seen the new Dark Phoenix yet. Is that out yet? I don't know.
Let's have a quick check.
I think it's definitely coming out soon. Thanks for all you do, MooLer. Your content is the most entertaining thing I've found on YouTube. All the best. Thank you, Simon. Very kind of you.
Yay.
First Class should have been a reboot. I actually thought it kind of was, but I guess they're arguing that it is always in the continuity, and that's just the young versions of the Fox original trilogy. Danny was stabbed with an artificial blade of stabbing. That's another wonderful reference. Saw Captain Marvel deleted scene and liked that the evil man was called the Dawn, a la Orange Man, but was triggered at the absence of a trans black character cheering for Captain Marvel. Literally another shower? I guess I didn't make that connection. The Dawn... Donald, that might be something they were going for. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. Force Awakens Part 3 when? I've been empty inside. Not for some time. I'm still writing up my Game of Thrones videos, and it'll be straight after that. But my thing is I'm still going to get them out before episode 9. That's the hope.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Dark Phoenix, it's out a week Friday for us.
Oh man, we got that, Far From Home, and King of Monsters. Got stuff to see. Rags, did you do the drugs again? Rags was just tired.
No, I woke up, and I was here.
There you go. Is this EFAP Prison Colony Edition? EFAP Prison Colony Edition. You can't say that. I mean, it may be true, but you know.
Australians have a sense of humor. They can fucking take jokes, though.
Oh shit! Yeah, we're fine. Big old buckaroos, boys. Those from retired old fart.
Retired old fart?
MooLer, I do not want to look at this Fagot's face. Oh my goodness, I think he was trying to say another thing. This whole intro reminds me of when Venom came out and people kept saying, go watch the movie and make your own opinion, and then it got 50 billion. 50 billion? Did it really? Nice, I guess. I don't know, like, I've never found that a review can prevent me from having my own opinion. I guess that people are concerned about it, coloring your opinion, for lack of a better term. He looks high, Bilbo Raggins. True. I've not watched any of the movies / series you guys talk about. I mostly just play video games, but even so, I love your streams. Would like it if you talked a bit more about games, however. Kiss. When was yeah, the last game we talked about, I guess, would be the coverage Tonald gave to DMC, but or DMC5. But yeah, it's not necessarily that we wanted to cover Game of Thrones stuff, it's that I've stacked up a couple of Game of Thrones videos, and then I guess we had the Captain Marvel one thrown in as well, and I was just like, yeah, that works. Because RobotHead had worked on a few, well, he's made videos on both subjects, so. Is it just me, or does Rags sound like he's either drunk or dying?
I'm dying very, very slowly.
There you go.
And I'm drunking very, very quickly.
Also, nice to a couple of exported convicts on the podcast. Well, that's yeah, that joke's getting around, I guess. I'm proud of you guys. It's the easy one, but it's still a good one. Surprise! Jew calls himself a white dude to shit on white dudes. I don't know that he was. I think he was angry at women hate. That's what it was. Jesus Christ, this guy sounds like an actual battered wife. Must have been adopted. You can't say that. Green Spider-Man, are you wearing a plague doctor mask? Green Spider-Man, are you wearing a plague doctor mask? What am I missing there? Is that a reference?
Oh, Fringy's avatar.
Fringy.
Oh! That makes complete sense.
He looks like SCP. He looks like
oh, yeah, I guess
green
his
version of SCP thingy.
He looks like a plague doctor.
His old icon did kind of look like Green Spider-Man, that's true.
Yeah.
I guess you could say that. So, yeah, I get it. Okay. Are women who dislike cheese theft also sexist? Yeah, it's internalized, unfortunately. Obviously, they can't think for themselves. Long man bad? Of course. Lengthy male negative. Please stop pausing on his rapist rat face. Jesus. Just because he says things you don't like. Isn't it funny?
Oh, go on.
No, I mean, I'm just going to carry on reading what you want to say.
I was going to say, no rat face rapist on this podcast.
That's disgusting. Isn't it a funny thing? They always complain men don't show their feelings, and now it's a woman. Yeah, that's an ongoing problem in general. Men kind of get told to hide their feelings. I don't know. We're probably doing better for that these days, but yeah, it's apparently something women get told a lot, according to him, and partially the message of the movie. Like, he said something like women will be denied or at least repelled from positions because they're too emotional and stuff like that. Not saying
sometimes, yeah.
I was going to say, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I would imagine this happens to any human.
From positions
yeah.
If they're too emotional.
Yeah. Just got home from work and saw you guys streaming. This upgrades my day from shitty to great. Well, there you go. And it will be on MooLer on time today, because I'm not going to sleep for a while, actually. This has been...
Me neither.
This has been the most reasonable EFAP ever for me, because I basically started an hour after I woke up. It's like a day job for realsies this time, instead of being like I have to get up at a ridiculous moment or something. Like, but I mean, you know, the late ones are always fun too. You never know what's going to happen. Wait, so I was being harassed when I was told to smile for my graduation photo? I feel oppressed.
You should have stolen his camera.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, hello to everyone. Love the streams. We love you too, Spotty McBumblefuck. That's his name. It's not an offense. Words cannot fully describe how much I love you guys. Aw, everyone's being very kind today. He thinks it's okay to steal. Definitely adopted. Yeah. EFAP merch when? Soon. I know I keep saying soon, but soon. Like, there's just...
You keep saying soon, they keep asking.
I was gonna say, just assume when I say soon, I mean never, but honestly soon. Like, I will sort it out eventually, because there's shirts I want now. Like, I actually want EFAP related ones. If this guy comes on, he'll be the next Major Lee. He's welcome to come on if he wants to. He's got some great arguments against people who dislike. Like, I mean, my video was pretty harshly sexist. He nailed me. Don't mess around with a man's bike. I'd be so broken if someone stole mine from me, and this man's punchable face doesn't help me to calm my anger. Well, he said it's justified if you tell him to smile, so just don't tell him to smile. Captain Woman of Peace. Yes. Rhinocerotidae lactation. I mean, it's the core of this show. You need to do that every day. I hope the MCU Phase 4 sets up a storyline where Carol almost executes Miles Morales, a colored person, for a crime he didn't commit. Oh, right, yeah, that actually happens in the comics, right? That would never fly on TV, though. Well, cinema, whatever. Who is your favorite Game of Thrones character now? It was always Tywin, and it still is Tywin. Tywin wasn't destroyed because he got to die before they destroyed everything. Who's your favorite, Al? No, just go with the books. Fuck the show.
That's even harder, you prick.
Yeah, but that's the fun part.
I don't know. I'm akin to Patchface myself.
Patchface it is. I mean, he's a wonderful man.
No. I will retract that. Don't quote me on that.
So who?
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't.
I remember you saying you liked Robb Stark at some point, right?
I do actually like Robb Stark. He was my favorite Stark anyway. I don't know why. It's complicated. I really like you, Rom. I really liked Theon as well. Actually, yeah. Come to think of it, Theon was he was a thing. I basically like most of the villains in the books. Most of the villains, I like them, and they're my favorites.
Stannis, yeah, that's another good choice. There's so many good choices from the books.
Yeah, Stannis the Manus, yeah.
I'm not going to stoop to his level. I won't even tell him to smile. Yeah, nailed it. It's not out of character for Captain Marvel to steal. These are things that were said in his video. Like, read it back on these super chats.
This is a defense of the film.
He's Australian. He's Australian, so legal life has a different meaning. I get it. RobotHead, hi. He would have said hi back. 100%.
I'm sure he would have loved it.
I've got to sleep, but here's some money. The long man is bad and never funny. The wolf is away and the dog rubs his sack. Rhyming is for massives. Is that some kind of personal attack? Hey. MooLer, you will marry Rags to unite our horses. Oh no, houses.
Of course. Our horses will be together.
There's a blood feud between our horses.
Our horses will no longer be separated by distances.
I love the Tywin memes with that. Nonsense, you will marry my daughter.
You'll put an end to this and marry my daughter.
If he'd been on a night out with any other woman ever, he'd know how flirting works. If they find the guy creepy, they just wave him off. Well, yeah, but that's harassment. It's dependent on how the person feels, because, like, if I hit someone over the head with a shovel, and then they went like, ha, don't do that, it wouldn't be abuse of any kind, it would just be funny. That's mainly how it goes, I think. I'm a lawyer. A better argument against the music in the MCU is the lack of thematic continuity. That is, individual character themes and leitmotifs rarely carry from film to film. Absolutely agree. They have a lot of individual soundtracks that are pretty good, but they didn't bank on them coming back and stuff. But then you get cringy videos online where they're like, I fixed the music for Avengers, and they basically play all of their theme tunes whenever they turn up on screen, and it's just like the utter clash of nonsense. But, there's ways to have done it, for sure. The fact that Iron Man's theme doesn't carry over from 1 to 2 to 3, like, that seems like a real waste. But, you know, what are you gonna do?
I would have been happy with a Black Sabbath song. But...
His themes had an arc.
Yes. Hey, obligatory plug of my favorite band, The Deer Hunter. Only... Galaxy Brain people understand. Love you guys, keep on EFAPing. You like The Deer Hunter right now?
Yeah, I remember, I don't know if it's the same dude, but somebody plugged them, I can't remember what stream was, but when I was listening and then everyone was like, I've not heard of him, I was like, I have, but I'm not here.
Also, well, hey, MooLer, at least they try. I'm fine with them trying, I'm just saying it's not an improvement on the current soundtrack if you literally take 5 and just cut and paste whenever a character appears. Like, that's not how it's... Civil War battle with both original character themes. Maybe. I'd have to... It takes a lot of work, I imagine, because, you know, composers are composers for a reason. Gotta take ages to work on stuff. And yeah, just a lot of people feel like the music blends in with itself in the MCU as a whole. But no, it is good that people are trying to fix it. I don't have a problem with that. I just wish it wasn't so blatant, I guess. I don't know. White guys have something to offer on Captain Marvel? No, we don't.
What?
Hey MooLer, love your content. It helped me to appreciate good movies with good storytelling even more. Also, love your creative insults, ham sandwich, etc. Please do more of those. Cheers from Russia. That was actually inspired by Alex. Who
it was very creative the way you called him a ham sandwich.
It was
shut up, you absolute ham roll.
Yeah, the original is ham roll, but I changed it to sandwich.
Ham roll? What's a ham roll?
It's the same thing.
You're a fucking ham roll, mate. You need to have a word to yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that in the next one. Actually, that you said it. You need to have a word with yourself. I'm gonna say that about Jamie Lannister and his stupid fucking arc.
I just love it. I can't remember where I got it from, but the first time I heard that, I fell in love with it.
No, it's amazing.
You need to have a word to yourself, mate.
You know, I would be fine with the stealing of the bike if it was just for transportation, like in the other movies, but she does it out of revenge. Yeah, that's the way it's portrayed. If she said, like, I really need the bike, and he was like, no, and then, like, punched her, for some reason she could be like, how dare you? But, not quite the way they did it. I think the original
script... like, the world is in danger, I need your bike. I'm sorry, but I have to...
If she said something and then he went to strike her, like slap her across the face, and then she caught his hand and then she threatened to pop his arm off, you'd be like, oh, well, you know, he did strike at her kind of thing. But literally, hey, honey, you smile more.
What a bastard. What a fucking bastard. I think the original script had more scenes with Carol having difficulties controlling her power and Kree saying that they're the only ones keeping her safe. Too bad the film script was twatted up. Completely, yes. After Captain Marvel's antics in front of Ronan and then 20-plus years of her doing her thing around the universe, how would Thanos not have known of her and have a top priority strategy for her in 2012, 19, and 14? Oh, because it was a retcon.
Oh yeah, because she didn't exist. But they wrote her into existence.
You're absolutely right that they should have fucking accounted for it, but yeah, that's just how it works with this shit.
Yeah.
That's the thing I would have introduced her post-Infinity War. Well, post-Endgame, sorry. Jesus Christ, like... so forced, but I mean it worked. They made loads of money and she's beloved by some people out there somewhere. Captain Marvel acts like a 15 over emotional ass throughout the whole movie. I mean, she's snarky as fuck, but you know, she keeps it controlled mostly, I think, maybe. They played Come As You Are. That's how I know this movie is about being yourself. Yeah. Come As You Are. It's about owning who you are. There you go. That's a movie done. You just played the right song at the right time. An Unbridled Autopsy. Is Tony Trump... He wants a suit of armor around the world, i.e. the wall. Oh. Tony's like Trump. He wants a suit of armor around the wall.
Oh, that's bad.
Love seeing you guys. Did you see Tim Pool showing the deleted scene where Captain Marvel straight up mugs a dude and threatens to crush his arm? Yes, that's how I found out about this.
Yeah, start the podcast.
This guy's definitely not the Supreme Intelligence. No. And yeah, if you want to see us talk about that scene, it's right at the beginning of this podcast. You won't be able to see it now because it's probably processing, but keep a note and you'll be able to see it. Is the YouTube algorithm the Supreme Intelligence? Technically, yes.
It's the Supreme Unintelligence.
That's such a good one, Rex. You nailed it. I don't like to generalize, but I've only watched a few minutes of this stream, and I got the gist of it. Basically, you're all massives. Here's 50 buckaroos to keep the great streams coming. Thank you, alien
That's correct,
dinosaur hunter.
but maybe not for all the reasons you thought.
Spider-Man taught us with... Oh, wait, I read that one. That was a good one. High five. He's actually a gay black guy, but he's albino. Albino. Is it albino? It is albino, right?
Albino.
Yeah.
Albino's, he's an Italian friend of mine.
Albino.
Yeah, that's his restaurant. Hey, we're hungry. We're gonna go to Albino. Hey, they cook the pasta, you know? The tortellini, the guini.
Stop appropriating culture.
What, I'm speaking English?
No! Speaking Italian. From the Clockwork Gent. If you won't like women being damsels in distress in movies, then you are a damsel in distress. Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
That logic just doesn't pan out, does it? Like, ever. There's, like, no argument that that'll work for. After listening to the last stream, Confused Matthew did a very critical videos on Disney's Lion King. He really didn't like that movie. Anyone saw it?
Who?
Wait, do you mean the original Lion King? Or do you mean the new one? Is the new one out yet? I know that the trailers are out, but I don't know if the... well, we all like the original Lion King. I don't know many people who don't like the original Lion King. But I mean, if he's made videos critical of them, we could check that out sometime. Wolf would have to be back, though, because he loves that movie. Poor Don, he just does his best. It's okay, Don, we love you, Don. Oh yeah. Don the movie, make it happen. Don is the real protagonist of CM. Yep. Hi Rags, I love you.
Hello, I think highly of you as well.
This entire section needs its own video. Well, the thing about Don, someone can make a supercut of us talking about Don, I guess, if they want to.
The Legend of Don.
Mr. Stark, I Don feel so good. All praise Lord Don. The Don and Medea versus Captain Marvel Part 2.
Ooh.
Do you think Captain Marvel could possibly beat Medea plus Don? That's not gonna happen.
No way.
Just came into here because she doesn't have a dick. It's gonna be a good stream. Oh yes, Salad King.
Yep.
A wonderful one.
We talk about dicks, boys.
In times of crisis, Jesus Christ asks himself, WWDD, what would Don do? Yeah, that's in the Bible. Like, page 3. The Legend of the Dawn. Is Don the male equivalent of Medea? Yes. We're gonna have to talk to Wolf and Jay about how he fits into the lore exactly, but yes. Captain Marvel, yes. Or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Dawn. Oh, if only. Apparently she didn't. She never quite got that Dawn love. Don besmirched the Dawn. Poor the Dawn, Saint Donatello, McQueen, all-around good guy, the goodest. Yes to all of that. I'm pretty sure Don was actually the most searched character on Pornhub. Hashtag justice for Don. What does it mean if he was, though? Does that mean everybody, like, hates him, or...?
Everyone hates men, obviously.
I can't remember what the conclusion is on that.
I Google search when I go looking for porn, it's always of things I hate the most. That's just how it works.
Yeah. It's highly sexist in general. Rags, are orphans even capable of feeling love?
Capable of feeling it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe from other orphans only.
I think that's how it works.
It creates a very odd kind of like feedback loop.
Do they lay eggs when you do that? I'm pretty sure that's what happens with orphans.
No, because then the orphan's children wouldn't be orphaned. Unless they would have to die. It's complicated. I don't think so. I think they're just doomed to be alone.
Damn. Objectively best stream.
Well, gosh darn.
Because I'm just the Don. Don forgave Jesus of his sins. Don died from undetected cancer after his motorcycle was stolen and reincarnated as a rat so he could save the universe in Endgame. Be like Don. Hashtag WWDD. Yeah. Stand with Don, man. He saved the world. Don't be a Don-a-course denier. Don, of course. Did you guys hear that they got the Game of Thrones writer-producer from Lord of the Rings TV series? Or the Lord of the Rings TV series? Well, I just don't have much hope for Lord of the Rings TV series, but,
no.
Fuck it up like they fuck everything up.
Everything.
Yeah, I have no faith.
Mundane Matt only likes Season 8 because John hid behind a boulder in Episode 3. Oh. Y'all ready to take the black and don the cloaks? Absolutely.
Are you ready to don the dawn? Oh, kill me.
Imagine you have 2 movies of equal length, both without plot holes. How do we measure which of these movies is the better one? Equal length, both without plot holes. Well, you'd have to see what kind of payoffs they are achieving. Say if you had 2 guys talking about taxes in a room, and there was no plot holes, then you're golden. But then if you had like a story like Lord of the Rings that has no plot holes, with that level of complexity... I think we talked about this before, but it's like... what's better, a perfect dovetail joint or 10 perfect dovetail joints? It'd be like, I guess the 10. It's going to be much more difficult to achieve.
What happened to Don Cheadle?
But yeah, no, it's not like there's an easy answer that you have 2 perfect movies that are 2 very different movies, like one's sci-fi, one's fantasy. They both have great characters that span 3 movies. You're like, how the fuck do you decide? It's all contextual, and we just have to look at them specifically, I guess. If the Wright brothers were transgender, they'd be the wrong sisters. I've never heard that before.
That's probably like the most genuine laugh I've had this episode.
Betty loved the part where Danny drapes the Targaryen flag over the walls, or maybe the part where Jon hid from the dragon behind a boulder. So there's more than one of this. If people picked up on it, Matt, you gotta make sure you address the boulder. People think he's biased. You know, he needs to account for that.
Of course.
Bringy, good job on April Fool's video, mate. Bravo. Oh, yes. Hey MooLer, I feel your videos have played a part in improving my ability to think critically, which has helped me boost my grades at school. Here's a donation to say thank you to the Toxic Brood.
Yeah, it's a shame that as a result he also hates women.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're supporting this channel,
yeah, a bit of a trade-off, but fair enough.
One of us.
Better critical thinker, hates women. I don't know. Is there a connection there, guys? That sounds pretty sexisms. Can't be doing that. Someone's gonna fucking clip that one day. Be like, meh. You should invite Seamus Young sometime. His 50-chapter analysis on Mass Effect Trilogy and 28 on MEA are excellent. Very in-depth and a cold look at problems.
Very long.
I really need to play the Mass Effect games if I was gonna watch that, but yeah, long man good. That's my take on such a thing. The dawn that was promised. I have a job interview in the morning, so I'll be going to sleep now. See you next time. Good night and good luck, Commander Pluto. Is this the same with Star Wars? Everything you liked was Lucas's ex-wife's idea. Everything you hate is George Lucas's fault. Oh right, yeah, the idea that stop blaming D&D. It's George's fault that D&D write this way. Like, okay.
Sigh.
Is it confirmed that Don's backstory is now a part of EFAP lore? And MooLer, did they use... Oh yeah, I was going to say, absolutely. And MooLer, did there used to be a fourth part to your Last Jedi review where you ripped Kennedy and Johnson, or did I dream it? No, never a fourth part. But I think a lot of other people did make sort of addendums where it was like coverage of comments that he was making, because good God, Rian Johnson likes to put his foot in his mouth. The Tarantino saga comes to an end this year too. Oh really? Is this his last film?
Is it?
I don't know. I didn't know if that was the case, but maybe. I recommend you try Virtual Truck Manager. Manage a game on Android and iPhone. Fair enough.
Was that like to get more involved with Matt, is it, or something? Get more relatable to him.
Super Dragon Hitler was George's fault. I stand with Dumb and Dumber. No, don't stand with them. Wrong person. George R.A.P.E.D. Oh, raped our childhood. Wait, no, I wouldn't. That massive shattered my childhood. No, he didn't. It was the other guys. God. A morning EFAP, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. Did you guys
we're gonna call it EFAP Jacks.
Why would you call it that?
Because you know what a flapjack is? Yeah, so it's like EFAP Jack.
So what about the people who don't eat them in the mornings? What about the people who don't eat them?
Well, they don't have to.
Did you ever think that maybe that's racist?
To Jack? And his flaps?
His flaps.
Maybe.
Did you guys hear that Roundhead Johnson is helping with the new D&D trilogy? I did, and...
No.
It'll be great. It'll be great. In Hardhome, does anyone remember a ton of whites dying when John killed that White Walker? It seems like a retcon in order to get rid of zombie hordes quickly. Absolutely it was, but it was one I was willing to accept. But then they just fucked with it anyway. But it was definitely a retcon, you're right. Matt is the real Rich Evans. No, Rich Evans is so much more
Rich
superior.
Evans, I assume they're referring to Hollywood star Rich Evans.
Yes.
National treasure.
National treasure.
Yes, national treasure Hollywood star Rich Evans. And that's not even close. Rich Evans is greater than Matt could ever even begin to hope to be.
I would argue they're almost inverses. It's like Rich Evans is...
they're basically opposites.
It's like
hating men and controlling people.
Like it and the Cosmic Turtle. It's like two entities that are competing to both make life better and worse. Like it's the yin and yang. Daredevil Season 1, Episode 3 has a scene where the protagonist perfectly explains objectivity versus subjectivity. Please watch it, MooLer. Also, love you all. I mean, me and Alex definitely watched that. I don't remember that, but maybe it happened.
I don't remember that, but
have some
more context. I might rejig my memory, but I can't remember.
Have some YouTube Premium money. Why, thank you. Matt has too much Boulder milk. Also, yeah, you guys are actually streaming on a day when I'm not busy. This is the thing. I feel like if we stream at random different times, we'll randomly catch people who are like, I've never been able to watch this live. And be like, yay.
Well, it's Memorial Day here in America.
It is
the work. And it's a bank holiday in the UK. Or well, at least in Wales and England, because Scotland have to be different. And Ireland.
Fucking different as. I can tell Fringy is Aussie by the fact that his mic can't stay connected. Classic stitch up. Love you boys, keep up the good work. I think it's his sensitivity and he can't... It's at a good position, but I think he like sort of... Because every time he got...
mine is being cut out a little bit, and I think I'm the same thing.
Every time he got close to his microphone, it wouldn't cut out at all, so it's like... But yeah, it's complicated to get it right. You need to... Because this is the thing, me and Rags are doing this constantly, so just like slight changes to maximize it, and then the other people are like, "Oh, I guess I'll put this on this month compared to last month." Or something.
Yeah, I mean, like I have to physically like plug my mic back in.
Yeah, your mic is shit.
Yeah, no, that's my old mic, Rags.
Yeah,
how dare you? I blow expectations. All right. An English teacher pal of mine legit thinks TLJ and Season 8 of Game of Thrones is good writing objectively. Future is in good hands. Yikes. Thoughts? I mean, I'd love to hear their arguments. Somehow I doubt they're going to be arguing from consistency. They're probably going to be like, it's objectively good because it's entertaining, okay? And that's all that matters. My biggest proof of the Green Frog's point that a good story doesn't need good visuals is the One Punch Man webcomic. Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I would always support that anyway. You don't have to have amazing visuals and stuff. In Game of Thrones, the dragons don't have a saddle or bridle when people ride them, so they're unbridled, and they maul people. I'm not endorsing conspiracy theories, I'm just asking questions. I get it.
I just want to know how the fuck they stay on those dragons when they're flying around and shooting up and down. And
why they haven't installed, you know, saddles by now. It's like, guys, maybe consider it. Maybe consider it. I don't know. Aya rolls an... Oh, sorry. Jabo Flaggins. That's definitely a way to do it. Aya rolls a nat 20 on all her sneak checks, obviously. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Saw a couple of Froggle's relatives outside my apartment last night. It was because, in case he was looking for them. He has relatives all around the world. I'm sure it's very
hippity hoppity outside the property.
Mm-hmm. Got the notification 4 hours too late. Well, 4 hours too late could still mean halfway through the show with some of these, so... I'll save you, Jen. I'll save you, Jen, some time. The summary of all these points is Aya exists equals foreshadowing. Oh, but it was so good to watch it. It was such a bad video.
It was pretty funny.
On the previous Great British Podcast, Vox is still my joke at 131.27 from the previous Game of Thrones Episode 6 review. Do I sue Voxes for theft or CJ for allowing blatant plagiarism on his stream? Either way, I'm taking everything.
Joint lawsuit. Just take him down.
Yeah, just get him to ask you to smile, dude, and then you can have at it. Do whatever you want.
You steal their intellectual property.
Video. Season 8, Episode 3 has some of the best cinematography I've ever seen. The World. Yeah, too bad we can't see it. Yeah, pretty much. If it's not too much to ask, I wanted to know if you could give me your thoughts/critiques of my video about the Battle of Winterfell. Sorry for plug. Yeah, I mean, I tend not to do any kind of reviews of random fan content because I've already decided not to with all the different people requesting. So if I ever decided, yes, I will do it, then it's kind of like, why'd you choose to do that guy's and not this guy's? And I'd be like, oh, because I guess they caught me at the right time, which always just seems super unfair, so I try and avoid it. Not to mention, yeah, you know, it's tough to be honest when it's like a person who's like, I really like your work, what do you think of mine? It's like, oh, I don't want to say anything evil, mean, but yeah, so I try and just do a catch-all, sort of like, I don't really, I try to avoid it. And this goes the same for anyone who's like, I've written a story, would you mind telling me what, you know, inconsistencies might be in it? I'm just like,
yeah.
I'd recommend just test them on all your friends, get it going, all your peer groups, and then complete it, release it, and start working on the next one, you know, just practice and it's perfect.
I'd recommend be as obnoxious as possible, and you'll probably end up on EFAP, and you know, then you can get it done by. You can get it done by a
We actually like we're trying to encourage a policy of like, if we can tell from a video that they're trying to get on EFAP, we'll be like, okay, don't cover it because we don't want to be doing it.
I didn't read this policy update. I'm sorry.
God, it was in the patch notes. The Dawn was foreshadowed to kill the Night King because the Night King smiled.
Oh.
Fucking hell, this next level shit.
Can we do half speed for this guy? It was painful, but we did it. We could see them fine when they broke down the wall last effing season. I know, right? We could see that they were well lit throughout all of the show. So the idea that they're creepier when you can't see them. I was like, no, they're creepier when you can see them. Is this a plot hole? If Loki could use the cube to teleport himself this whole time, how come he didn't use it to save himself and Thor during Infinity War? Nobody else used that power before Thanos did originally. Actually, I think that's pretty fair. Why didn't Loki use it to teleport, in the beginning of Infinity War?
Say again, sorry?
Why didn't Loki use the Space Stone in the beginning of Infinity War, being the Tesseract, to teleport him and whoever else he wanted out, if he could do it?
Because he had a moment of weakness.
That's actually
because he was old.
I didn't think of that. That's actually a problem. Kind of ruins that moment in Infinity War a little bit, unless chat has a counter that I didn't think of. I'd have to think about how, because the way he uses it is still. This is Don things on Twitter. What is this video? Okay, hang on. I'll have to try and look at these once I'm through the super chats to make sure we get it done. And we'll do a few memes at the end because I have to collect them all. And yeah, there's actual meme content for us to go through, but a lot of it has Wolf in it, so obviously I'd prefer to wait until he's back. If you guys are all cool with that instead of doing all memes. In memory of Dawn. Fucking RobotHead made that. Okay, I'll just put that ready. And there we go. He didn't use the cube because he put his bet on Hulk. I don't know, I think that's weak. The Loki maneuver makes sense. What Loki maneuver? Which one? Okay, anyway.
I think they're talking about the Holdo maneuver, the Loki maneuver, maybe. I don't know, are they?
After Ragnarok, he wanted to defend the Asgardians and try to fight. I guess the only thing I can think of is that he can only teleport himself out with that cube, and not anyone else, but I don't know why that would be a rule, considering everything else, but...
or why he wouldn't do it anyway.
Yeah. Maybe. Remember how...
Or why he wouldn't... I don't know, it's odd. Maybe he tries to give it to Thor or something. He actually shows a bit of selflessness and tries to give it to Thor. Or something, I don't know.
It clearly scanned really well and got my intended reaction of vague confusion. I am not following what you're saying, Jay. You're the worst. Remember how in The Last Samurai, during the forest battle, the audience could see just fine despite the film portraying enemies emerging from the shadows? No.
Nope.
Scary when you can't see any of them.
Good films don't exist.
Have you seen Aladdin 2019?
Asians are scarier when they're hiding in the bushes.
We've not... I don't think any of us have seen the new Aladdin, and I don't know that any of us want to. So.
Yeah, no. Don't care.
I hear you like Money and Good shows. Penny Dreadful. I've heard of that, but I have not seen it. But thank you. MooLer has become the new George R.R. Martin. Where are the final two Unbridled Rages? Dude, they're coming, but the TFA stuff is coming. It's like, it's a nightmare. Everything's on its way. I understand George's pain, okay? Even though I haven't taken years to do nothing. But what would I know? Hey MooLer, love all your stuff. You sound Welsh. This may be well known. I'm interested to know roughly where in Wales you're from. You can totally be vague about this. I need to send you flowers.
Just throw them outside. He'll find them.
It's how do you? I'm surprised. You know, I don't know. I wonder what the tells are for the fact that I've got a Welsh accent. I wonder what words.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest one. I wonder if there's anything else though. And
when you say things especially fast, because obviously I know you when you're doing your videos, also you make more of an effort to enunciate everything. But words like here, there. No, actually, no, not there or there. They get the syllables get muddied when we speak fast.
Some people said when I say Earth.
Earth.
Instead of Earth.
You have to say it like you have to say it like after Earth.
I don't think that's just British though, or at least like I don't think that's a Welsh thing.
Earth.
Or here.
Like I said, it's Earth versus Earth. Earth.
Rage.
Earth. That's probably the difference they're talking about. I don't fucking know. I don't know why I asked that question. It's going to be a tidal wave of confusion. South Wales is the specificity I shall provide, Michael. But I don't require flowers. I appreciate the gesture, though. Rags, I bought A Plague Tale because of your review. I finished it and Ori and the Blind Forest yesterday. It was a good time. Love you guys. That was from James Moore.
I imagine, yeah.
Good stuff, James.
Good
stuff.
stuff.
Fun. Betty Swallocks, Dilbo Swaggins. Yes. I made a vision of Goliath mentions from Jay's stream, put it in a MooLer. I also linked an unedited video in your Discord if you wish to edit it better. I'm already like 2/3 of the way through editing. I would have done it by now. I just got sidetracked with all the Game of Thrones stuff, but yeah, I was editing it while I was playing Jurassic World, and so it feels like it's been ages since I played that. That's how long I've been working on that thing. Not
Jurassic
actively.
World: Fallen Kingdom, the award-winning sequel to Jurassic World: Risen Kingdom.
What the fuck are you talking about? Here's $5 for the funeral after Wolf comes back, and here's a Game of Thrones writer is writing for the Lord of the Rings show. Source MooLer. I guess that's true then. Maybe.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
You are wrong, though. I'm not.
Yeah.
That came from God. I'm not sure.
Oh well.
Yeah,
oh God.
Maybe Cheese Lawson can rescue a Game of Thrones. Feminism? I don't. No. Can I PM you a 5-minute interview to watch later? Why though? What is the interview? What do you mean? I don't know.
Interview.
Hey, first time viewer watching live. I'm up to episode 29 on backlog. Got to catch up with the lore. Oh my god. I'm impressed you got that far already. Just about a few free years, I guess. MooLer, I hope you know Goodell causes me pain on multiple levels, even though I know it's a parody. That's the idea. The Expanse Season 3 has a near-perfect rating. Does it? Isn't good for it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I would call that good. Well, yeah, I'm not going there today.
How long have you guys been going? I woke up at 7 a.m. to see you fuckers streaming. It is now up to 5 hours, 42 minutes.
Yeah.
Not bad. Fun story from watching Endgame. When all the women were at the screen at once, this woman started cheering and clapping. No one joined her, so the genius waited 10 seconds and tried again. Pathetic. Well, she was having fun, I guess. In memory of a fellow Don, drink to his legacy. Oh. Yeah, Don was a good man. I powered through all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones in 2 weeks, and by the time I got to the last few episodes, I was like, what? That's how it ends? Please no. Oh god, I'm sorry about that. That must suck. It's okay not wanting to review fan videos. I just found it funny how my main talking points such as scale were brought up by you guys as well. Oh, yeah, fair enough.
They must have been amazing points.
At Rags, we don't hide in bushes, we hide in rice fields. And that's in relation to your comments about Asians hiding in bushes. You were wrong. They hide in rice fields.
I guess we'll have ourselves a little knick-knack paddywhack here and take care of the problem.
That wasn't English at all. Hey Rags,
Yes,
when's the
it
next
was.
video?
Soon, I hope. Now that I've got, for the most part, this new computer up and running, and everything was able to get transferred over. So hopefully, really soon. I'm actually coming pretty close to finishing it up. But I just want to get this thing out of the way. Finished, wrapped up. I'm installing here.
Michael Edwards said, I'm Welsh too, so it's easy for me to hear. Or hear. Yeah, he definitely is saying, I'm Welsh too, it's easy for me to hear.
Yeah, I was just saying, was I muted the whole time I talked to you about that just now?
You guys hear something? What?
Any update on the adventures of MooLer and the baby? MooLer and the baby?
MooLer and the baby.
What am I missing with that?
I don't know.
I feel like
You mentioned at the start of the stream about your family baby.
Oh yeah, just that it was better to start the stream at 11 a.m. rather than 4 a.m. I think, because otherwise I didn't want to wake up the person who is the baby. It's not my baby. I don't got a baby. It's a relative baby who is staying over for now. But yeah, that's about it for super chats. I think there's just a couple memes I want to show you guys. I made it through an entire EFAP, my favorite show. That was from Fred the Cosmic Chicken.
Oh yay!
These memes, they're too powerful. I'm just gonna set up a few memes, but yeah, that is mostly it. Like I said, there's some video memes, and there's some other images and some pieces of art to go through. But like I said, I'm gonna save them for Mr. Wolf.
Fair enough.
And so we're nearly done. Just gonna got some. I'll save that one as well. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay. All right. 5 memes. You ready?
5 memes.
5 fucking memes. Number 1. Beautiful.
God the Dawn.
Yep.
This actor ever found out about this?
biggest date, mate.
I guess you don't need context exactly. You just imagine what was the fucking t-shirt.
Yeah.
They put the t-shirt in. That was effort right there. And now, this one was on my Twitter. What am I missing here context-wise? This is probably a reference, right?
A nose?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I think at one point, I think you said something earlier, Rags, about Matt's nose.
I don't think so. I don't think I remember mentioning anything about his nose.
I don't know. Either way.
You see, it just doesn't seem like me. Like I don't think I'm the kind of person who would make fun of people's body parts.
No. You're far. You're far.
Dawn. It's always darkest before the dawn. He's got the double eye patches. I love that. This is great. The cutout, it really does look like a movie.
He just looks like he's wearing a bra on his eyes.
I like there's starring Dawn, and Dawn.
The sunset. Oh man, the helicopter's back there. Oh, this is really good. I really like this one.
This is from RobotHead, I guess. Unless you got it from somewhere else.
He seems like such a nice guy.
From the Children's Hospital. Thank you for your tireless work. You're back with Becky forever. Please donate to the Becky Foundation. People are gonna think this is real. Oh. It's perfect. Utterly perfect. Yeah, let me refresh. Ooh, what PC did you get, Rags? Totally not gonna copy you and go buy it.
It's not done yet, so I'll wait until it's all put together proper.
Mm.
But it's mostly here and mostly... It's being used now, but it's not... Something... I'll explain later. But it's for the most part a new computer. When it's all done, though, I will make an announcement or just post something about it.
Driving from Houston to Dallas today. Happy y'all are here. Happy trails to all my N-words. Beautiful.
Yeah.
How long does it take to travel from Houston to Dallas, Rags?
How long does it take to travel from Houston to Dallas?
By driving, yeah.
I don't know.
Man, you're supposed to know everything about America. Literally everything.
It takes hours. No, it takes minutes.
Someone in chat will know. They'll have accurate answers on this.
It takes many minutes.
Watch One Punch Man. I'm actually going to get around to it soon. I just wanted to Game of Thrones, get that done. Just need to get Game of Thrones done. I stand with Dawn. It's all over Twitter.
I say nothing.
He said nothing. Nothing. But yes, that is about to do it. I figure since he's been on EFAP before and he's currently streaming. Metal Commander, who's
Did you see Kyle today?
Anyway, Metal Commander's streaming on Twitch right now, and I'm probably gonna invite him to this call. Let's see if we can do that, and then go annoy him by jumping into his thing. YouTube, where is it? There we go. I'm gonna add him and annoy him because he's currently playing a video game like a little nerd. He's playing a little kids game called Super Mario
Monday
Odyssey.
Mario's flora signorita molto bene da Sandaria.
Super Mario Odyssey. Have you ever heard of this?
Super
kids game.
Mario's florida nada sia
Little kids game. Either way, we're gonna the call will continue. Shut the fuck up.
Lasagna.
What the fuck are you doing? Piece of shit.
Tortellini.
Oh, he didn't join.
Hey.
Oh, there you go.
Shut the
fuck up.
How you doing? What the fuck are you?
This is the end of stream. The after party, after tisms. I'm gonna hang out on Twitch, so you guys can follow the link in chat if you want to.
Wait, you're twatching? You're twitching?
No,
I know it's generally
now.
Metal's Twitch. Well,
Yes.
I didn't want to ask Metal because it's generally considered impolite to ask people about their Twitch. So now that we've I guess we're just out and about. I guess we're just out there.
He just does heroin. He just does heroin. That's it.
I don't care. You know who the real heroine is? Captain Marvel.
Oh my god. Well, thank you all for watching. Thank you for the kind donations and the wonderful art. I hope you had fun. This will be archived on the MooLer channel. And if you guys want to just hang out with us for a little bit longer, even if it's 10 seconds or 10 minutes or 10 years,
oh god, here we go.
you can find it on Metal's channel. So
as they say
see you
in
there.
Italy, addio.
Adios, Eminati.
Addio.
Alex, say goodbye in a stupid voice.
Oh, salve.
That was good. I like